Crack! A deafening roar split the heavens. A bolt of lightning descended out of nowhere, illuminating heaven and earth. Startled by the sudden thunder, Baiwan hurriedly snapped his eyes open only to discover he was standing before a dilapidated village. Countless shafts of white light fell all around him, each coalescing into a person just like him. A cold mechanical voice resounded in his mind. Welcome to the battlefield of myriad worlds. The cosmos waxes and wanes, civilizations rise and fall. To select the most exceptional among humanity, all humans of Blue Star have now been cast into this battlefield. Born without fear, fight until the final chapter. We wish all players an enjoyable game. What is going on? Baiwan looked around in utter confusion, only to see that everyone else wore the same bewildered expression. Moments ago, he had been lying comfortably on his bed at night, about to simulate a captain's takeoff, and with a single crash of thunder, he had been dragged here. Battlefield of myriad worlds. The rise and fall of the universe, the turnover of civilizations. Fight until the final chapter. That was a bit too much of a joke, even for fate. Does anyone know where we are? The people around him finally snapped back to themselves and began to ask in agitation what had happened. Who knows? Can we still go back? I have work tomorrow. Yes. No early 8 o'clock class tomorrow. You didn't hear that voice just now? Battlefield of myriad worlds. Is this some unknown civilization arriving? You don't think they're going to roast us over a fire, do you? I don't know about roasting, but we're probably not going back. Baiwan himself felt at a loss. A low hum suddenly sounded. A light screen with a distinctly technological sheen unfolded before his eyes. Player Baiwan. Level LV10100. Talent awaiting awakening. Class not selected. HP 240-240. Initial HP is determined by the player's physical constitution. Strength 4 Blue Star human average is 5. Defense 3 Blue Star human average is 5. Agility 5 Blue Star human average is 5. Spirit 7 Blue Star human average is 5. Skills none. Quests none. This is a stats panel. Baiwan cried out in shock. As a seasoned gaming enthusiast, he knew all too well what this meant. Every one of them had been turned into a player. Is there a talent? Baiwan rubbed his chin. The stats panel had a section labeled talent, which meant there had to be some corresponding system in this game. Then new text appeared before his eyes. Talent awaiting awakening. Awakening conditions met. Awaken talent. Yes. Baiwan replied without the slightest hesitation. Whatever the talent was, he would awaken it first. Having something was always better than nothing. Awakening talent. Talent matched. Congratulations, you have awakened Scrade Talent Mechanical Sovereign. Unique class-bound main brain. Talent Mechanical Sovereign Scrade. Talent effect, you may produce mechanical units. Mechanical unit attributes 100 construction speed, 200 resource consumption 50, no maintenance cost required, and mechanical units automatically regenerate 2 of their maximum HP per second. Special effect 1, Immortality. The player ignores lifespan limits and anchors their primary consciousness. As long as mechanical units exist on the battlefield, the player can transfer consciousness to them at no cost. Special effect 2, Technological Ascension. The player unlocks an exclusive tech tree and can obtain tech points by slaying catastrophic beasts or converting materials. Tech points can be used to develop the tech tree, unlock exclusive mechanical units, or enhance the quality of existing mechanical units. Unique class main brain. Ability 1, Highest Authority. The main brain possesses supreme mechanical authority. No mechanical unit can defy the will of the main brain. Ability 2, Mechanical Nexus. The main brain can mobilize all subordinate mechanical units at 100 efficiency. Mechanical unit attributes 100 resource consumption 25. Ability 3, Gestalt Network. Anchored on the main brain, the system synchronizes the real-time status of all mechanical units, achieving full field perception. The main brain can access the vision and information of any mechanical unit at will. All mechanical unit data is synchronized. Baiwan's eyes went wide, his face filled with disbelief. Scrade Talent. Mechanical Sovereign. A unique class of main brain. He skimmed through the talent description at speed, growing more and more astonished with every line. This talent was outrageously powerful. Mechanical unit attributes doubled, construction speed tripled compared to normal time. Resource consumption halved, and no maintenance fees at all. And then there were those 2 special effects. Immortality. In other words, as long as a single mechanical unit remained, he could resurrect indefinitely without paying any price. Technological Ascension. An exclusive tech tree that could unlock mechanical units. And this unique class called main brain. With talent and class buffs stacking together, the attribute bonus to his mechanical units reached a deranged 200. Baiwan glanced around. Everyone else was still staring blankly ahead, clearly in the process of awakening their own talents. After a while, an excited shout rang out. Awakened. Ha ha. Crade Talent Warrior class. Envious gazes immediately turned his way. Awesome, man. I only got an grade talent. Same here, just some strength enhancement. I'm not too bad. I've got grade talent Swift. After listening for a while, Ubanian realized that no one around him had awakened any high-grade talent. The best so far was that first-grade warrior. In an instant, Ubanian understood. He truly was a favored child of fortune. He had actually awakened such an overpowered talent. His panel had also changed. Player Ubanian. Level LV10-100. Talent Mechanical Sovereign. Class Main Brain Unique. HP 240,240. Strength 4. Defense 3. Agility 5. Spirit 7. Skills none. Quests none. Tech points 100 Ubanian opened his tech tree. His class was somewhat akin to that of a summoner, relying primarily on calling forth mechanical units to fight, so there ought to be some basic units available. Sure enough, there was. Basic Combat Robot LV1. Quality F. HP 100,100. Strength 2. Defense 3. Agility 3. Spirit 0. Cost 30 tech points. Description: the most basic mechanical combat unit. It has some combat capability, but if you're counting on it to keep you alive, you might as well find a beam and hang yourself, my friend. Ubanian frowned. Those stats were abysmal, worse than his own. Who protected whom was very much in question. With only 2 points of strength, he felt he could beat 10 of them by himself. Wait, that wasn't right. His talent should allow him to spend tech points to improve a mechanical unit's quality. Construct a basic robot. As Ubanian's command rang out, a metallic cube gleaming with cold light materialized on the open ground before him. The cube immediately began to unfold segments, splitting, shifting, and recombining until it formed a humanoid robot about 1.5 meters tall. The basic combat robot's design was exceedingly simple, hardly different from the dancing robots that had appeared in variety shows in his previous life. The only difference was the charged pistol gripped in its hand. Basic combat robot LV1 construction complete. Quality may be improved. Cost 20 tech points. Ubanian's eyes lit up. As expected, he could enhance its quality. However, he had no intention of upgrading it here and now. There were too many people and too many eyes. This was, after all, another world. Without the restraints of Blue Star's laws, human nature would be impossible to predict. Grade talent mage type looking for 3 more for a party. Military man leading a team. Interested people come quickly. All-female squad here, sisters gather up. By now many had already begun calling out, seeking companions, and forming small teams. It was only natural. They were in a completely unknown world with dangers beyond their imagination. Huddling together for warmth was clearly the wisest choice. Brother, want to team up? A young man about Ubanian's age walked over. I'm grade talent Iron Guard warrior class. In a place like this, it's good to have someone to watch your back. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a summoner, right? He had clearly seen Ubanian summon his robot and had come over expressly to form a party. No, Ubanian refused flatly. I prefer to work alone. The young man froze, clearly not expecting to be turned down. He still tried to persuade him. Brother, summoner classes aren't very strong in the early stages. If we go together, we can explore more safely. Maybe think it over. No. Ubanian refused again, completely ignoring the young man's darkening expression as he turned with his robot and walked toward the outskirts of the village. The young man's face turned livid. Watching Ubanian's departing back, he spat onto the ground. What the hell does he think he is? He really thinks he's some big shot. A summoner with no party in the early game. I'll see how he dies. With that, the young man turned away to look for other teammates. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, Ubanian stopped. This place will do. Time to upgrade the robot. He had arrived at the edge of a forest not far from the village. With most players busy forming parties, no one was likely to come out this way. After a quick look around to confirm there was nothing unusual, Ubanian immediately set about his grand upgrading project. Improve quality. Cost 20 tech points. Upgrading basic combat robot quality. Upgrade complete. Basic combat robot grade has been upgraded to primary combat robot grade. Next upgrade cost 50 tech points. Ubanian had exactly 50 tech points left, so he simply went all in and pushed the robot to the limit. Going Allen was an art form. Cost 50 tech points. Upgrading primary combat robot quality. Upgrade complete. Primary combat robot grade has been upgraded to intermediate combat robot grade. Intermediate combat robot LV1. Quality D. HP 500,500. Strength 10. Defense 7. Agility 8. Spirit 0. Description: an intermediate mechanical combat unit with impressive combat prowess, more than sufficient to keep you alive. Not bad, Ubanian remarked. The attributes had leaped significantly. It finally possessed some real combat capability. With the average 4 attributes of a Blue Star human set at 5, an intermediate combat robot could easily take on 1.5 fully grown adults. At the same time, its appearance had undergone a drastic change. Its height had shot up from 1.5 meters to 8 meters, roughly the same as Ubanian. The weapon in its hand had changed from a small pistol to an explosive machine gun firing 7.62mm rounds. Its exterior no longer had that fragile, flimsy look. The current robot had the bearing of a miniature Gundam. Ubanian immediately tested its combat strength. "Open fire on that tree," he ordered, pointing at a large tree at the forest's edge that would take 2 people to encircle. The robot did not hesitate in the slightest. It raised the explosive machine gun and opened fire. The barrel spewed a vicious tongue of flame as round after round packed with terrifying force erupted from the muzzle. The bullets tore into the tree, sending huge chunks of wood flying. Before Ubanian's astonished eyes, the trunk was literally sawn in half by gunfire. Ubanian was dumbfounded. This 7.62mm clearly was not the same as the 7.62mm back home. Hit a human with that, and they wouldn't just bruise, they'd be blown to pieces. The test results for the combat capability of the intermediate combat robot far exceeded Ubanian's expectations over the years. The explosive machine gun in its hands fired 7.63mm rounds whose power was extraordinary. He simply could not figure it out. He remembered that 7.62mm rounds, though already very powerful, should not yet have reached the level where they could sever a tree as thick as 2 people could encircle with their arms. "Forget it, I'll just treat it as being enhanced by another world's magic," Ubanian said, utterly unconcerned. The stronger the robot's combat capabilities, the better it was for him. After tidying up a bit, Ubanian led the robot to wander within a 1-kilometer radius around the village. Since this was a game, there had to be monsters. As expected, in a part of the forest, Ubanian discovered the monsters of this world. Goblin LV2, HP 200200, Strength 3, Defense 4, Agility 6, Spirit 1. Description: a creature at the very bottom of the food chain among calamity beasts, yet still a formidable foe for fresh rookie players. Whatever you do, don't let them catch you, or else. Ignoring the faint malice toward players in the description, Ubanian carefully examined the goblin before him. He had found a goblin nest. There were roughly a dozen goblins inside. Their attributes were similar to those of players, except that their defense and spirit were somewhat inferior. However, they had the advantage of numbers. A single player would find them extremely difficult to handle, though in an unknown fight a player could rely on talent advantages to win without issue. The goblins did not seem particularly intelligent. Ubanian walked straight up to them, yet they only stared at him in a daze, utterly unresponsive. They seemed to be curious about an unknown life form. Ubanian did not order the robot to attack immediately. He wanted to test his own strength first. He held a wooden stick he had picked up along the road. With a sharp whoosh, Ubanian gripped the stick and brought it down viciously on the goblin's large head. 8. A crisp damage notification from the system clearly revealed just how terrifyingly low Ubanian's damage was. Damn, he could not help but complain. Is this damage for real? The short goblin, struck out of nowhere by Ubanian's stick, snapped out of its brief stupor and reacted at once. Arg! A dozen enraged goblins snatched up the bone clubs in their hands and charged at Ubanian, howling as they rushed over, vowing to pound this offending fellow into a smear of flesh. Ubanian's face changed, and he immediately opted for a tactical retreat. "Robot, fire for me." At his shout, the robot that had long been on standby raised its explosive machine gun and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. The terrifyingly powerful bullets struck the goblin at the very front, instantly blasting a bullseye hole through its abdomen. 47. Compared to Ubanian's damage, the robot's output was vastly higher, at least no longer in the single digits. The goblin crashed heavily to the ground, yet its powerful vitality let it continue to howl and crawl forward on hands and feet. But the robot's bullets gave it no chance at all. 53, 43, 67. A flurry of damage notifications appeared in succession. The goblin's health bar was instantly emptied, and its entire body was riddled like a sieve. Goblin LV1 killed. Player EXP 5, Robot EXP 4, Technology points 2 gained. There's experience. Ubanian grinned from ear to ear. There was not only experience, but also the technology points he needed most. He had originally thought his exclusive resource would be extremely difficult to obtain. He had not expected that he could gain it so easily, just by killing monsters. The experience the robot earned from killing monsters could be directly transferred back to him. This was the advantage of a summoner-type class. If he could lie down and let his summons grind for him, why would he bother to fight personally? The other goblins, seeing their companion blasted into a lump of meat within mere seconds, became even more ferocious. Facing the surging goblins, the robot remained unhurried. With precise, controlled bursts, it ensured that every bullet found the destined target it was meant to hit. Goblins fell in swathes. Goblin LV1 killed. Player EXP 4, Robot EXP 3, Technology points 2 gained. Goblin LV2 killed. Player EXP 7, Robot EXP 5, Technology points 4 gained. Goblin LV1 killed. Player EXP 5, Robot EXP 4, Technology Points 2 gained. A whole string of system prompts chimed again, making Baiwan feel thoroughly pleased in both body and mind. What a delightful sound. A few minutes later, all the goblins lay dead under the robot's gunfire. Not a single one had managed to reach the robot's position. Baiwan's experience bar had surged by a large chunk. The robot had even leveled up directly. Intermediate Combat Robot LV1 upgraded. Intermediate Combat Robot LV2 Intermediate Combat Robot LV2 Quality D HP 58058 0 Strength 56 Defense 5 Agility 6 7 Spirit 0 Description: an intermediate mechanical combat unit with decent fighting capability, more than enough to keep you alive. Baiwan looked at the robot before him with satisfaction. Its strength and agility had each increased by 1 point, making it stronger than before. It seemed that mechanical units required less experience to level up than players did. He and the robot then began to clean up the battlefield. Items dropped from the dead goblins turned into tiny clusters of light on the ground, sparing him the trouble of rummaging through the corpses himself. Obtained Beast Hide 2, Copper Coins 3, Obtained Copper Coins 4, Obtained Goblin Urine 6. The drops were rather miscellaneous. Most were materials like beast hides. There was even a bizarre item like goblin urine, but the bulk of it was still copper coins. Copper coins should be the currency of this world, Baiwan analyzed based on his many years of gaming experience. It was worth mentioning that players had backpacks, something he had only just discovered. The player's backpack was not large, only 20 slots, but thankfully each type of item occupied just 1 slot regardless of quantity. Baiwan stowed away the copper coins, but he truly had no desire to pick up the other items, especially the goblin urine, which reeked atrociously. Materials detected that can be converted into technology points. Convert. Baiwan froze for a moment at the prompt, then was overjoyed. Those pieces of junk material could actually be converted into technology points. He was desperately short on technology points. Summoning mechanical units, upgrading the tech tree, everything required them, and even enhancing the intermediate combat robot alone demanded a full 100 points. To him, technology points were more precious than copper coins. Convert. Baiwan did not hesitate in the slightest. Converted Beast Bones 12, gained technology points 7. Converted Beast Hides 23, gained technology points 10. Converted Goblin Urine 43, gained technology points 3. After converting all the materials into technology points, Baiwan now had 76 points, just a little short of being able to upgrade the robot. However, in Baiwan's view, with his talent, he ought to follow a mass-production army playstyle rather than an elite unit playstyle. Unfortunately, basic combat robots were far too weak to be of any use to him at the moment, and his technology points were not exactly abundant. Rather than summoning a bunch of low-level tin cans with combat power of scum, it would be more profitable to first raise the quality of a single robot. Baiwan once again led the robot back to the goblin nest. Rather than calling it a nest, it was more like a garbage dump. The entire goblin nest was nothing more than a dwelling crudely piled together from heaps of refuse. The only thing that could block wind and rain was a filthy tent. Around the nest, wooden stakes formed a simple fence. In the center burned a Nodiatech-extinguished fire above which was set an animal skull gnawed until flesh and blood were a mangled mess. The entire goblin nest exuded an indescribable stench. Clearly, goblins cared nothing for quality of life. It was truly filthy. Distasteful as it was, Baiwan still dutifully rummaged for anything useful. After all, every resource in the early stages was hard-won. His efforts were not in vain. He really did find something good. Beast Hide Gloves, LV2 Quality, required level LV1 effect, Strength 2 Description: a simple pair of gloves made from beast hide. Cherish them. For you at this stage, they are quite a prize. Gear Drop. A single piece of equipment directly added 2 points of strength. One had to know that Baiwan's current strength was only 4 points. This one item increased him by half of himself. But can the robot equip this? Baiwan tossed the gloves to the robot, standing nearby. The robot clumsily pulled the gloves over its mechanical hands, looking somewhat comical. Looks like mechanical units can wear regular equipment. It was not that Baiwan did not want to put them on himself, but they would not be of much use on him. He could hardly rely on a pair of gloves to go box monsters with his bare fists. He searched the place again, converting all resources like beast hides into technology points, and also picked up a dozen or so copper coins. Baiwan finally scraped together a full 100 technology points. Upgrade the intermediate combat robot's quality. Technology points consumed 100 intermediate combat robot quality upgrading. Upgrade complete intermediate combat robot grade upgraded to advanced combat robot grade advanced combat robot LV2 quality CHB 9 10910 strength 92 defense 8 agility 9 spirit 0 description an advanced mechanical combat unit whose overwhelming firepower is enough to let you blow away the entire novice village and make those rookies tremble in fear. Holy, Ubanian stared at the panel practically drooling. These stats, this health, and that shameless description. They suit me perfectly. The robot's appearance had once again undergone an earth-shaking change. Its height had shot up to 2 meters, and its entire body was covered in thick armor plates. Even the joints were protected by specialized armor. The original explosive machine gun was gone, replaced by a massive weapon that looked very much like a Maxim heavy machine gun, its caliber ramped up to a rather insane 12.7 millimeters. Ubanian could only think how satisfying. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, he clicked his tongue in amazement. It's only grade, and already this over the top. If you reached grade, are you going to lug an artillery cannon on your back? Now that's power. I like it. I am definitely not a war criminal. It's not like I lost. Hahaha. After taking a stroll with the newly upgraded advanced combat robot, Baiwan temporarily returned to the village, hoping to see if there were any tasks available. As soon as he arrived at the village entrance, Baiwan saw a group of players looking disheveled and dejected squatting at the village gate. Damn it, why are these monsters so strong? It's true. I dealt single-digit damage with a single strike to that wild bull, and it took away half my health with just one hit. And dying means losing levels. Anyway, we're all at level 1. Can't I make it go negative? This game is so unbalanced, the developers should get lost. Listening to the players' complaints, Baiwan finally understood. I must say the strength of these monsters is indeed not low for beginner players, and they always appear in groups, giving players no chance to solo. Moreover, Baiwan learned from these players that there was one crucial piece of information: players can die. To be precise, after dying a certain number of times, they will no longer respawn. As for whether it meant returning to Earth or truly dying, Baiwan leaned towards the latter. However, there were hundreds of people in the novice village, so there were bound to be some capable individuals. A tall player, muscular like a bodybuilder, was surrounded by a crowd gathering at the village entrance. Dragon Bro, can you take me along? Dragon Bro, you're amazing. You leveled up to level 2 in less than a day. Dragon Bro, please take me with you. I can satisfy any of your requests. Dragon Bro, is male okay? This player, referred to as Dragon Bro, was the one who initially claimed to have a crade talent and was the highest talent in the novice village apart from Baiwan. Unexpectedly, he leveled up to level 2 in less than a day, indicating his considerable strength. However, Baiwan felt indifferent. If he hadn't skipped monster farming, his level would have soared by now. Baiwan chose not to comment on the crowd's behavior of clinging to strong players, opting to bypass them and head straight into the village. Dragon Bro was currently enjoying the flattery of the crowd when he suddenly noticed someone casually walking past with a tall robot beside them. Most importantly, the robot was holding a heavy machine gun that looked like a cannon. Dragon Bro narrowed his eyes. This person is not simple. A nearby lackey noticed the change in Dragon Brother's expression and followed his gaze, immediately recognizing Baiwan's nonchalant silhouette. The lackey quickly began to flatter. Dragon Bro, what are you looking at? He clearly looks like someone whose mentality got crushed by the beginner monsters and is now hiding here. Unlike you, Dragon Bro, who leveled up to level 2 in a day, killing monsters like slicing through vegetables, leveling up is as easy as drinking water. Seeing that his brother's gaze was still fixed, the lackey added, Dragon Bro, did he provoke you? Should we capture him and teach him a lesson? Dragon Bro turned his head and stared fixedly at him. The lackey felt uneasy under Dragon Brother's gaze, and when he tried to speak again, he accidentally bumped his face hard against Dragon Brother's palm. Are you a pig? Didn't you see the robot following him holding a heavy machine gun? If you provoke him, he'll turn us all into pieces that forensic doctors can't even piece together. Baiwan, who had already entered the village, was completely unaware of what was happening behind him. He was solely focused on finding a task. There were numerous villagers in the village who in the game should be called NPCs. Talking to NPCs triggers tasks. This is common knowledge in the game. Baiwan spotted a middle-aged blacksmith and quickly ran over. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? He was waiting for the system to trigger the task prompt, but all he received was the blacksmith's sideways glance. Where did this noob come from? Get lost. Baiwan, feeling bewildered, thought, is this NPC so quirky? Can they even curse? Do they look down on me? Damn it. Baiwan was not discouraged and continued to approach several NPCs, only to receive disdain from all the villagers. Depressed, Baiwan squatted in a dark corner, drawing circles and cursing the developers of this ridiculous game and those who tossed them here. Damn it. Baiwan suddenly stood up. No tasks? Then I don't believe it. As long as my speed in killing monsters is fast enough, my level will soar. Baiwan's motivation for finding tasks was simple. Generally, the rewards for beginner tasks far exceed those from monster farming, making it a way to level up quickly in the early stages. However, these villagers were all mediocre, and Baiwan not only failed to receive a single task, but also was filled with frustration. Once I level up, I'll come back and spray you all with my machine gun. Baiwan angrily kicked a stone away. Brother, A voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yu Baiyan turned around to see Dragon Bro, who had been so impressive at the village entrance, now without his lackeys. Do you need something? Hello, my name is Long Dedan. Would you like to team up? Yu Baiyan nearly failed to keep a straight face, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He could only force himself to recall the sad moments of his life to prevent himself from laughing out loud. What the hell? You and nearly 2 meter tall man muscular like a bull are called Dragon Bro, but your real name is actually Long Dedan. No, I prefer to go solo. Yu Baiyan still rejected him. He genuinely did not want to team up with anyone. Long Dedan scratched his head. Alright, you're a summoner, right? I see a robot following you. The robot is quite eye-catching, so that's not surprising. I assume your talent is also not low. I have a Kraid talent super muscle nitrogen pump as a warrior class. Let's be friends. Yu Baiyan looked at Long Dedan in surprise. He originally thought that if they couldn't team up, Long Dedan would lose face and attack him, but he didn't expect this reaction. Alright. Player Long Dedan has sent a friend request. Yu Baiyan chose to accept. Long Dedan didn't linger further, casting a greedy glance at the heavy machine gun in the robot's hands before bidding farewell. Before leaving, he turned back. Brother, if you're looking for tasks, asking those villagers is useless. It's all based on luck and connections. It's completely random. Okay, I understand. Yu Baiyan nodded. Thank you. After finishing, he tossed a few copper coins towards Long Dedan and left without delay, turning to walk out of the village with his robot. He had many things to do. Unexpectedly, Long Dedan not only took the initiative to add him as a friend, but also actively shared this information with him. This person was either genuinely honest or had ulterior motives. Human hearts are hard to read, so Yu Baiyan remained cautious. Long Dedan watched Yu Baiyan's figure disappear into the distance and opened his palms, staring at the few copper coins in his hand. He was physically strong, but also considered himself clever in his mind. His thoughts were quite simple. Yu Baiyan's strength was not to be underestimated. The more friends, the more paths available. Even if they couldn't team up, they should never become enemies. He even gave me copper coins. Long Dedan scratched his head. The randomness of NPC task triggers was common knowledge among players, and Long Dedan had merely reminded him kindly, yet unexpectedly received a reward. Yu Baiyan's image instantly elevated a few notches in Long Dedan's mind. Strong in power, not a freeloader. This person is worth keeping around. After leaving the village, Yu Baiyan began searching for wild monsters within a kilometer radius of the village. Spotting a wild monster lair, he wasted no time and ordered his robot to start shooting. The heavy machine gun spewed flames, and the wild monsters only at levels 2 or 3 were utterly helpless against the firepower of the hot weapons, collapsing one after another. Yu Baiyan's experience points were also rapidly increasing. After clearing another goblin nest. Player level up. Player Yu Baiyan LV1 levels up. LV2 player Yu Baiyan level LV2 3200. Talent Mechanical Overlord. Profession Brain HP2 402 40 Strength 45 Defense 34 Agility 56 Spirit 78 Skills. None tasks, none free attribute points, 1 tech points 453. All thought attributes increased by 1. Yu Baiyan pondered, stroking his chin. And I still have 1 free attribute point. Where should I allocate it? Strength isn't necessary for him since he doesn't engage in melee combat. With the combat robot around, he likely won't be hit, so defense isn't needed either. Agility would be useful for fleeing, while Spirit is even more uncertain in its purpose. After careful consideration, Yu Baiyan decided to save it for potential future use. Now that he had over 400 tech points, Yu Baiyan decided to expand the number of his robots. Basic Combat Robot LV1 Construction completed. Basic Combat Robot LV1 Construction completed. The same metallic cube, the same metallic block, equally fragile. 2 basic combat robots appeared before Yu Baiyan, drawing his disdainful gaze. Yu Baiyan spent a total of 340 tech points to upgrade them all to advanced combat robots. At this moment, Yu Baiyan felt an unprecedented sense of security. 3 humanoid robots armed with 312 7mm heavy machine guns patrolled his sides, leaving him in a state of bliss. After expanding his guards, Yu Baiyan began to ponder the technology tree. Swarm drones cost 200 tech points. Predator robots cost 500 tech points. Type 1 combat mech cost 1000 tech points. Siren Type 1 underwater combat mech cost 2500 tech points. Universal weapon enhancement Type 1 I cost 500 tech points. Universal armor enhancement Type 1 cost 500 tech points. The dazzling list made Yu Baiyan's eyes shine like 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Not only various mechanical units, but also weapon and armor enhancements for current mechanical units. Yu Baiyan swiped his hand back, and some mechanical unit icons completely vanished, indicating that his level was too low to access them. But he could imagine how terrifying the advanced mechanical units would be. Yu Baiyan eagerly browsed through all the mechanical units. He could currently see tears of uncontainable excitement streaming down his face. Wait, What is this thing? Yu Baiyan's eyes fixated on a mechanical unit icon. Can I really build this? At the end of the technology tree, he could see the last mechanical unit he could access represented by a flying unit branch. Guardian, Type 1 Space Supremacy Ship, cost 100 tech points. Hiss. Yu Baiyan inhaled sharply. The aerospace battleship. It can't be what I think it is, right? Does that mean there will be aerospace motherships or something behind it? And what about the Star Destroyer? Thinking about it, Yu Baiyan suddenly began to laugh, sinisterly, saliva uncontrollably dripping down. Continuing to scroll down, he found a branch labeled Architecture. Research Institute consumes 1,000 tech points. Mechanical Manufacturing Plant consumes 800 tech points. Mechanical Airport consumes 1,200 tech points. What does this mean? Isn't this an arena game? How did it turn into farming? Yu Baiyan pondered for a moment. Forget it, I'll research it later when I have more tech points. For now, the priority is to develop first. Yu Baiyan wandered around with 3 robots and found several goblin nests, exterminating them all. After increasing his tech points again, he built some combat robots. Now his robot count had reached 5, all of which were high-level combat robots. He did not choose to continue upgrading the quality of the robots because he felt that high-level combat robots were sufficient at this stage. Aside from that, he also clicked on the tech tree. Swarm Drone, LV1. Quality F. HP 9090. Strength 2. Defense 1. Agility 6. Spirit 0. Description: a basic drone with no offensive weapons. Its sole purpose is to rush towards enemies and then swoosh bang. Cost 10 tech points. Yu Baiyan felt that calling it a swarm drone was not quite accurate. It should be called a self-destruct drone, cheap and capable of exploding. Its power was self-evident, receiving rave reviews on Blue Star. Yu Baiyan did not choose to produce it immediately, as releasing it suddenly in battle might yield unexpected results. After wandering a few more rounds, Yu Baiyan arrived at a vast grassland. Several sturdy bison were leisurely grazing on the grass. Bison LV5. HP 10201020. Strength 9. Defense 12. Agility 5. Spirit 3. Description: a bison from the novice area possessing extremely high defense. Its sharp horns are essential for survival. Maintain a safe distance or be careful of being gored. So it's bison. Looking at the bison leisurely eating grass, Yu Baiyan felt reluctant, but for the sake of experience and tech points, he decided to strike. From a certain distance, the high-level combat robots opened fire on the bison simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spewed flames, unleashing its firepower. 78. 62. 98. It must be said that the defense of the bison was quite high. Coupled with its over 1,000 HP, it could withstand the heavy machine gun fire for several seconds. Bison LV5 killed. Player experience 17, robot experience 10, tech points 9. The first bison was killed, and the remaining bison were enraged. Several bison stomped their hooves and charged towards Yu Baiyan. However, before they could get close, they were all killed by the terrifying firepower of the high-level combat robots. Player level up. Player Yu Baiyan LV2 upgraded to LV3. Player Yu Baiyan. Level LV3, 2500. Talent: Mechanical Overlord. Occupation: Main Brain. HP 240,240. Strength 56. Defense 45. Agility 67. Spirit 89. Skills none. Quests none. Free attribute points 2. Tech points 579. Level up again. Most of the high-level combat robots under him also leveled up to level 2, and the first robot produced even reached level 3. This time Yu Baiyan did not expand his army, but chose to upgrade the quality of the robots. Tech points consumed 300. High-level combat robot quality enhancement in progress. Enhancement completed. High-level combat robot C grade upgraded to Heavy Weapon Assault Guardian B grade. Heavy Weapon Assault Guardian LV3. Quality B. HP 14001-400. Strength 152. Defense 13. Agility 14. Spirit 0. Description: a mechanical guardian armed with heavy weaponry, the most capable protector of the main brain. With it, you need not worry about your safety. Heavy-duty products are guaranteed to be top-notch. TSK, TSK, TSK. With a strength of 23 points, it could easily act as a minor boss in the novice village. Now Yu Baiyan had already reached level 3, but his strength was only a mere 6 points, not to mention those novice players in the village struggling to level up. Even with the support of equipment and talents, Yu Baiyan believed that currently no one could reach a strength of over 10 points. This game's attribute enhancement was particularly stringent. The image of the Heavy Weapon Assault Guardian changed again, its armor visibly thickened, and its heavy machine gun transformed back into an explosive machine gun with a rapid-fire shoulder cannon of about 20 mm caliber mounted on it. Goodness, it changed from a gun to a cannon. In the following time, Yu Baiyan continuously swept through some monster strongholds near the village, and his experience bar grew rapidly. The players in the village were left dumbfounded. The distant sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the afternoon, occasionally punctuated by the booming of cannons. What's going on? Has the army arrived? Impossible. Didn't they all teleport together? Is it really the army? Does that mean we're saved? Some were delighted, but more were skeptical. It wasn't that they doubted the army's strength, but they didn't believe that the army could reorganize in such a short time in another world, and even brought heavy weaponry. Thus, the entire village spent that afternoon amidst the sounds of gunfire. Meanwhile, Yu Baiyan successfully leveled up to level 4. Even some high-level combat robots also gradually broke through to level 3. Yu Baiyan finally encountered a relatively tough opponent. Bison King LV10, a grade boss. HP 102, 001, 0200. Strength 17. Defense 31. Agility 12. Spirit 7. Skill Fury. The Bison King became enraged, enhancing its own health, gaining a defense increase of 100 and an agility increase of 20, lasting 180 seconds, while simultaneously summoning nearby bison to fight together. Description: the King of Bison possessing a headache-inducing defensive mechanism. Its strength should not be underestimated. You do not provoke it. However, if you manage to kill it, the rewards will exceed your imagination. Finally encountered a boss. That health is a bit absurd. Yu Baiyan looked at the lengthy health bar of the Bison King and couldn't help but click his tongue. And it has skills. Defense doubled and can also charge. Truly worthy of being a boss. If those novice players were to encounter this, they would probably have to use a swarm tactic to grind down its health. But unfortunately, it encountered Yu Baiyan. Open fire. 79. 67. 81. A series of damage feedbacks clearly indicated the terrifying defense of the Bison King. The bullets from the heavy machine gun hit it, yet it didn't even break the skin. Moo. The Bison King's hatred was instantly drawn. At that moment, the heavy weapon Assault Guardian made a move. Boom. As the Bison King charged, over the shoulder cannon of the heavy weapon Assault Guardian roared, firing a high explosive shell with the force of thunder towards the Bison King. Boom. Another explosion rang out. The shell hit the Bison King. 402. A very high damage number popped up. But this damage was trivial in the face of the Bison King's lengthy health bar. It can actually withstand firearms. The Bison King's agility was higher than that of the high-level combat robots. Only the heavy weapon Assault Guardian could rely on its mobility to dodge the Bison King's attacks. The Bison King spread its hooves and charged towards the foremost heavy weapon assault robot, its sharp horns gleaming coldly. The heavy weapon assault robot sidestepped, avoiding the charge. But this left the high-level combat robots behind in a tough spot. Bang! The Bison King's charge instantly knocked a high-level combat robot flying. 342. A shocking damage number appeared. Just that one charge took away nearly a quarter of the high-level combat robot's health. Scatter! Quickly scatter! Yu Baiyan hurriedly ordered. All robots quickly moved, spreading out as much as possible. Yu Baiyan also ordered the heavy weapon assault robot to quickly move forward, firing fiercely at the Bison King to draw its hatred, then using its high speed to dodge the Bison King's attacks. Other combat robots were not idle either, maintaining firepower at all times. Under the barrage of numerous attacks, even with its extremely high defense and health, the Bison King's HP was rapidly decreasing. 70. 60. 50. Just as the Bison King's health dropped to half, it suddenly stopped in its tracks, letting out a moo. Suddenly, the Bison King's body emanated a red glow. Skill Fury. Its original defense of 31 instantly jumped to 62. The bullets from the numerous robots hit the Bison King, causing only 20 or 30 damage. The ground began to tremble. Yu Baiyan turned his head. In the distance, black dots suddenly emerged from the grassland, charging towards them. Damn it, it's charging. Yu Baiyan cursed under his breath. Do they think I have no backup? With a wave of his hand, dozens of metal cubes dropped. These metal cubes began to quickly disassemble, reshape, and then reassemble into palm-sized drones. These were the swarm drones he had been holding back. While Yu Baiyan commanded the robots to kite the Bison King, continuously depleting its health, he also sent the swarm drones to block the charging herd. The swarm drones were fast, reaching the herd in the blink of an eye, getting close, and then exploding. Boom! A tremendous sound filled the air. 375. The damage from the swarm drone's explosion far exceeded Yu Baiyan's expectations, instantly filling him with joy. With the damage from the swarm drones, it took only 3 drones to kill one bison. One after another, explosions echoed, and the system quickly sent a series of kill notifications. Bison LV4 killed, player experience 15, tech points 7. Bison LV5 killed, player experience 17, tech points 9. Bison LV5 killed player experience 16 tech points 9. The cost of a swarm drone was merely 10 tech points, and killing a bison yielded 79 tech points, essentially resulting in no loss. Yu Baiyan released another batch of swarm drones. Having eliminated the threat from the herd, Yu Baiyan turned his focus back to the Bison King. However, the situation was not looking good. With its defense doubled, the attacks from the high-level combat robots could no longer break through the Bison King's defenses, dealing only dozens of damage. Even the shoulder cannon of the heavy weapon assault robot only dealt 1 or 200 points of damage. The heavy weapon assault robot was unable to fully attract the Bison King's hatred, and the slower high-level combat robots were being battered by the Bison King. The Bison King was too cunning. Seeing that it couldn't catch up to the heavy weapon assault robot, it turned and charged at the high-level combat robots. In just a minute, 3 high-level combat robots had been severely damaged. Fortunately, the Bison King's fury could only last for 3 minutes. Yu Baiyan commanded all robots to position those with low health in the back, while those still healthy held the front to reduce losses. The Bison King's health steadily declined. 46, 42, 39. As the time elapsed, the red glow surrounding the Bison King faded, and it immediately slumped down as if exhausted from overindulgence. The Bison King continuously exhaled hot air, its eyes red. Open fire. Yu Baiyan seized the opportunity to order a full-on assault. In an instant, the Bison King was bombarded so much that it lost its bearings. To be safe, Yu Baiyan also deployed some swarm drones, bombarding the Bison King relentlessly. Finally, the Bison King fell to the ground in extreme reluctance. Bison King LV10, a grade boss, killed player experience 106, tech points 158. Completed the area bronze level boss first kill, gained free attribute points 5, tech points 300. Achievement unlocked, bullish pure man. Defeated the Wild Bull King LV10, a grade BOSS player experience 106, gained technology points 158. Completed the first kill of the bronze level boss in the area, gained 5 free attribute points, technology points 300. Achievement unlocked, bullish spirit real man. Indeed, it is a boss. The rewards for killing it are incredibly generous. Just the technology points alone amounted to over 400, and the experience gained allowed Yu Baiyan to level up to level 4. Player level increased. Player Yu Baiyan LV3 upgraded LV4. Player Yu Baiyan level LV4 561,000. Talent mechanical overlord. Class brain. HB 720,720. Strength 67. Defense 5. Agility 7. Spirit 910. Skills none. Quests none. Free attribute points 8. Technology points 1579. I must say the upgrade threshold in this game is truly high. Just reaching level 4, the experience required for the next level has doubled to 1,000. If it weren't for Yu Baiyan having numerous mechanical units, he might not even reach level 3 in a short time. One can only imagine how difficult it would be for other ordinary players to level up. But what is this achievement? Bullish Spirit Real Man. Yu Baiyan clicked to view the achievement description. Achievement Bullish Spirit Real Man. Affect units under your command gain 5 HP. Final damage to all bovine creatures increases by 10. Description: only the brave who make outstanding contributions to the breeding of the bovine race can obtain this achievement. When you encounter them, next time you will feel their enthusiasm. What a ridiculous achievement. Yu Baiyan felt somewhat speechless. He couldn't help but think that the creators of this game had a bizarre sense of humor, deliberately annoying the players. However, the 5 HP buff for all units is quite nice. Considering this, Yu Baiyan decided not to fuss over it. With technology points becoming abundant again, Yu Baiyan summoned several battle robots and upgraded them all to advanced battle robots. Suddenly, Yu Baiyan looked into the distance. He saw a group of short players hurrying towards him across the grass. Yu Baiyan did not react much. The group of players quickly approached him. The leader, a young man with a small patch of beard, looked to be in his 20s with a rather lewd appearance and a height of less than 1.6 meters. The short man opened his mouth and said, "Get lost. Stupid Desya people, this is our territory." However, upon seeing the robots behind Yu Baiyan, he was taken aback. Where did these figurines come from? They looked so good. Interestingly, although the man was speaking in a language that sounded like Japanese, Yu Baiyan could understand him, likely due to the game's mechanics. Seeing that Yu Baiyan ignored him, the short man's face twisted in anger. "Baka, can't you understand me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Baiyan slightly raised his hand. The heavy assault robot behind him slowly aimed its cannon at the short man, who was spouting nonsense. Then, boom. 983. A devastating number. The short man in front of him did not have the astonishing defense of the Wild Bull King, and this damage completely depleted his health bar. Before the short man could react, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, not even able to fully register the force of the explosion. Those surrounding him were also affected, nearly all in critical condition. Meichuan Kuzu, Meichuan Kazukin. The others looked at Yu Baiyan in terror. They could hardly comprehend how someone could deal over 1,000 damage at this stage. One shot was enough to kill them twice. Baka, who are you? How dare you attack us, the Sakura people? Yu Baiyan grinned widely, revealing his big white teeth. I am your daddy, Kong Rafenzi. The robots behind him instantly turned their guns around. Rat-a-tat. With their strength, they couldn't even resist, and were all shot into white light and vanished. Watching them disappear, Yu Baiyan put away his smile. Who would have thought to encounter people from other countries? It seems this game has scattered all people from around the world, and there are definitely more than just the Sakura nation nearby. Looks like I need to prepare early. Even on Blue Star, conflicts between nations are constant, and sometimes they escalate into open conflict due to the instigation of certain troublemakers. Not to mention in this completely unrestrained otherworld. Just then a system notification rang out. World Announcement Forum system unlocked. Oh, the forum has been unlocked. Yu Baiyan's eyes lit up as he opened the forum immediately and began to snoop around. Meanwhile, in Area 789, several beams of white light fell in a village, and players emerged from within. Meichuan Kuzu stood frozen in place, dazed. Seeing his companions resurrect alongside him, he quickly asked what happened. Did you all get ambushed by that despicable Xia person? It wasn't an ambush. Xiaobi Zaizi shook his head helplessly. We were killed before we could even fight back. Meichuan Kuzu was stunned upon hearing this. How is that possible? Xiaobi Zaizi was in no mood to argue with him. Alright, that person's robots are armed with firearms, but we can't match them. Let's quickly regain the levels we lost. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, Meichuan Kazukin. That person's robots are too strong. We are no match. His talent is probably stronger than Wang Ba Dizikin's grade talent mouse escape. Meichuan Kuzu felt quite uncomfortable hearing this. Having been beaten up, losing levels, and losing face, could this just be brushed off? Meichuan Kuzu stroked the small patch of beard on his chin and instructed the others, go inform Wang Ba Dizikin about this. Those damned Xia people will pay the price. Yu Baiyan was unaware of what these short people were thinking at the moment. He had already immersed himself in the forum. Hey brothers, what are your talents? Just in a grade talent, nothing to say. Mine is pretty good grade talent, can summon cat ear girls. Wait, why can you do that? Hi, hello, everyone in Mundo, I can go wherever I want. Yu Baiyan wasn't just idly wasting time in the forum. In the forum, Yu Baiyan gathered a lot of useful information. Now they knew of over 1,000 regions, and the area they were in, Area 749, was just one of them, adjacent to Areas 750, 751, and 752. According to other people's information, Xia people were primarily concentrated in Areas 749 and 750. The remaining two areas were mostly filled with players from other countries. No wonder we encountered people from the Sakura nation, they are right next to us. Yu Baiyan thought to himself. If there are no surprises, there will definitely be conflicts between regions later, that's inevitable. I need to prepare early. Yu Baiyan opened the regional forum for Area 749 and briefly recounted what had just happened. What? There are actually Sakura people living quite well? That's great. I've disliked them for a long time. Daring to provoke us, just wait and see how I deal with them. By the way, brother, are you alright? Yu Baiyan replied, I'm fine, and then he heard a notification sound. Friend Long Dadan sent a message. Long Dadan. Yu Baiyan opened the message. Long Dadan, brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Long Dadan, do you want me to help you get back at them? Yu Baiyan, no need, but you guys should be cautious. Indeed, I'll notify the others right away. Long Dadan, be careful yourself. Oh, if it gets tough, come back and team up with us for leveling it safer. Thanks, but I can handle it by myself. Long Dadan, don't be polite, buddy. Yu Baiyan closed the communication. I must say, having compatriots around is reassuring. No matter the time, they can help each other. The urgent task is still to level up. Yu Baiyan, along with his combat team, began the monotonous monster grinding life again. His goal for today is to expand the combat team to at least 20 mechanical battle units. Long Dadan ended the call with Yu Baiyan. He turned to his subordinate beside him and informed the Xia players from the other nearby villages to be aware of players from other regions. Try to team up whenever possible. Don't go solo. Unbeknownst to him, Long Dadan had already become the leader among all players in this village, and most players were organized. There were a large number of players in the village, totaling over 100. In less than a day, they had already covered the entire map of Area 749. The area of Region 749 is not large, roughly the size of a 3rd or 4th tier city. They mainly have 5-player gathering points, each with some leading figures. Long Dadan gathering point was right in the center of Area 749, while the other gathering points were distributed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. Thus, they were the first to establish contact with all gathering points. Long Dadan pondered for a moment and sent a message to one of his friends on the friend list. What's up? The person quickly replied. This person was the leader of the Northern Gathering Point named Chun Bin, a ranger with a grade dual shooting talent. He was also the strongest player Long Dan had encountered besides Yu Baiyan. We were attacked by players from the Sakura Nation. Please be careful, Area 751 is right next to you. After a few minutes, Chun Bin replied. Got it. What about the other gathering points? Long Dan quickly responded. The western area doesn't have a clear leader yet, so I can't make contact. The eastern area had a conflict with players from the Korean nation today and has started to be on guard. No news from the southern area. Chun Bin replied understood. After ending the call, Long Dan continued to organize the other players in the gathering point. On the first day of the game, players with low talents could not level up on their own and had to rely on teamwork to grind monsters. However, grouping divides experience, so the number of people should not be too many. While upgrading himself, Long Dan also took along some ordinary players to ensure they could at least develop. As for higher talent players, Long Dan arranged them in groups of 2 to 3 for quick leveling. Some asked Long Dan why he was bringing those newbies along, which slowed down his leveling speed. Long Dan simply smiled. It's just about helping others. At the outskirts of the central gathering point, after several hours of effort, Yu Baiyan finally gathered enough technology points to expand his combat team to 20 mechanical units. Yu Baiyan felt quite certain now. With his current strength, no one in Zone 749 should be able to challenge him. The night had already deepened. Players welcomed the first night since their traversal. Long Dan urged everyone in the regional forum to return to the gathering point quickly to prevent any accidents. No one could predict what might lurk in the darkness of this world. I should head back too. Yu Baiyan thought for a moment and decided to return. He was also afraid that some monsters far beyond his strength might appear at night. Just as Yu Baiyan was leading his combat team towards the central gathering point, an unexpected event occurred. A human's groaning voice reached Yu Baiyan's ears. Who? Yu Baiyan suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. The combat team quickly entered combat mode. Is anyone there? Help! Is there anyone who can help me? Yu Baiyan frowned. Is this a player? No, at this time most players should have returned to the gathering point. Even if they encountered monster attacks, they would revive back at the gathering point. After pondering for a moment, Yu Baiyan decided to check the situation. The combat team began to spread out, tightly guarding Yu Baiyan in the center and slowly advanced towards the source of the sound. Reaching the edge of a forest, Yu Baiyan finally found the source of the sound. An elderly man covered in wounds was leaning against a tree. The old man wore a coarse robe, many parts of which were stained with blood, and beside him stood a weapon resembling a magic staff. Gandalf. Race human NPC, HP. Strength. Defense. Agility. Spirit. Description: a down-and-out elder who seems to have an extraordinary background. NPC. Moreover, this NPC appeared in the wild. Based on Yu Baiyan's gaming experience, such a situation must be suspicious and likely to trigger a hidden quest. Gandalf noticed someone approaching, opened his murky old eyes, and looked at Yu Baiyan, who was surrounded by the combat team in the center. Young man. Cough, cough. As soon as the old man spoke, he began to cough repeatedly, looking quite injured. Who are you? Yu Baiyan stopped about 10 meters away from the old man. I am a mage from Pajun City. Tonight, I was ambushed by a disaster beast. I am gravely injured. If you can help me, I will give you generous rewards. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Hidden quest triggered: disaster in the forest, difficulty easy, hard, phase 1, protect Gandalf for 1 hour, easy quest, reward experience 200 technology points 100, accept. Indeed, it was a quest. It seems to be a phased quest. Just the first phase alone offers 200 experience points and technology points. The rewards for subsequent quests are likely even richer. However, Yu Baiyan still hesitated. The quest clearly stated the difficulty range from easy to hard, which meant the later phases would become increasingly difficult. He was unsure if he could handle a hard-level quest with his current strength. Damn, fortune favors the bold, but the timid starve. He'll take it. Yu Baiyan ultimately decided to accept this quest. This was the first quest he encountered. Moreover, even if he failed and died, he could just resurrect and try again. Tomorrow was another day. A mere level 1 penalty he could withstand. Quest accepted: disaster in the forest, phase 1, protect Gandalf for 1 hour, easy quest, reward experience 200 technology points 100, countdown 59 minutes 57 seconds. The quest has begun. Yu Baiyan immediately ordered the combat team to surround him and Gandalf while releasing dozens of swarm drones. During this time, he discovered another use for the drones. His occupation's mainframe could access the visual information of mechanical units in real time, meaning he could gain the sight of the drones. It was equivalent to having an additional eye in the sky. The swarm drones quickly ascended. Yu Baiyan vigilantly scanned the surroundings through the drones' view, not missing any signs of movement. Suddenly, the ground in front of them erupted as foul-smelling wolves clawed their way out of the dirt. These wolves looked like decaying corpses, their eye sockets white and glimmering with eerie green light. Corrupted Wolf LV7 Disaster Beast HB 780780 Strength 14 Defense 6 Agility 13 Spirit 0 Description Creatures corrupted by disaster. They have lost their souls, reduced to mindless, bloodthirsty beasts. Encountering them, better run for your life. Yu Bainian clicked his tongue. How disgusting. Open fire. Without any hesitation, he ordered the attack. The bullets and artillery formed a barrage of fire, and as soon as several corrupted wolves appeared, they were turned into mush. 34 54 43 479 Killed Corrupted Wolf LV7 Player Experience 18 Advanced Combat Robot Experience 13 Gain Technology Points 10 Killed Corrupted Wolf LV8 Player Experience 21 Heavy Assault Robot Experience 16 Gain Technology Points 14 Killed Corrupted Wolf LV6 Player Experience 16 Heavy Assault Robot Experience 10 Gain Technology Points 8 With the firepower of the combat team, the low health and defense of the corrupted wolves were quickly decimated. However, some corrupted wolves still dodged the combat team's attacks with their speed swiftly dashing in like the wind. One corrupted wolf broke through the combat team's fire network, lunging directly at an advanced combat robot. The advanced combat robot quickly adjusted its aim. Unexpectedly, the corrupted wolf dodged to the side and bit down on the advanced combat robot's mechanical arm. The other robots wanted to assist, but were afraid of friendly fire and could only continue attacking other corrupted wolves. Crack. 129 The mechanical arm of the advanced combat robot broke with a sound, exposing its circuitry and sparking. The corrupted wolf clung tightly to the advanced combat robot. Yu Bainian watched anxiously, almost wanting to jump into the fray himself. With so many corrupted wolves appearing continuously from the ground, the combat team's firepower felt strained. Several more corrupted wolves broke through the fire network. The first advanced combat robot injured previously hadn't even dealt with the first corrupted wolf before being swarmed by others. Under the assault of several corrupted wolves, the advanced combat robot's health quickly dwindled. The advanced combat robot has been destroyed. Yu Bainian's expression darkened. Swarm drones. In desperation, Yu Bainian had no choice but to command the swarm drones to bombard the corrupted wolves that had broken through the fire network. Boom, boom, boom. With the assistance of the swarm drones, the onslaught of the corrupted wolves was finally contained. However, Yu Bainian had to continuously deploy the drones. Is this easy difficulty? Yu Bainian cursed inwardly. If this was easy, what would the harder difficulties be like? He had already begun to regret taking this quest. However, since he had accepted it, he had to find a way to complete it. After all, it was self-inflicted, and he didn't want to lose levels. No, I need to think of another way. Yu Bainian turned his gaze towards the technology tree. The mechanical units in it were incredibly powerful, but even if he spent technology points to unlock them, the produced units would be of the lowest quality. Raising the quality would require a large number of technology points. With his current technology points, it was simply insufficient. He scanned the combat team and focused on the heavy assault robot that was firing madly. Upgrade the quality of the heavy assault robot. Cost 700 technology points. Upgrading quality of heavy assault robot. Upgrade complete. Heavy assault robot B grade upgraded to Star Iron Guardian. A grade Star Iron Guardian LV5 quality. A grade HB2 4002 400 strength 24 defense 21 agility 23 Spirit 0 skill. Overload effect. Star Iron Guardian activates overload mode, increasing all attributes by 50 for 240 seconds, taking 30 more damage, then decreasing all attributes by 50 after the effect ends, lasting 120 seconds, cooldown time 1 hour. Description: a walking artillery piece equipped with two 60mm light mortars. As a mechanical creation absolutely loyal to the mainframe, it will only do one thing to those who threaten the safety of the mainframe: bombard. Holy crap. Yu Bainian's eyes widened. 2 mortars. And a skill. Blast them. The Star Iron Guardian was much larger than the heavy assault robot, with 2 mortar barrels gleaming with metallic luster on its shoulders, each arm wielding a blast machine gun. This firepower was more than doubled. Boom, boom, boom. The mortars and blast machine guns fired simultaneously. The corrupted wolf pack, which was about to break through the fire network, was immediately suppressed again, battered by the artillery. The firepower of 1 Star Iron Guardian was equivalent to half a combat team. I still have over 800 technology points. I can upgrade another one. It must be said that the benefits gained from enhancing mechanical units with technology points were indeed significant, but the upgrade costs were too exorbitant. Upgrading 1 Star Iron Guardian required 700 technology points. This was nearly breaking Yu Bainian's back. The combat team had 4 heavy assault robots, and the rest were advanced combat robots. Yu Bainian reluctantly upgraded another heavy assault robot. The 2 Star Iron Guardian's firepower made the corrupted wolves disoriented. Once the skill was activated, it was comparable to the firepower of a young artillery king. To prevent the debuff from the Star Iron Guardians from affecting their firepower, Yu Baiyan had the 2-star Iron Guardians alternate activating their skills. Both sides were thus locked in a stalemate. Most corrupted wolves that emerged were blasted to bits by the artillery fire. Countdown 7 minutes 12 seconds, countdown 5 minutes 35 seconds, countdown 2 minutes 58 seconds. After a grueling countdown, the first phase finally ended. With the countdown coming to an end, the first phase of the task was completed. Yu Baiyan finally relaxed his tense shoulders and let out a long sigh. First phase task completed. Reward issued: experience 200 tech points 100. Player level up. Player Yu Baiyan LV4 upgraded to LV5. Player Yu Baiyan. Level LV5 123 2000. Talent Mechanical Sovereign. Class Mainframe. HP 880,880. Strength 7. Defense 56. Agility 78. Spirit 10. Skills none. Quests none. Free attribute points 9. Tech points 349. Yu Baiyan felt no joy from leveling up, only an overwhelming pressure. With so few tech points left, it meant he could no longer deploy large-scale drone swarms for battlefield support in future battles. The combat capability of his battle group had greatly diminished. Yu Baiyan stepped up to the severely damaged advanced combat robot and bent down to inspect its condition. Both mechanical arms were bitten off at the root, the heavy metal armor was torn to shreds, and some of its circuits were pulled out, exposing them and sparking with electricity. Its health continued to decline, and it had basically lost its combat capability. Advanced Combat Robot LV4. Quality C. HP 231, 1020, slowly recovering. At this point, the losses were irretrievable. Yu Baiyan could only suppress the anxiety in his heart, taking it one step at a time, while a strong sense of doubt also arose within him. Was the difficulty of the Multiverse Battlefield task a bit too high? Even a simple task had caused him heavy losses. With mechanical units whose attributes were far superior to the players, he was still in such a predicament. If it were other players, even gathering dozens of them together would likely result in failure during the first phase. Could it possibly be because this is a hidden task? Yu Baiyan instructed the battle group to start clearing the battlefield, retrieving all the materials dropped by the corrupted wild wolves for tech points, while he turned to walk towards Gandalf. Seeing Yu Baiyan slowly approaching, Gandalf, leaning against a tree, smiled faintly and spoke. "Young man, you did well. But I still need your help." Yu Baiyan interrupted him. "All right, old dang, I know you are almost recovered." Gandalf's smile froze, and the air fell into a brief silence. In the end, he still succumbed under Yu Baiyan's unfriendly gaze, raised his hand to pat the dust on his gray robe, and slowly stood up. At this moment, he was no longer in the half-dead state he had been in before. Gandalf chuckled awkwardly. "How did you find out?" Yu Baiyan rolled his eyes. "Gandalf. Race human NPC. HP. Quality. Defense. Agility. Spirit. Current status subhealth. Description: a down-and-out old man seemingly having an extraordinary background." The panel showed that Gandalf's status had long changed from weakened to subhealth, which is why Yu Baiyan was able to notice. He certainly did not intend to give a good face to this old man pretending to be dead while he took the hits. Seeing Yu Baiyan's sour face, Gandalf stopped pretending. "Young man, don't be so stingy, be more magnanimous." Yu Baiyan was unyielding. "I am rather petty." Gandalf saw that his act of playing the Elder card was ineffective. His small eyes rolled, and he immediately changed his demeanor, appearing quite serious. Cough, cough. "I am the chief mage of Break Army City. I was ambushed by a disaster and was forced to get injured. Poor man. You are now facing a rare opportunity. If you help me, you will receive a great fortune." Yu Baiyan stared at him suspiciously. "What level are you?" He couldn't see Gandalf's level, which meant Gandalf's level far exceeded his to the point where he did not have the authority to view it. Gandalf was taken aback. "Why do you ask that? What level are you?" Yu Baiyan repeated. Gandalf hesitated for a moment and extended 3 fingers, level 30. Upon hearing this, Yu Baiyan turned and walked away without saying a word. Hey. Gandalf panicked and pulled Yu Baiyan's sleeve. "Don't go. I didn't lie to you. There really is an opportunity." Yu Baiyan was pulled back by Gandalf, turning his head to glare at the old man's dried-up face. "A monster you can't even defeat at level 30, how do you expect me to handle it? After all, there was no punishment for failing the task. Even if he left now, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Go away, go away. Don't. That monster isn't strong at all. If it's not strong, how come you got beaten up like this? Hey, old man, I was ambushed. Get lost. Don't grab my pants. I have good things. There really are good things." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Baiyan immediately stopped in his tracks. Gandalf, who had been pulled along, bumped into Yu Baiyan's back, wincing in pain. "What good things?" In principle, Yu Baiyan was not allowed to put himself in any life-threatening situations unless the rewards were overwhelmingly generous. Seeing that Yu Baiyan was tempted, Gandalf immediately resumed his scheming demeanor. If I say he'll leave right away. Gandalf was speechless. Why are young people so impatient nowadays? Gandalf quickly adjusted his expression and slowly uttered 3 words. Skill book. Skill book. Yu Baiyan's expression changed. He currently had no skills at all. His talent Mechanical Sovereign consisted entirely of passive skills and lacked any active skills. In the early game, a single skill was incredibly valuable. Yu Baiyan pondered for a long time, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Ultimately, he made up his mind. For a skill book, this risk was worth taking. I am the chief mage of Break Army City. This much I haven't lied about. Gandalf tucked his hands into his pockets. The ambush was real. In this forest, there is an impending crank disaster beast. I came here specifically for it. I was simply caught off guard and ambushed by its guardian. Yu Baiyan was at a loss for words. If you were beaten up like this, what could I possibly do to help? Gandalf shook his head, looking profound and inscrutable. Its guardian is a drank disaster beast that has reached level 35. I indeed cannot defeat it. However, the crank disaster beast is hidden in a secret realm, and only those below level 10 can enter that realm. Gandalf said this while glancing intentionally or unintentionally at the battle group behind you, Baiyan adding, "You are the best candidate. So can I handle the crank disaster beast?" He had only previously killed in a rank BOSS the Wild Bull King, which was a mere E-rank, yet so difficult to deal with. Yu Baiyan could hardly imagine how strong a crank disaster beast would be. According to Gandalf, that crank disaster beast was at least a BOS level existence. Hey, don't panic. That crank disaster beast has yet to truly be born and is on par with you low-level beings. I will hold off its guardian for you. All you need to do is enter the secret realm. As long as you can get close to it, killing it shouldn't be difficult given your strength. Yu Baiyan appeared contemplative. If what Gandalf said was true, then this task was not without hope. Seeing that Yu Baiyan seemed interested, Gandalf pressed on. A crank disaster beast is full of treasures worth a fortune. If you can succeed, I can guarantee that you will receive the inherited skills of our Break Army City. Wait, what is Break Army City? Yu Baiyan keenly picked up on the key information in Gandalf's words. Gandalf looked somewhat bewildered. You don't know Break Army City? Yu Baiyan shook his head. Gandalf looked speechless. Where did this bumpkin pop out from? Break Army City is a level 1 main city in this area responsible for guarding it. There are thousands of cities like ours in the entire Wanjia, but the strength of every city is not to be underestimated. Gandalf's expression didn't seem to be fake. Cities must be some NPC forces in the Wanjia battlefield. Yu Baiyan quickly noted this information. What should we do next? Yu Baiyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gandalf's spirits lifted. You need to enter the forest with me and assist me in dealing with that crank disaster beast that is about to be born. Just as I said earlier, I will handle its guardian, and you only need to enter the secret realm and kill it. Second phase task initiated. Second phase, enter the forest with Gandalf. Reach the entrance of the secret realm, and during the task you will receive Gandalf's assistance. Task rewards: experience 1,000 tech points, 500 Gandalf special reward. Time 24 hours. A full 1,000 experience points. Yu Baiyan was stunned by the generous rewards, which further solidified his determination to continue this task. He had a premonition that the rewards for finally killing the crank disaster beast would be unimaginable. He glanced at the tech points. The battle group had fully recovered the materials dropped by the corrupted wild wolves, and the tech points had reached 1509, which should be enough for him to handle the upcoming battles. To be on the safe side, Yu Baiyan upgraded a heavy mechanical assault guardian into a star skeleton iron guardian, leaving the rest to summon a swarm of drones. We can set off now. Gandalf nodded, walking in front amid Yu Baiyan's humility, earning him a role of Gandalf's size. Yu Baiyan led the battle group closely behind. Watching Gandalf's carefree demeanor, a trace of imperceptible vigilance flickered in Yu Baiyan's eyes. This NPC in the game seemed a bit different. A piercing wolf howl suddenly shattered the forest's tranquility. In the darkness, not far away, some green lights flickered like ghostly fires, quickly converging towards them. Corrupted wild wolves. Yu Baiyan raised his hand, signaling the battle group to prepare for battle. Don't worry, Gandalf said calmly, his grip on the magic staff steady as a mountain, showing no signs of panic. I told you we'll handle these. He raised his magic staff high and began chanting an obscure and arcane spell. In an instant, the magic staff, which resembled a firewood stick, erupted with dazzling crimson light. Gandalf shouted, "Go!" A thick fire dragon roared out from the tip of the staff, engulfing the corrupted wild wolves ahead in a wave of destructive heat, incinerating everything in its path. Yu Baiyan could see the damage numbers. However, the terrifying damage from Gandalf still made his eyelids twitch. This single blow was enough to take him down several times. Before long, the obstructing, corrupted wild wolves were completely incinerated. Yu Baiwan continued to advance with the battle group alongside Gandalf, and all the monsters encountered along the way were wiped out by Gandalf. Just as they ventured about a kilometer into the forest, a howl echoed. This wolf howl was more piercing than that of a normal corrupted wild wolf, carrying a hint of pressure that made Yu Baiwan's chest feel tight. Gandalf's expression suddenly turned serious. "Be careful, it's that guardian." Gandalf parted the grass in front of him about half a person's height. Yu Baiwan leaned over to take a look, and cold sweat instantly broke out. "What on earth is that thing? What on earth is that?" Yu Baiwan stared at the creature before him, nearly shouting in shock. Gandalf quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Don't make a sound, you idiot. Keep it down." The two of them crouched in waist-high grass. Through gaps in the blades, they could clearly see an open clearing where a massive wolf-like beast lay dozing, languid and enormous. The corruption that covered this wolf far exceeded that of an ordinary rotten wild wolf. Its flesh had been eaten away to near nothing. Pale bones protruded in many places with remnants of putrid flesh clinging to them, emitting a nauseating stench. A sharp chime rang out. Disaster Beast Level 2 High Data Panel Inaccessible. Special permission granted. Disaster Beast Data Panel opened. Corrupted Wolf Fiend, LV35 Drank Boss. HP 10000100000. Attack 396. Defense 250. Agility 399. Spirit 0. Skill Malice. Effect: the corrupted wolf fiend dies with its eyes open. The resentment clinging to it makes it hostile to all normal life. Targets who fight it suffer a 2 reduction to all attributes, which increases with time up to a maximum of 10. Profile: once a king who led an entire pack of wolves, it was corrupted by calamity and turned into their slave. It suffers greatly. It yearns for death. Its attack and defense approached the 300's range. If Gandalf had not been clutching his sleeve so tightly, Yu Baiwan would have turned and run on the spot. This was terrifying, absurdity beyond imagining. None of his 4 core attributes had reached double digits. Even his mechanical units under command were little more than scrap metal before this corrupted wolf fiend. Yu Baiwan silently cursed the game's designers. Placing such a rotten hidden quest in the novice period was infuriating. His player level wasn't even a fraction of the boss. Do these bastards even understand balance? Don't panic. Don't panic. Gandalf pressed him down, struggling to stop Yu Baiwan from bolting. "I have a plan." "You have a plan, my foot." Yu Baiwan gave him no quarter. "You're 5 levels below it. How do you expect to fight it?" He pointed toward a cave behind the corrupted wolf fiend. "If I'm not mistaken, the secret realm should be in there, right?" Gandalf nodded silently. Yu Baiwan grew angrier. "Even if you can stall it, what about when I come out? If you're crippled by the corrupted wolf fiend before I get out, then I'm as good as dead too." Gandalf agreed with Yu Baiwan's analysis. Yu Baiwan could only laugh bitterly at the thought. Then Gandalf recovered his composure and, meeting Yu Baiwan's murderous glare, hurried to add, "But as the chief archmage of Baiwan City, I have certain skills. You can trust me on that. Besides, its power stems from that crank disaster beast. If you deal with it, the corrupted wolf fiend will be greatly weakened, and then I can finish it off." Yu Baiwan studied him for 2 seconds, then bit his lip. "Fine, I believe you this time." With Yu Baiwan's assent, Gandalf no longer hesitated. From the folds of his ample robe, he fished out something and tossed it to Yu Baiwan. Second stage task complete. Second stage, enter the forest. With Gandalf reached the secret realm entrance. During the task, you will receive Gandalf's assistance. Moderate. Task rewards. Experience 1,000 tech points, 500 Gandalf's special reward. Yu Baiwan reflexively caught it. In his palm rested a gem suffused with a lustrous green light. A gentle life aura leaked from it in faint threads. Special item: Life Gem. Quality D. Effect: restores 5 of maximum HP per second. Energy 100. Description: one of Gandalf's treasures. A high-quality life gem that draws vital essence from nature and can provide powerful healing to its wielder in desperate moments. A good thing indeed. Gandalf hid more valuables than Yu Baiwan had imagined. His gaze toward Gandalf turned heated as he quickly calculated whether he could squeeze more treasure out of the old mage. Gandalf shivered for no obvious reason. "I have the feeling someone is coveting me." "Kid." Gandalf turned his head, his expression growing a degree sterner. "This life gem is one of my treasures. With it, your chances of surviving the secret realm and slaying that disaster beast will increase considerably." He then pointed at the corrupted wolf fiend. "He'll draw it away. You find an opportunity to approach the secret entrance." Yu Baiwan nodded in understanding. The combat squad behind them was already in position. Once the corrupted wolf fiend was distracted, Yu Baiwan would sprint toward the secret entrance at full speed. Third stage task begins. Third stage, enter the secret realm, kill the crank disaster beast about to be born, and survive difficult. Task rewards experience 2,000 tech points 1,000, unknown quality skill book X1 hidden item X1. I'm going in. Gandalfu shouted, vaulted from the grass, his staff held high as magical powers surged around him. Holy, so direct. Ubanian was taken aback. A mage this blunt. When push came to shove, this old fellow truly stepped up. The corrupted wolfy end, roused from its nap, jolted awake. Its enormous head turned abruptly, a pale hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly flame as it stared bewildered at the small human before it. Gandalfu slammed his staff into the ground and bellowed, sleep spell. A veil of violet light enveloped the corrupted wolfian's body. The beast suddenly felt overwhelming fatigue. The ghost fire in its empty eye sockets dimmed as a crushing drowsiness took hold. But in less than half a second it shook its head violently and let out a deafening wolf's howl, fighting off the spell's effect. It's no good. The sleep spell won't hold it. Gandalf's face remained composed as he waved his staff again. Frost rain. A 10-meter blue magic circle blossomed in the sky, and enormous iceberg-like shards began to fall toward the corrupted wolf fiend. With a roar, the corrupted wolf fiend tore free of the sleep spell. Thanks to its exceptional agility, it deftly avoided the falling frost. Gandalf's frost rain was no mere show. Chunks of ice struck the ground and did not melt immediately. The biting cold spread from each impact, quickly laying a sheet of glassy ice over much of the clearing. The chill lingering on the ice carried a powerful slowing effect. The corrupted wolfian's speed dropped noticeably, though it still managed to avoid being crushed by the ice. Damn, Gandalf's aged face darkened. Frost rain only slowed the beast, it could not inflict real damage. To give Ubanian the best chance of reaching the secret entrance safely, Gandalfu had to hold the corrupted wolf fiend at bay and at least wear down some of its vigor. The staff moved with lingering afterimages as Gandalfu unleashed a barrage of dazzling spells, throwing everything he had at the beast. The corrupted wolf fiend was enraged. Its agility let it dodge most attacks, but it could not stand against the sheer variety and volume of Gandalf's magic. Gandalf's staff spun like a small fan, as spells flew as if without care for economy. The wolf lashed out a black streak of motion and charged straight at Gandalfu. Ubanian felt his chance arrive. He had circled to the side of the secret entrance. As long as the corrupted wolf fiend was drawn away by Gandalfu, he could bolt into the realm immediately. Yet his worry for Gandalfu remained. A mage caught at point blank usually had no good end. Unexpectedly, Gandalfu turned toward Ubanian and shouted, "Kid, it's on you." Then, rather than retreating to create distance, Gandalfu tightened his grip on his staff and charged at the corrupted wolf fiend like a man resigned to die. Ubanian's eyes widened to the size of saucers. What followed on the battlefield left him utterly flabbergasted. Face to face with the beast, Gandalf's staff flashed with virile force. Staff and shadow wove as man and wolf grappled closely, and the old mage held his own, trading blows with the corrupted wolf fiend as if they were evenly matched. What the? This old mage might actually be a warrior. With no time to ponder, Ubanian made a split-second decision and led the squad into the secret realm. Once Ubanian entered the secret realm, Gandalf's tense heart finally eased. He turned back to the corrupted wolfie, and his face hardening into a ferocious mask as he redoubled his staff strikes. "You beast, so arrogant just now. Let's see how I discipline you." He swung his staff and landed a solid blow on the beast's huge head, and thus the two of them began a boisterous chase through the forest, pursuing and parrying with a strange, savage merriment. Inside the secret realm, Ubanian immediately released a swarm of drones, sending them aloft to survey the surroundings from above. In Ubanian's words, the secret realm was a giant sewer filled with corrupt, fetid water. The space was not large. The ground was covered in viscous black filth that lapped at their ankles. He could not see what lay beneath that black layer, soil or something else, but when he set his foot down it felt spongy, as if he were treading on a swollen mass of rotten flesh, soft and yielding. The sticky black water and the yielding ground made movement difficult for Ubanian and his squad. Ubanian pinched his nose, stifled the bile in his throat, and forced himself forward one agonizing step at a time. The deeper they ventured, the stranger and more nauseating the scenery became. Tree-like plants emerged ahead, but they were composed entirely of darkered fleshy tissue. Trunks and branches writhed visibly, and the crowns constantly dripped black water. "This must be the source of the black water," Ubanian muttered, frowning. The smell was unbearable. How filthy this crank disaster beast was, truly disgusting. Ubanian cursed it inwardly but clenched his teeth and pressed onward. After roughly 10 minutes they arrived at the end of the realm. A vast stone wall loomed before them, plunging straight up into the darkness above and stretching to either side without end. An enormous tumor was embedded within the stone. The entire tumor was wrapped tightly in a dark green, translucent membrane. Dozens of thick hose-like flesh conduits extended from its base and plunged deep into the black water, continuously pumping the tainted fluid into the mass. Baiwan signaled his squad to stand guard. Corrupted Germling, LV0 Crank Boss. HP 98009800. Strength 0. Defense 0. Agility 0. Spirit 0. Status about to be born. Profile: the source of this forest's calamity, a mutated creature from a most evil place. Once it is born, it will bring unimaginable disaster to the land, but right now it is very fragile, just a bit unhygienic. A weight eased from Baiwan's chest. Gondalfu had been right, this crank disaster beast had not yet hatched. Apart from a high HP, all 4 core stats were 0. Yet Baiwan remained cautious. He did not trust that a task marked difficult would be so straightforward. He had seen the trials that awaited at earlier difficulty levels. Baiwan guided a single scouting drone from the swarm to creep closer to the massive tumor, attempting to peer through the membrane and see what was inside. At that moment, the situation changed abruptly. A black shadow flashed by, and the scouting drone was instantly obliterated. A violent explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm. A thunderous blast rolled through the space. 90. This damage directly emptied the health bar of the swarm drones. Baiwan had long realized that in this game, when a single attack exceeds the maximum health, the displayed damage is capped at the maximum health. What is that? The combat team immediately went on high alert, reshaping their formation to protect Baiwan in the center. The swarm drones above quickly scattered to expand their reconnaissance range, remaining vigilant against any potential attacks. At that moment, a sharp sound of something piercing the air suddenly erupted. Baiwan's pupils constricted. A giant python as thick as a barrel covered in viscous black liquid plummeted from the sky, aiming directly at Baiwan in the center. Boom! The nearby Shanghai Iron Guardian decisively opened fire, and the heavy cannon struck the abruptly appearing giant python hard. The giant python recoiled in pain and quickly withdrew. It was only then that Baiwan saw its true form. This was not a giant python at all, but a fleshy tentacle dripping with black liquid. Following the direction the tentacle retreated, Baiwan found its master. A massive fleshy tumor. What the hell is this? Corrupted Tumor, LV11 D-Class Boss, HP 120001. 2000, Strength 34, Defense 40, Agility 0, Spirit 0, Passive Skill Corruption. The tentacles of the corrupted tumor are coated in a highly corrosive black liquid. Targets hit by the tentacle attacks will continuously take damage equal to 5 of their maximum health over 5 seconds and have their agility reduced by 10. Description: responsible for nurturing and protecting the decomposing gunome. The placenta cannot move, but can attack enemies with its derived tentacles. Trust me, you don't want to face it. How can there be a D-Class boss here? At this moment, Baiwan's mind was racing, cursing the old man named Gandalf outside over and over. Gandalf, who was deeply engaged in battle with the corrupted wolf demon, inexplicably sneezed, almost losing grip of his staff. Who the hell is thinking about me again? He cursed while swinging his staff, knocking a fong from the corrupted wolf demon aside. Baiwan looked at the corrupted tumor before him, hesitant to make a move. Given the nature of this game, the corrupted tumor was surely not simple. Its level was on par with the corrupted wolf demon, and its passive skill was disgustingly effective, dealing continuous damage while also reducing movement speed. As if sensing the hostility from the outsider, the corrupted tumor began to rhythmically pulsate like a heart, with murky liquid churning beneath its dark green membrane. To Baiwan's shock, dozens of fleshy tentacles covered in black liquid slowly emerged from the dark water. What the hell? Why are there so many tentacles? Before Baiwan could react, several fleshy tentacles swept towards him with a whistling sound, clearly moving at incredible speed. The combat team immediately opened fire. An uneven battle erupted in the secret realm. To protect himself, the fragile Baiwan decisively retreated to the back of the entire combat group. The damage from the fleshy tentacles was extremely high. When it struck a heavy mechanical assault guardian in front, a damage number of 287 immediately appeared, causing a significant dent in the guardian's armor. 14. The corrupted tumor's corrosive passive activated. Continuous damage numbers kept popping up. The HP of the heavy mechanical assault guardian began to drop at a rate of 1 per second. Other mechanical units were similarly not faring well. Aside from the Shanghai Iron Guardian, which was suppressing the frontal assault, with overwhelming firepower, 2 light mortars took turns firing, making it difficult for the fleshy tentacles to approach. However, other mechanical units were sustaining injuries to varying degrees. Baiwan was also busy continuously deploying swarm drones to help the combat team restrain the fleshy tentacles. Fortunately, the flesh tentacles had relatively low defense and health. When the combat team's artillery hit the tentacles, they could instantly cripple or even destroy a tentacle, causing it to slump back into the black water. However, there was no trace of joy on Yu Bainyan's face. The corrupted tumor grew tentacles at an alarming speed. When one tentacle was killed, another would extend from the black water within seconds, keeping the number of fleshy tentacles around 20 at all times. This won't do. Yu Bainyan's technology points were nearly exhausted. In just a few minutes, he had already deployed over 50 swarm drones. Once the drones were depleted, the combat team wouldn't last long. Attack the corrupted tumor, Yu Bainyan decisively ordered. Using the swarm drones as a suicidal shield, 3 Shanghai Iron Guardians managed to free up firepower, aiming collectively at the corrupted tumor's main body. Boom! High-explosive shells struck the tumor's membrane violently, and the intense explosion ignited the outer fleshy tissue, causing the tumor's rhythmic pulsation to momentarily halt. 12, 21, 15. A series of damage numbers appeared, causing Yu Bainyan's heart to sink further. This amount of damage was barely noticeable against the corrupted tumor's health bar. The corrupted tumor seemed to be enraged, and the attacks from its fleshy tentacles became noticeably more ferocious. Moreover, it had grown smarter, retracting several tentacles to guard its main body. When the shells from the Shanghai Iron Guardians were about to hit the corrupted tumor, they would be knocked down or blocked by the nearby tentacles. Only a few shells managed to hit the corrupted tumor, while the damage from the explosive machine gun was practically negligible. Just when Yu Bainyan was at his wits' end, the system notification suddenly sounded again. Ding! Detected materials available for conversion into technology points. Corrupted black water. F description: the nutrient substance of the decomposing gunome, highly valuable. This is what they call finding a way out in a desperate situation. In the midst of despair, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yu Bainyan immediately began frantically converting the corrupted black water. Even though he knew its value was likely far beyond mere flevel, he could no longer afford to think about that. Converted corrupted black water x5. Gain technology points 23. Converted corrupted black water x6. Gain technology points 27. Converted corrupted black water x5. Gain technology points 23. Yu Bainyan's technology points began to rise rapidly. All the converted technology points were ruthlessly poured into the production line, with swarm drones and mechanical units being produced like a flowing stream, continuously replenishing the battlefield. With ample technology points to back him up, he directly upgraded all basic combat robots to advanced combat robots, instantly boosting the frontline firepower. The conversion efficiency of the corrupted black water was extremely fast. Ignoring the stench, Yu Bainyan plunged his hands into the viscous black water, starting the frantic conversion. The speed of conversion was so rapid that the black water beneath him formed a swirling vortex centered around him, continuously drawing in more black water. With the crazy support of technology points, the number of mechanical units in the combat team began to increase, and the battlefield situation reversed in an instant. The swarm drones charged towards the corrupted tumor's main body as if they were free. 283,320,290. The sounds of explosions echoed like a rapid-fire cannon in the secret realm, blowing the tentacles beside the corrupted tumor to smithereens before they began a fierce assault on its main body. The growth speed of the fleshy tentacles gradually began to lag behind the consumption. The corrupted tumor finally sensed the danger and realized that its precious corrupted black water was being frantically plundered by Yu Bainyan. It panicked. Boom! With a dull thud like a heavy bell, the tumor suddenly expanded to the limit and then rapidly contracted like a frantically beating heart. Dozens of thick fleshy tubes extended from its base, plunging into the black water, greedily extracting it. The regeneration speed of the tentacles surged instantly. It was competing with Yu Bainyan for the corrupted black water. If the corrupted tumor had consciousness, or if the decomposing gnome had even a shred of intelligence at this moment, it would definitely be cursing Yu Bainyan. Damn it! This is my amniotic fluid. You dare to steal my amniotic fluid. Yu Bainyan was also in a hurry. He had to defeat the corrupted tumor before the black water was completely consumed. In the next second, he steeled his heart and lay directly into the viscous, foul-smelling, corrupted black water, leaving only his head exposed. To convert the materials into technology points, Yu Bainyan had to have physical contact with them. Yu Bainyan swore this was the most disgusting bath he had ever taken. But the results were immediate. The vortex centered on his body visibly expanded, and the absorption rate increased several times. Metal cubes rained down on the battlefield like falling beans, transforming into mechanical units that joined the fight. At this moment, Yu Bainyan finally clearly saw how absurdly powerful his talent was. As long as he had enough technology points, he could spawn an infinite number of units. Apart from the insectoids and the undead, he couldn't think of anyone whose spawning speed could rival his. Thus, this secret realm, which should have been filled with despair and bloodshed, witnessed this absurd scene. A person and a tumor separated by most of the battlefield scrambled to seize the black water. Ahead, artillery fire rained down, with numerous mechanical units pouring firepower continuously. The metallic torrent collided violently with the fleshy tentacles, causing the tentacles to almost leave afterimages. The corrupted tumor was on the verge of exploding with rage. This human was so shameless, stealing my amniotic fluid to hammer me. Despicable. But the corrupted tumor had no way to retaliate. Yu Baiyan's spawning speed was simply too fast. After a long time, his mechanical units increased instead of decreased. Under the heavy firepower of the mechanical units, the corrupted tumor began to show signs of decline, its health bar visibly dropping. In the end, Yu Baiyan waved his hand, and over 100 swarm drones surged towards the corrupted tumor. The earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the entire secret realm. The corrupted tumor, filled with extreme unwillingness, completely lost its vitality. At this moment, the corrupted black water in the secret realm was almost depleted, causing Yu Baiyan to feel a pang of pain. The sensation of rapidly accumulating technology points was too wonderful. Without this treasure ground, where could he find another place to farm technology points? Defeated corrupted tumor. LV11 D-Class BOSS player experience 1029 technology points 1500 gain materials. Corrupted Blackwater X98 corrupted flesh X129 completed area. D-Class boss first kill gained free attribute points 15 technology points 2000 achieved vomit effect immune to toxic negative effects that do not exceed 20 levels of the player's level. Your attempt to swim in the corrupted Blackwater has gained recognition from the Slob King. Go vomit. Player level up. Player Yu Baiyan LV5 LV6 player Yu Baiyan level LV6 356 5000 talent mechanical overlord class main brain HP 10201020 strength 78 defense 6 agility 8 spirit 1011 skills none quest disaster in the forest free attribute points 25 technology points 11349 Yu Baiyan felt as if he had reached heaven. The exhilaration of leveling up surged to his head. Everything was so wondrous. So exhilarating. A cascade of system chimes like celestial music echoed in Yu Baiyan's mind, bringing a sudden wash of ease that even dulled the wrenching nausea from having been submerged in the black water. The first kill reward for a Drank boss is this generous. Just the tech points alone were 3500. With the points he converted from the black water, his total had already surged past the 10,000 mark. What a ridiculous achievement again. Yu Baiyan stared at the new accolade in disbelief. Achievement gag. Effect immunity to poison-type negative effects whose level does not exceed his own by more than 20. You tried to swim in the corrupt black water and earned the Filth King's dubious approval. Gag. The description was absurd, but the reward was real. Still, the effect is useful. Though it could not negate direct poisonous damage, it would neutralize many deleterious status effects. Moreover, Yu Baiyan thought opportunities to fight foes more than 20 levels above him would be rare. The corrupted tumor had been utterly destroyed, and the secret realm fell silent once more. Outside the secret realm, the tide of battle turned sharply. Gondalfu, once brimming with confidence, now bore many wounds. Although he had earlier driven the corrupted wolf fiend back, the passage of time made the gap in levels increasingly apparent. Gondalfu's robe hung in tatters, and many places were stained with blood. The ornamental head of his wand had been shattered and lost. Damn it! Gondalfu growled, using the shaft of his wand to block the wolf's lunging claws, his palm numb from the impact. Why hasn't that brat finished things yet? He was frantic. The prolonged struggle with the corrupted wolf had drained him. Both his stamina and magical reserves were near exhaustion. There was nothing left to squeeze out. If this continued, his old life might truly be ended here. Just as Gondalfu weighed whether to flee, the corrupted wolf uttered a pained whine. The roiling aura of corruption around it suddenly plummeted, and its charge visibly slowed. Gondalfu's old eyes brightened. That brat has succeeded. In a sudden resurgence, as if tasting a last glimpse of light, he unleashed a formidable aura and battered the once dominant wolf into confusion and retreat. You beast, today I will battle you to the death. Bring the staff. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Yu Baiyan, flanked by his mechanical units, approached the corrupted tumor to inspect the aftermath. Drones circled the sky, vigilant. The tumor, once bulging like a small hill, had been utterly deflated. A dark green ichor pooled across the ground. Something's wrong, Yu Baiyan warned instinctively. The combat squad advanced in unison, muzzles trained on the tumor's torn maw. The number of mechanical units with the combat squad had swelled to nearly 50, the majority advanced battle automatons. Under Yu Baiyan and the squad's watchful stares, a small figure slick with dark green slime slowly crawled from the rupture in the tumor. Fuxing Jiru. It had been born prematurely. Yu Baiyan quickly maneuvered his machines to form a shield and stared gravely at the diminutive shape. Fuxing Jiru, LV1 Crank Boss. HP 98. 009800. Strength 37. Defense 17. Agility 42. Spirit 58. Status weak. Passive source of corruption. Effect: the Fuxing Jiru's body carries lethal pathogens. Any life forms within 1 kilometer suffer the corruption status. The corruption rate depends on the victim's strength. When corruption reaches 100, the target becomes a corrupted creature. Note: ineffective against mechanical life. Active skill scream. Effect: emits a piercing cry that causes dizziness to creatures within 50 meters. A duration depends on individual strength, up to 3 seconds. This forest calamity had a source, an evil being from a blighted realm prematurely birthed by interference. Incompletely formed and presently very weak, it was nonetheless furious. Approach with caution. 2 skills. Though only level 1 in raw attributes, it utterly outclassed the drank corrupted tumor of level 11 moments ago. This is the true potency of a crank boss. Baiwan swallowed hard. A sheen of cold sweat dotted his brow. Even at level 1, those numbers were not to be underestimated. The Fuxing Jiru was hideous to behold. Its skin was a dark, sickly green like a deeper-toned goblin. Aside from its mouth, its face was featureless. Short limbs wholly naked, but one part grotesquely oversized. It had curled itself into a ball. Baiwan frowned. What on earth is it doing? He directed an advanced battle automaton to approach and prod it with the muzzle of a grenade machine gun. Through the automaton's sensors, the Fuxing Jiru trembled, as if afraid. Then abruptly it snapped its head up, its faceless visage fixed on Baiwan. Bad, he realized, but it was already too late. The Jiru's mouth opened to an anatomically obscene degree, revealing rows of needle teeth. A scream, sharp enough to tear eardrums, erupted like a tidal wave through the secret realm. It was the Jiru's active skill scream. Baiwan's eardrums felt split. The shriek carried a dizzying effect that assaulted his mind, the world spinning, so he could scarcely stand. All combat automatons staggered under the dizziness. The drone swarm overhead detonated in a chain reaction like fireworks, exploding and plummeting from the sky. 349 points. Since arriving on this multiversal battlefield, Baiwan had now taken real damage for the first time, nearly a third of his health gone. The Jiru's squat body unleashed unimaginable force and speed. It sprang up and landed on a battle automaton's shoulder, its small hands clamping around the automaton's mechanical skull. The automaton, still dazed, could not react. The Jiru twisted with both arms. Snap! Its head was wrenched clean from its body. 638. The automaton suffered a critical strike to a vital point. The Jiru tossed the mechanical skull aside, plunged its hands into the torn neck, and ripped. 620 damage. The damage maxed out, and the automaton was utterly destroyed. The entire sequence took under 2 seconds. All mechanical units, and Baiwan remained stunned, oblivious to the violence unfolding ahead. After dismantling the automatons, the Jiru's bloodshot gaze swept past the wreckage and fixed on Baiwan, perhaps drawn by the intensity of his hatred. Ignoring the other machines, it darted like a green bolt directly toward Baiwan's position. Fortune favored distance. Baiwan and the Jiru were still separated by a span. Because of the large disparity in their attributes, the dizziness effect had lingered to its maximum, and more than a second had already passed. Several Shanghai Taiwei units were the first to recover from the daze. They pivoted their barrels and opened fire upon the Jiru. The Jiru's agility of 42 was no mere show. Its compact frame writhed like a slippery loach darting out of the blast radius before the shells landed. The Shanghai Taiwei kept suppressive fire while frantically retreating toward Baiwan. Other machines staggered awake and joined the fight. As more units awoke, the Jiru inevitably began to take hits from shells and bullets. 79, 98, 598, 672. The Jiru's defense was not as high as the corrupted tumors. The machine's barrage inflicted substantial damage. Bullets struck in rapid succession. Explosive shells created area denial that impeded its advance. Some automatons even hurled themselves forward as shields, sacrificing their own bodies to stop it. But the Jiru's damage output was devastating. It dispatched the blocking units with a few brutal strikes and pressed on toward Baiwan. In the blink of an eye, it was before him. At this critical instant, Baiwan finally shook off the dizziness, only to meet the Jiru's green glowing claws. He instinctively tilted his head. The claws, reeking and razor-sharp, grazed his neck, scoring a searing line of blood. Blast! Baiwan rolled and crawled aside. The Jiru sought to reorient and strike again. Its determination to kill him was palpable, but the Shanghai Taiwei arrived in time. Before the Jiru could land, a Taiwei planted a heavy iron fist against its face. The Jiru was slammed to the ground, its gaping maw opened again, preparing to unleash another scream. Only, its skill was still on cooldown. Suddenly, a thick gun barrel was forced into its open mouth. The Jiru had no idea, then boom. It might have been the Jiru's first realization that a mouth could be filled so thoroughly. A massive shell was shoved deep into its small throat. 2,983 damage. Yu Baiwan blinked in astonishment. These were his units, so capable. They deserved promotion. An explosion roared. Black water was flung into the air, the nauseating stench of rot mixed with the smell of cordite nearly overpowering. Mechanical units, however, lacked olfaction. Only Yu Baiwan felt the full assault. Well, there was one more who suffered. He began to cough. Yu Baiwan hurriedly checked his status panel. His health bar had dropped to 2/3. He could withstand maybe 2 more hits from the Jiru, and he was afflicted by a negative status. Status being corroded by corruption. Current corruption, level 37. Yu Baiwan. How did it climb to 37% so fast? He had no time to deliberate and produced an item, a life gem given to him by Gondalfu. The life gem activated, suffusing him with a surge of vitality. His HP began to recover at 5% per second. Even the advance of corruption slowed somewhat. That old Gondalfu has some heart. The dust from the blast cleared to reveal the Jiru, battered and teetering. The shell had detonated in the Jiru's throat. Such an explosion would be fatal to most creatures, yet it endured, a testament to its tenacious life force. A great rupture had been torn into its neck, a third of its skull and flesh were gone, the mangled head hanging by tattered skin. It's still alive. Yu Baiwan barked orders, hoping to finish it while it was vulnerable. The Jiru suddenly spoke. "Hu man, you shall die." Its voice was broken, hoarse, and low, raising gooseflesh on Yu Baiwan's arms. It possessed sentience. This was Yu Baiwan's first encounter with a thinking boss. From its words, its murderous intent was unmistakable. "You shall die." Yu Baiwan watched the Jiru's HP plummet. In seconds it fell to 10%. The Jiru showed no concern for its plight. It raised its short right arm. Its gaunt finger pointed straight at Yu Baiwan. "A curse shall cling to you forever. You will die." The moment the last words fell, its health bar drained to 0, and the small body went limp, sinking into the black water. You slew Fuxing Jiru, LV1 Crank Boss. Player experience, 3,290 tech points, 5,000. Obtain materials, Jiru Bones, drank 1, Fuxing Black Nectar, 24, Jiru Blood, 201. Obtained equipment, Jiru Scalp Quality, C required level, LV5. Affect allies' attacks, apply corruption. Each stack of corruption increases target vulnerability by 1 up to 10 stacks. Completed first clear of region, Crank BOSS experience 50, based on current level requirement, free attribute points 25, tech points 10,000. Player level increased. You have been afflicted by the Jiru's curse. Gain special effect Corruptor semi-permanent. Player level up. Player Yu Baiwan LV6 LV7. Player Yu Baiwan. Level LV7 758100000. Talent Mechanical Overlord. Class Brain. HP 1 3001 300. Strength 8-9. Defense 6. Agility 8-9. Spirit 11-12. Skills none. Quest Disaster in the Forest. Free attribute points 51. Tech points 26,349. Yu Baiwan collapsed on the ground, having narrowly escaped death. Since being thrown into this battlefield of myriad realms, it was the first time he had been so close to death. The stench of decay from the corrupt gnome's claws still lingering at the tip of his nose, his heart racing violently in his chest. Fortunately, his efforts were rewarded. Killing the corrupt gnome along with the first kill boss reward granted him a full 15,000 tech points, and his level rose to 7. In this battlefield where players are extremely weak in the early stages, only a day had passed before reaching level 7. Yu Baiwan believed that even if there were others, they would be few and far between. As for the materials dropped by the corrupt gnome, aside from the graded gnome's bones, degrade, the rest were all converted into tech points. Surprisingly, I didn't gain any achievements. Yu Baiwan muttered softly while counting his spoils. But this equipment is quite nice. Obtained equipment, Gnome Scalp. Quality C. Required level LV5. Effect grants allied units attacks a corruption effect. Each layer of corruption increases the target's vulnerability attribute by 1 up to a maximum of 10 layers. The effect clearly states allied units, indicating that this equipment's effect can directly impact his mechanical units. The effect of vulnerability based on his experience should mean increasing the damage taken by the target. With 10 layers, the effect is undeniably terrifying. Next, Yu Baiwan's gaze fell upon the last item. Corruptor. Quality B. Effect corrupt biological hatred 100 with a chance to attract the attention of strong corrupt beings, increasing damage taken from corrupt beings by 50. Duration semi-permanent, can be removed. Description: the curse of the corrupt gnome. Before its death, you have become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of corrupt beings, but it seems there is a way to eliminate it. Damage 50. You might as well just declare me dead, Yu Baiwan said speechlessly. The items in this battlefield of myriad realms were all quite absurd, and his 2 achievements were utterly ridiculous. Forget it, let's get out of here first. But this thing can't be left behind. Yu Baiyan looked at the corrupt black water in the secret realm. This corrupt black water is all tech points. After the recent battle, the once ankle-deep corrupt black water now only remained a thin layer. Yu Baiyan didn't mind and started converting tech points. Even the smallest mosquito leg is meat. Save where you can, spend where you must. A man must be diligent and frugal. Outside the secret realm, Gandalf lay on the ground, gasping for breath, sprawled out with none of the dignity and pride expected of a wizard. Not far away, the corrupt wolf demon lay bloodied on the ground. I was right about this kid, he really did it. Gandalf thought, still shaken, having almost perished himself. Although the corrupt wolf demon had been weakened, he, an older wizard, had expended much energy in the earlier battle, barely managing to hold his ground against the wolf demon in the later stages. Yu Baiyan solved the corrupt gnome within the secret realm, and with the loss of its power source, the corrupt wolf demon was reduced to a pile of rotting flesh and bones. Oh, isn't that someone? A mocking voice rang out as Gandalf turned to look. He saw Yu Baiyan strolling casually out of the secret realm, followed by a throng of mechanical units. He walked up to Gandalf. Seeing the old wizard looking half-dead, he couldn't help but find it amusing. This NPC was quite interesting. Gandalf, seeing him come out, hastily scrambled to his feet. Yu Baiyan with a smile looked at him, making Gandalf feel uneasy. What do you want? Rewards. Yu Baiyan said without a trace of hesitation. Gandalf, are you that impatient? Gandalf was very saddened. He had just wanted to ask Yu Baiyan how he was doing. But why do you smell so bad? Yu Baiyan's face darkened, wishing he could give this old wizard a good beating. But he knew very well that this old wizard's strength far exceeded his own. Even if his battle group joined forces, they would likely not withstand a single spell from him. Taking a deep breath, Yu Baiyan recounted everything that had happened in the secret realm. After listening, Gandalf's eyes widened in shock. There was even a grade boss in there. Judging by Gandalf's expression, he truly didn't know the situation inside, only being aware of the corrupt gnome. Yu Baiyan didn't press the issue further. He extended his hand towards Gandalf, his tone leaving no room for argument. Rewards. Seeing Yu Baiyan looking so pitiful, Gandalf felt embarrassed to delay further. Stage 3 task completed. Stage 3, enter the secret realm, kill the Kraid disaster beast about to be born, and survive hard. Task reward: experience 2,000 tech points, 1,000, unknown quality skill book, 1, hidden item 1. Obtained a grade skill book, attribute sharing. Obtained hidden item space node small. Seeing the rewards in hand, Yu Baiyan turned to leave. A whole day of high-intensity combat had left him exhausted, and after fighting 2 high-level bosses one after another that night, he just wanted to find a place to sleep soundly. As for Gandalf, he felt that the old wizard was unreliable. Seeing Yu Baiyan about to leave, Gandalf hurriedly stopped him. Yu Baiyan shot a sideways glance at the old wizard, saying impatiently, "What do you want now? Let me be clear, I won't take any more tasks. I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion. No one has worked me this hard." Gandalf chuckled. "There's no more tasks." Gandalf took out a token and handed it to Yu Baiyan. "This is my token. From now on you can use it to enter the Broken Army City directly. At that time you can come find me." "What benefit do I get from finding you?" I can let you enter the city without paying a toll. The toll for Broken Army City is quite expensive." Yu Baiyan scoffed. "It's not that I can't afford it." "How much?" 1 gold coin. "Hand over the token." Yu Baiyan's face changed so fast that Gandalf could hardly believe it. But luckily he accepted the token. It's no wonder Yu Baiyan changed his demeanor so quickly. The game's currency had long been made public, categorized as copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with an exchange rate of 1001. In other words, 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins could be exchanged for 1 gold coin, making 1 gold coin worth 1000 copper coins. Could Broken Army City be a den of bandits? While the game has not yet clearly defined the uses of currency, given Yu Baiyan's penny-pinching nature, who wouldn't take advantage of a good deal? The two parted ways at the place they had met before. Watching Yu Baiyan's figure disappear into the forest, Gandalf smacked his lips, revealing a cunning smile. He had a purpose in giving Yu Baiyan that token. There are more and more players. Soon they will reach Broken Army City, and various factions will fight tooth and nail for the players. As long as this kid uses my token to enter the city, other factions will think he is my person, and thus won't easily have ideas about him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I am truly wise and resourceful. Now to fool some more naive kids. Gandalf flicked his sleeve, a teleportation array appearing beneath his feet, and with a flash of light, he disappeared into the forest. The night had deepened, and the wind in the forest carried the chill of late autumn. Yu Baiyan was too lazy to trek back to the player gathering point several dozen kilometers away. He randomly found a relatively suitable camping spot near the forest, built a fire, and planned to make do for the night. With the protection of the battle group, he wasn't worried about safety. Yu Baiyan instructed the battle group to clear out a few roaming wild cattle nearby, placing the dropped beef on the fire to roast, replenishing some stamina. As he ate the roasted meat, he reviewed his harvest for the night. He had to admit the roasted wild cattle meat was quite good. The meat was tender and juicy, requiring no seasoning. Grilled over the charcoal fire, the fat sizzled out, creating a dish comparable to a five-star restaurant's meal. As he gnawed on the fragrant roasted meat, he opened his panel. Skill Attribute Sharing. Grade A. Effect: players can share 50 of their attribute points with their units. Class Summoner. Description: summoners also have their uses. Yu Baiyan couldn't even focus on the roasted meat. Attribute Sharing. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me. His attributes were indeed not high. He had been holding on to his free attribute points because he felt that the early stage attributes were too low to make a qualitative change, never expecting this to be waiting for him. Now he had a full 51 free attribute points. Even sharing only 50 would be enough to give his mechanical units a substantial boost in combat power. Learn. Using Skill Book Attribute Sharing A Grade. Learning Skill Attribute Sharing A Grade. Yu Baiyan pondered for a moment, then decisively decided to allocate all his free attribute points to strength. Defense wasn't very helpful for him. Even if the mechanical units were destroyed, he could quickly produce more with tech points. As long as his production speed was fast enough, the fragility of the mechanical units could be overlooked. Offense is the best defense. The way to avoid having mechanical units destroyed is to obliterate the enemy before they can strike. Player Yu Baiyan. Level LV7, 7581000. Talent Mechanical Overlord. Class Brain. HP 1, 3001, 300. Strength 60. Defense 6. Agility 9. Spirit 12. Skill Attribute Sharing A Grade. Quest None. Free Attribute Points 0. Tech Points 26,349. Seeing his Strength attribute of 60 points, Yu Baiyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The focus was on sheer strength. Through attribute sharing, each mechanical unit could gain an extra 30 points in strength, truly turning them into artillery pieces. There's still one hidden item I haven't checked. Yu Baiyan clicked on the information for the hidden item. Hidden item: Space Node Small. Effect: the owner can fully control the secret realm Space Corruption Land. Other players must obtain the owner's consent to enter the secret realm, and the owner can utilize resources to modify the secret realm space. Space size 1,000 square meters, expandable. Description: a precious item for controlling the secret realm space. Possessing it means you have your own territory. Secret realm space. Yu Baiyan was somewhat confused. What do I need this for? He reread the information on the space node several times and finally realized its value. He smacked his thigh, nearly jumping up from the ground. Isn't there a building branch on my tech tree? Doesn't that mean I now have a secret base? Now he had over 20,000 tech points, enough to unlock a significant amount of technology from the tech tree. Yu Baiyan quickly formulated a plan. Besides unlocking some mechanical units, he also needed to attempt to unlock some building units and place them within the secret realm space. Yu Baiyan had a feeling that these building units might bring him some surprises. At dawn the next day, a thin mist still clung to the forest groves. Yu Baiyan located a clear, shallow river amid the trees, quickly rinsed off the foul black sludge clinging to his body, and turned toward the direction of the secret realm. He needed to resolve matters concerning construction units. As he traveled, he remained busy, opening his technology tree to unlock new mechanical units. Basic Armored Assault Vehicle LV. 1. Rarity F. Strength 230. Defense 7-3. Agility 2-4. Spirit 0. Description: a heavy armored unit whose offensive power is unremarkable, yet its exceptional defense makes it ideal as a frontline tank in battle. Cost 50 tech points. Yu Baiyan's selection of the basic armored assault vehicle was the result of careful deliberation. Thanks to the attribute sharing enhancement, the offensive output of his mechanical forces had long since overflowed. Yet what he desperately lacked was a heavily armored frontline capable of absorbing concentrated fire. He still vividly recalled how the assault robots had been shredded within seconds by tentacles during the battle against the corrupted flesh tumor. To upgrade the basic armored assault vehicle to rarity, a Yu Baiyan spent a total of 200 tech points. That sum alone far exceeded the cost of the robots. Yet the improvement was striking. Mammoth Infantry Fighting Vehicle LV. 1. Rarity A. HP 15000-15000. Strength 2530. Defense 57-3. Agility 24. Spirit 0. Description: a heavy armored unit equipped with a 30mm chain gun cannon. Its extraordinary armor renders enemies speechless with awe. A true iron behemoth. 60 defense. 15,000 hit points. Staring at the colossal machine before him, Yu Baiyan could scarcely believe it belonged to his own arsenal. The Mammoth IFV featured a tracked chassis and unmanned turret mounting a 30mm chain gun and angular thick-plated armor that exuded raw, brutal industrial aesthetics, its sheer presence overwhelming. Yet gazing at its cost, Ubanian winced inwardly. Manufacturing a single mammoth required 2050 tech points. He had originally held over 20,000 tech points, and even patted himself on the back for feeling like a wealthy magnate. Little did he know he could afford only a handful of such vehicles. Merely unlocking the mammoth technology had already consumed 200 tech points. With no choice, Ubanian produced exactly 4 units. With attribute sharing amplifying their stats, 4 mammoths were more than sufficient to anchor the front line. The remaining tech points would be reserved for developing the secret realm. With the mammoth IFVs joining his ranks, Ubanian's forces expanded once more, now comprising over 50 fully armed combat robots, forming a formidable mechanized army. Thus Ubanian led his column forward in solemn procession toward the forest where the secret realm lay hidden, and inwardly he regretted his decision from the previous night. If only he hadn't fled so far. Suddenly, distant sounds of combat reached his ears. Instantly, he deployed his drone swarm, sending them soaring high above for reconnaissance. Clashing factions. Ubanian's brow furrowed slightly. He raised a hand, signaling his forces to halt. Through the drone's feed, he pinpointed the source of the commotion. The live footage transmitted by the drones revealed a broad grassy clearing deep within the forest, where 2 groups of players were locked in fierce, desperate combat. One side numbered roughly 10, led by a lean young man wielding a uniquely crafted longbow, steadily drawing and loosing arrows. His archery was masterful. Each arrow struck its mark with uncanny precision, and sometimes 2 shafts flew simultaneously. Yet despite his skill, his team remained clearly outmatched. The opposing faction vastly outnumbered them, over 30 players strong, well-equipped, and moving in flawless coordination, unmistakably executing a premeditated ambush. Their leader was a diminutive Japanese player sporting a distinctive brush-like mustache. What are Japanese players doing in Sector 749? Ubanian continued observing the battlefield through the drone feed. Within mere minutes, 2 members of Chunbin's squad had already fallen, vanishing in blinding white light, while the survivors bled heavily, their health bars plummeting perilously low as they retreated step by step. Damn it! These Japanese bastards are too many. The young man snarled between shots, teeth clenched. His teammates were likewise battered, their life force flickering near the brink of collapse. Brother Chin, we can't hold on much longer. Their talent tiers are far too high. We're utterly outclassed. Brother Chin, take the gear and go. We'll buy you time. Chunbin's chest tightened with suffocating frustration. Today his squad had enjoyed astonishing luck. While grinding wild cattle in the forest, they'd unexpectedly looted a rare tire artifact. By ill chance, they'd run straight into a Japanese squad from Sector 751. Greed flared instantly. Their superior numbers emboldened them to seize the loot, and hostilities erupted without warning. This Japanese squad was clearly elite. Their leader possessed the attire talent, Rat Burrow, enabling subterranean movement and stealth strikes. Nearly all other members boasted tire talents or higher, whereas among Chunbin's team only he held an attire talent, 2 others were tire, and most were D or even attire players. Bakayaro, surrender the gear, or die. Their leader spat venomously, a cruel grin twisting across his face. His Rat Burrow talent granted him exceptional evasion and ambush capabilities, allowing him to vanish beneath the earth and reappear unpredictably. Against such tactics, Chunbin's squad couldn't land a single blow. Dream on. Chunbin roared, drawing his bowstring taut once more. 2 arrows sliced through the air. The Japanese leader merely swayed aside, evading effortlessly. Mockingly he sneered, Chunbin, you may wield an attire talent, but leading such a motley crew, how do you hope to stand against us? Simultaneously his squad launched a renewed barrage, skills erupting like tidal waves crashing down upon Chunbin's beleaguered team. Through the drone feed, Ubanian absorbed every detail of the battlefield. Chunbin, he must be a player from Desya. These Japanese players appear to hail from the same Sector 751 group I eliminated earlier. Rather than harvesting resources in their own territory, they've invaded ours, stealing from Sector 749. Apparently last time wasn't painful enough. Ubanian swiftly assessed both sides' strengths. The Japanese squad not only outnumbered their opponents, but also boasted uniformly higher talent tiers, an unmistakable sign of deliberate preparation. Meanwhile, Chunbin's squad lost 2 more members. Only he remained standing, holding the line alone. These Japanese vermin, dare they push us this far? A glint of cold fury flashed in Ubanian's eyes. He'd initially resolved to stay aloof, but Chunbin was after all a fellow Desya player. Moreover, Long Dadan had mentioned that Sector 749 was predominantly inhabited by Desya citizens and local settlements were actively coordinating mergers. Helping one another was simply duty among compatriots. More crucially, Ubanian harbored no goodwill toward Japanese players. Those arrogant few who'd swaggered before him earlier had been reduced to ash by a single artillery blast. Now they dared return. Do they truly believe we're easy prey? A quiet, icy contempt curled within his thoughts. Yet he withheld immediate action, continuing to observe the battlefield intently. Indeed, the Japanese leader's rap burrow talent posed a genuine threat, his high agility granting near-perfect evasion, making him dominant in close quarters. But advantage he knew was relative. A faint knowing smile touched Ubanian's lips. But what if my response is blanket suppression? On the field, Chun Bin fought on, but exhaustion was etched deep into his stance, his endurance nearly spent. Ubanian decided to wait no longer. An attire talent. Rap burrow. A playful glint shimmered in his gaze. Let's see whether you can dodge my saturation fire. He issued the order immediately. His mechanical legion advanced silently through the forest cover, flanking the battlefield from both sides. Simultaneously, over 100 drones ascended en masse, unfurling an impenetrable surveillance net across the sky. Every Japanese player's movement now laid bare. Chun Bin's squad teetered ever closer to annihilation. Brother Chun, retreat now. It's already too late. Chun Bin gritted his teeth, knuckles whitening as he drew the bow, his heart seething with bitter defiance. That tire artifact had been hard-won. How could he surrender it so easily? In the myriad realms, battlefield gear drop rates were notoriously abysmal. A tire artifact carried incalculable value. Yet reality offered no mercy. At that very instant, while his focus wavered, a violent explosion erupted beside him. The Japanese leader burst forth from the earth beside Chun Bin, dagger gleaming as it slashed toward his ribs. Die. Chun Bin's pupils contracted, too late to evade. 192. A crimson damage numeral bloomed in the air as the blade carved a deep bone-exposing gash across his flank. The blow drained a massive portion of his already precarious health. The Japanese leader showed no greed. He withdrew instantly, vanishing underground, once more slick and elusive as a sewer rat. Chun Bin staggered backward, nearly collapsing. Ha ha ha, so this is Desya's attire player. Beaten so badly by Wang Ba Duzi himself. Not much to boast about, is he? Mocking laughter rang out sharp and grating. Worthless trash. Hand over the gear, and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps then we'll spare your lives. Think carefully. Death means level loss. You need no reminder how agonizingly difficult leveling up is here, do you? Chun Bin clutched his wound, despair flooding his vision. He knew he'd reached his limit, and his comrades were equally spent. To continue fighting meant certain annihilation. Just as despair closed in, a low, ominous hum resonated from the sky. Instinctively, everyone looked upward, where dozens of drones hovered like a metallic swarm, their cold mechanical eyes scanning each figure below. What is that? Wang Ba Duzi erupted from the ground, face darkening instantly as he signaled his men to prepare for defense. From the forest edge, mechanical units emerged in disciplined succession. Leading the advance were 4 mammoth IFVs, for mobile steel fortresses rolling slowly from the trees, their heavy treads crushing the grass beneath, leaving deep, imposing tracks. A phalanx of combat robots followed closely behind. Sunlight glinted coldly off their polished metal carapaces, every barrel aimed unflinchingly at the Japanese players. Where did this army come from? Wang Ba Duzi cried in shock. His squad panicked instantly. Could this be the Desya military? Nonsense. This is a transmigration world. Where would an army even come from? Chun Bin's team stared bewildered. None recognized this elite mechanized force. Only Chun Bin's eyes widened faintly. These machines stirred a memory. Long Dadan's mention of a unique player who'd annihilated a Japanese squad at the outset, commanding a mechanical legion. Could it really be him? From among the mechanical vanguard, a young man stepped forward calmly, his expression impassive, his gaze sweeping coolly across the battlefield. Well, if it isn't the Japanese delegation. Did you grow tired of your own sector and decide to sow chaos on our soil? A faint sardonic smile curved Ubanian's lips. Who are you? Wang Ba Duzi's face flushed with rage as he fixed his glare upon Ubanian. Yet the mechanical legion encircling Ubanian set alarm bells ringing. With Chun Bin's squad on the verge of collapse and victory within grasp, the sudden appearance of this interloper threatened everything. Wang Ba Duzi grew visibly anxious. I'm your father. Bakayaro. He exploded, forgetting entirely they stood in another world. Perhaps his attire talent inflated his confidence, convinced even armored units were no match for him. One of his men grabbed his arm urgently. Wang Bazin, do you recall what Mei Chuan Kuzi's team said about the player who wiped them out? Wang Ba Duzi's eyes narrowed sharply. Is it him? Then a savage, vicious grin spread across his face. Perfect. For daring to provoke Japanese players. I'll teach him a lesson today. So you have firearms. What of it? If I burrow underground, what can you possibly hit me with? With a sharp gesture, Wang Baduzi ordered his squad to charge Ubanian. Chun Ben's squad recoiled in alarm, instinctively preparing to shout a warning. But Chun Ben raised a hand, halting them. Wait, he'll handle this. Watch the battlefield closely. If things turn dire, flee with him. Take the gear and go. A teammate blinked in confusion. Then what about you, Brother Chun? I'll hold the rear. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Ubanian faced the onrushing Japanese players, his expression utterly unchanged. His mechanical legion stood ready, drones poised in the sky, locking onto every enemy target. Engage. Wang Baduzi barked the command. His squad surged forward. But the moment their feet left the ground, boom! An ear-shattering detonation ripped through the forest. The lead Japanese player, still mid-stride, vanished in a crimson mist, vaporized instantly by a Starfall Iron Guard shell, his body dissolving into blinding white light. 1208. A number so devastating it inspired despair. Ubanian smiled faintly. His frigid gaze swept across the stunned survivors, his voice calm, quiet, yet carrying with chilling clarity to every ear. Since you've come this far, you won't be leaving. We Desya have an ancient saying. When friends journey from afar, we strike, no matter how distant they may be. The damage number of 1208 struck like a heavy blow, brutally impacting the hearts of every player from the Cherry Blossom Nation. The player at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before being directly hit by the 60mm mortar shell of the Star Skeleton Iron Guard, leaving no trace behind. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The face of the Wang Bai's only son turned deathly pale. The players behind him from the Cherry Blossom Nation exchanged terrified glances. Chun Ben's team, what? What kind of damage is this? One shot, and it's over. What's the point of even fighting? The originally aggressive team from the Cherry Blossom Nation now resembled ducks with their necks squeezed, collectively falling into a daze. No one dared to take a step forward. Yu Baiyan observed this with disdain and sneered. With attribute sharing the Star Skeleton Iron Guard possessing nearly 60 points of strength, do you really think this is a game? Are you scared? Too late. He waved his hand, his voice cold as ice. Attack. As his words fell, hundreds of swarm drones simultaneously dove down, overwhelming the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation. For mammoth armored infantry fighting vehicles roared to life, their heavy treads crushing the grass, and the 30mm chain gun began to rotate, its dark muzzle aimed forward. Rat-a-tat. More than 50 combat robots of different levels fanned out machine guns and rapid-fire shoulder cannons, firing simultaneously, creating an impenetrable net of fire. The ground-armored units advanced while the aerial drones suppressed. At this moment, the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation finally felt terror. Baka, don't panic. Wang Bai's only son snapped back from his momentary shock, shouting sternly, everyone gather for defense. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation came to their senses and began to organize their defenses. But Yu Baiyan gave them no chance to breathe. 234, 586, 89, 87. In a volley of fire, several more players from the Cherry Blossom Nation were killed. I've been hit. Not good. Springfielkin has been blown up. Fall back. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation were thrown into chaos. Seeing the morale he had painstakingly gathered collapse in an instant, Wang Bai's only son grew anxious. Cover the rear. He waved his dagger, trying to block some of the missiles while directing his subordinates. Tianzhong. Sato. Wang Bai's only son suddenly called out two names. The two players from the Cherry Blossom Nation, hearing his voice, charged out from the crowd. Tianzhong held a massive tower shield, thrusting it into the ground to block a significant amount of bullets and artillery fire for the players behind. Sato raised his hands high, creating a faint golden barrier that protected everyone beneath it. For a moment, the artillery could not breach their defenses. Tianzhong, grade talent, Iron Wall Profession Shield Bearer. Sato, grade talent, Holy Light Shield Profession Armored Protector. Both were elite players from the Cherry Blossom Nation, and their talents were heavily focused on defense. Tianzhong and Sato, the two tank players, quickly coordinated the tower shield in front and the barrier behind, creating a solid defense right in front of the Cherry Blossom Nation's formation. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets clanged against the tower shield, but barely moved it. 57, 42, 61. A series of two-digit damage values popped up, indicating Tianzhong's defensive attributes were not low. Grade talent. Even the bullets from the Star Skeleton Iron Guard can only deal double-digit damage. His talent must have damage reduction. Boom. A shell struck Tianzhong's tower shield. 687. Fortunately, the shell's damage was still quite considerable. Tianzhong's health visibly dropped by a chunk. But several priest players from the Cherry Blossom Nation jumped out from behind waving their staves, causing Tianzhong's health to steadily recover. In an instant, they even managed to negate the damage Tianzhong had taken. His health bar dropped and then immediately rose again. Effective. A glint of joy flashed in Wang Bai's only son's eyes. With two tanks at the front, they finally had a moment to breathe. All ranged attackers fire at will. Wang Bai's only son began organizing the mage players and archer players for a counterattack, but most of their attacks fell on the mammoth in front. 8, 5, 9. The horrific damage dealt a fatal blow to the mammoth. Wang Bai's only son was shocked. What kind of defense is this? Is it a turtle shell? He was well aware of the strength of his subordinates. With the boost from their equipment, most of the mages and archers in their team had broken through 10 points in strength and spirit. Normally, when fighting players, they would land critical hits every time. Why was it that here they could only deal single-digit damage? Seeing the Cherry Blossom Nation players being suppressed, Chun Ben's team felt elated. You dogs, trying to steal our equipment. Brother Chin, should we go help? Chun Ben nodded and said, we have to help, but we can't let you, Bai Nian, fight alone. Everyone move out. Support you, Bai Nian, and take down these rabbit dogs. Chun Ben's team rolled up their sleeves. They had just been humiliated. But they soon realized they couldn't get involved at all. Chun Ben helplessly ordered them to fall back. This is interesting. Yu Bainian, seeing his offensive efforts hindered, did not grow anxious. He had long known that players should not be underestimated. The various talents and class combinations allowed players to unleash unimaginable combat power. But to Yu Bainian, this was simply insufficient. Swarm drones. Hundreds of drones bypassed the frontline Tianzhong and charged directly at the rear Sato. The drones continuously crashed into the barrier, causing ripples of explosions around it. 119, 98, 102. Compared to land units, the damage from the swarm was considerably lower, but the sheer number of drones made up for that. In a round of bombardment, Sato's health bar fluctuated like a stock market. The healers behind him were almost waving their staves in a blur, barely keeping Sato from being wiped out in one go. From the damage numbers just now and the fluctuations of Sato's health bar, Yu Bainian estimated that his health was roughly around 2,000. Otherwise, Sato would not have been able to withstand this round of bombardment. If 100 drones can't kill you, what about another 200? Thus, the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation who had just recovered from the previous relentless bombardment witnessed a scene that made their hearts stop. Yu Bainian casually tossed out hundreds of metal cubes, which then disassembled into brand new swarm drones rising back into the air. No way. More is coming. Wang Bai's only son looked ready to explode. Cheating. He must be cheating. Damn it, this Da Xiao player must have used some despicable means to cheat. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation cursed. They could never imagine that such a powerful player would appear in the early stages of the game. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous bombardment, Sato finally exhausted his last drop of health, and behind him the healers also burned out themselves. Kill the Cherry Blossom Nation player Sato unruly LV5 as Tianzhong transformed into a white light and dissipated the barrier that had enveloped all Cherry Blossom Nation players also vanished. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation below now resembled lambs waiting to be slaughtered, silently awaiting the favor of the drones. Chun Ben's team watched in shock. One of them patted the equally stunned Brother Chun. Brother Chun, do you know this guy? Chun Ben shook his head. I heard about him from Long Dedan, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. When Chun Ben had previously heard Long Dedan talk about Yu Bainian, he had felt nothing special, just thinking he was a player comparable to him and Long Dedan. But now it seemed he had underestimated him. After a few more minutes, the formation of the Cherry Blossom Nation players had completely fallen into chaos. With one tank down, even with Tianzhong blocking the frontal damage, no one could stop the swarm of drones in the air. Yu Bainian was not in a hurry for a quick victory. Even without Sato's barrier, the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation, relying on the archers' superb skills and the healers sacrificing themselves, were still holding on. He was well aware that in this situation a steady and secure approach was the best solution. Continuous frontal fire suppression, denying the enemy any chance to counterattack, while the drones constantly harassed the rear, gradually wearing down the enemy's combat strength. It was like a dull knife cutting flesh. Although slow, each cut was genuinely painful. Moreover, this approach minimized losses. It was just that the drone swarm was consuming a bit too much. As the dents on Tianzhong's tower shield increased, his condition rapidly declined, and several times it almost slipped from his grasp. Wang Bai's only son grew increasingly anxious. But as an assassin, he could do nothing in such a battlefield, merely hiding behind the mages and archers, being timid. At that moment, a teammate beside Chun Ben suddenly shouted, Brother Chun, news has come from Long Dedan. Support is on the way, and many brothers from other gathering points are rushing over. Upon hearing this, Chun Ben's face lit up with joy. Yu Bainian naturally heard this news as well. Moreover, just moments ago Long Dadan had sent him a message asking about the situation on the battlefield. Yu Bainyan replied no major issues. Wang Ba's only son watching this scene felt his face darken. Damn, the Daxiao reinforcements are coming. The players from the Cherry Blossom Nation beside him urged Wang Bakun, let's retreat. Yes, if we don't retreat now we might all go down here. I don't want to lose a level. Wang Ba's only son knew well that once the main forces of the Daxiao arrived none of them would be able to escape. Retreat. Wang Ba's only son gritted his teeth and decided to withdraw. However, it wasn't going to be easy for them to leave. Yu Bainyan had already anticipated that this bunch would try to escape if they couldn't win, and he certainly wouldn't let them succeed easily. They thought they could come and go as they pleased. Did they think of this place as their home? The 4 mammoth infantry fighting vehicles spread out in a pin formation, gradually expanding their formation to encircle. At the same time, the swarm of drones in the sky clung to them, like a burr relentlessly bombing the retreat path of Wang Ba's only son, and others greatly slowing their escape. Want to leave? Once you come, don't even think about leaving. Yu Bainyan stood at the back, 2 star skeleton iron guards, always guarding him. He certainly did not plan to let them off so easily. Wang Ba's only son gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. As the stamina of the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation gradually depleted, the battle had completely turned into a one-sided massacre. Under the full-scale offensive of the Mechanical Legion and swarm drones, the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation fell like wheat being harvested, then dissipated into white light. A mage was swept by the cannon of a mammoth infantry fighting vehicle, one leg broken, completely health bar emptied. The struggling Tianzhong finally could not hold on any longer and fell amidst the collective explosions of dozens of drones. Kill the Cherry Blossom Nation player Tianzhong Wuzru LV5. Kill the Cherry Blossom Nation player Yonsha Wuchu LV4. Kill the Cherry Blossom Nation player Su Kuan Kaikai LV4. A series of system prompts rang out indicating that one by one the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation had vanished beneath the firepower of the Mechanical Legion. Originally a squad of over 30 elite players, in less than an hour there were fewer than 5 remaining. Wang Ba's only son, covered in blood, trembled as he looked around the empty battlefield. After all his remaining teammates had been killed, he completely broke down, fleeing with tears and snot. Seeing that the artillery of the Mechanical Legion couldn't hit him hiding underground, he suddenly began to swell with confidence again. Just as he was about to escape the firepower range of the Mechanical Legion, he foolishly popped his head up. Yu Bainyan, you wait for me. What happened today will surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. When I return, I will gather men to block you at the spring and use you as a dog brush. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, kill me. My mouse escape is not just for show. I'll hide underground and watch you try to hit me. Ha ha ha. Wang Ba's only son laughed wildly, sinking deeper into the ground. He was about to completely disappear underground. But Yu Bainyan merely spat out a single light word, boom. All mechanical units adjusted their firepower simultaneously, aiming at the position where Wang Ba's only son was. Even the Star Skeleton Iron Guard activated overload, doubling their attributes. Next came a saturation barrage. Wang Ba's only son was still underground, mocking Yu Bainyan's incompetence, but the next moment, he felt something was off. Why is the ground shaking so violently? Is this an earthquake? Holy shit. The next moment, the land within several meters of where Wang Ba's only son was located was plowed repeatedly by dense artillery fire. Soil flew, grass clippings scattered. Ah! An extremely shrill scream echoed from underground. Immediately after, a figure covered in mud and charred black was violently ejected from the ground. Wang Ba's only son's mouse escape was forcibly interrupted, his body thrown into the air like a ragdoll. Before he could even land, a shell from the Star Skeleton Iron Guard had already made intimate contact with him, gently exploding and completely melting him away. Boom. 1298. Wang Ba's only son's body exploded into a mist of blood in midair. A flash of white light, and he completely vanished. Thus, the Cherry Blossom Nation squad was completely annihilated. The smoke on the battlefield had not yet fully dissipated, with the air thick with the acrid smell of burnt metal and a faint hint of blood. For massive mammoth battle vehicles stood silently in place, leaving deep ruts on the grass where their treads had passed. Over 50 battle robots were neatly arrayed, while swarms of drones buzzed low overhead, emitting a faint humming sound. The Sakura Country Squad. Total annihilation. More than 30 elite players were completely wiped out in less than an hour of battle, led by the Mechanical Legion commanded by Yu Bainyan. Chen Ben stood frozen, his throat bobbing several times. His teammates were equally dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before them. Let's go. Chen Ben took a deep breath, taking the lead as he walked towards Yu Bainyan. The other players followed closely behind. Yu Bainyan's gaze fell upon Chen Ben as he approached, and he nodded slightly. Hello, I am Chen Ben from the Northern District Gathering Point. Chen Ben extended his right hand and said, thank you for your assistance today. Baiwan shook his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, just a little help." Chun Ben's mouth twitched slightly. A little help. Those were over 30 elite players from the Sakura country. You say they were wiped out just like that? You must be Baiwan, right? Chun Ben asked. Baiwan was taken aback, a hint of confusion on his face. You know me. Long Dayton mentioned you to me. He told me there was a very powerful mechanical summoner at their gathering point, and it must be you. Recalling Long Dodon's muscular physique and his ridiculous name, Baiwan's eyelid twitched. Baiwan did not pursue the topic, but instead asked, "What is the situation with your squad now?" "Not very good," Chun Ben chuckled wryly. "Our squad originally had 12 members, and now only 5 are left. The others have been killed and should be reviving at the gathering point. But it's okay, they just lost a level. If you hadn't arrived in time, our squad would have been completely wiped out today." Baiwan did not inquire about equipment. His current need for equipment was not high. Moreover, he wanted to see if Chun Ben would conceal anything from him. As they conversed, they began discussing the situation in Area 749. From the conversation with Chun Ben, Baiwan pieced together a rough picture of the overall strength of players in this area. Currently, players in Area 749 generally maintain a level of 3, with very few reaching level 4, and only players like Long Dayton and Chun Ben with a grade talents can push to level 5. Yet he had already reached LV7, creating a significant gap between himself and these players. After all, leveling up in the early stages is difficult. You should know that it's not easy for players to farm monsters. Most people can only level up in groups. At this point, Chun Ben paused and added, "However, after a day of accumulation, things have improved somewhat. The attribute points players gain after leveling up significantly enhance their strength, and some players have improved their monster farming efficiency after acquiring equipment and skills." Baiwan nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed experienced this firsthand. Every time a player levels up, they randomly add points to 4 attributes: strength, defense, agility, and spirit, plus a few free attribute points to distribute as they wish. An ordinary LV3 player's 4-dimensional attributes are generally around 5 or 6 points, and with equipment bonuses they can usually reach 7 or 8 points. If they also have skills, their combat power would experience a qualitative leap. However, given the drop rates for skill books and equipment, those who can obtain such items are indeed a minority. Thus, forming a team is the best choice for early leveling up. The two continually discussed Area 749, and Chun Ben was also curious about Baiwan's talents, but he did not speak up. Chun Ben understood that if Baiwan wanted to speak, he would do so naturally. As they conversed, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts suddenly erupted from a distance. "Chun Ben, where are you? Are you all okay?" The members of Chun Ben's squad were overjoyed and waved their hands. "Long Gu has brought people to support. Over here, over here." A large group was rushing towards them. At the forefront was Long Dayton, a towering figure with bulging muscles. Behind him followed 30 or so people, all panting and looking nervous, evidently having run over in haste. "Long Dayton is here." Chun Ben glanced over and smiled. Baiwan naturally recognized Long Dayton, who, such a physique comparable to a statue, could not belong to anyone else. Soon Long Dayton charged up to them. "Chun Ben." Long Dayton grabbed Chun Ben's shoulder, the immense strength making Chun Ben faintly hear the sound of bones cracking. "Are you alright?" I'm fine. Chun Ben patted Long Dodon's arm, freeing himself from his grip. "What about those Sakura country players?" Seeing that Chun Ben was unharmed, Long Dayton turned and began searching for the silhouettes of the Sakura country players, his large axe itching for action. The players who had come to support with Long Dayton were also looking around. "What's going on? Where are the people?" Chun Ben found it somewhat amusing. "They've been taken out." "Taken out?" Long Dayton was stunned. "Whose subordinates are so fierce?" Chun Ben pointed towards Baiwan. Long Dayton turned his head, his gaze landing on the figure standing behind Chun Ben with his hands clasped behind his back. Baiwan stood there flanked by 2 Iron Guard robots with the entire mechanical legion lined up behind him. He had been too anxious just now and had actually failed to notice the massive mechanical army here. "Baiwan," Long Dayton exclaimed with great surprise. Since parting ways at the gathering point yesterday, Long Dayton had been thinking about contacting Baiwan, as he was a player with high talent. He did not expect to see him here. Long Dayton quickly stepped forward, his palm the size of a fan, slapping Baiwan's shoulder twice, with force causing him to grimace in pain. "Damn, this big guy's strength was at least over 10 points. Baiwan thought to himself. "Ha ha ha, I never expected it to be you." Long Dayton understood. This must be when Chun Ben was fighting against the Sakura country players that he encountered Baiwan, which is why the Sakura country players were wiped out here. "Where are your companions?" Long Dayton asked eagerly. Players who could team up with Baiwan must possess considerable strength. The more high-level players there are in their area, the higher the chances of winning against players from other areas in the future, so Long Dayton was naturally very pleased. But he looked around and found not a single unfamiliar face. Ubanian momentarily did not know how to respond. If we had to say companions. They are over there. Long Daden followed the direction he pointed, and the Mechanical Legion came into view. Is this your summoned army? Long Daden could hardly believe it. He remembered that yesterday there had only been one robot beside Ubanian. How is it that in just one day there were now battle vehicles as well? Ubanian replied with a simple mem. Chinbin couldn't help but admire the bewildered expression on Long Daden's face. After all, they had been the same just moments ago. Chinbin walked over and explained to Long Daden. Thanks to Ubanian, all the Sakura country players were taken out by him alone. One person. Long Daden's voice trembled. The 30 or so people behind him were equally stunned. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. All eyes swept back and forth between Ubanian and the Mechanical Legion behind him, filled with shock and disbelief. You really wiped them all out by yourself? Long Daden rubbed his eyes, unable to believe this fact. To be precise, it was my Mechanical Legion. Ubanian corrected him. Long Daden. Everyone. Holy shit. Is this really? That was over 30 people. Not kidding, right? Are we even playing the same game? Are you hacking? Share some resources, brother. Ubanian stood still, listening to the discussions around him. He was not surprised by their reactions. After all, most players were still stuck in the phase of engaging monsters in close combat with cold weapons. Meanwhile, he had a mechanized army. Ubanian could now audaciously tell them, we are no longer from the same world. Long Daden took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock within him, and walked up to Ubanian solemnly, extending his hand. Brother, thank you so much today. Ubanian shook his hand. No need for thanks. Long Daden looked at Ubanian's calm face, feeling a mix of emotions. He had originally thought that Ubanian's strength should be similar to his own, that they could stand on equal footing. But now it seemed the gap was too vast. At least he could honestly say that he could not take on over 30 elite players by himself. Brother, what are your plans next? Long Daden asked. Do you want to return to the gathering point with us? I still have some matters to attend to. Ubanian glanced at the sky. So I won't stay long, I'll head out first. He still needed to head to the secret realm space to work on his secret base transformation plan. All right, you take care of your matters first. Long Daden did not insist, knowing that someone of Ubanian's caliber surely had his own arrangements. Just as Ubanian was about to turn and leave, Chinbin suddenly called out to him. Ubanian. Ubanian immediately halted his steps. Chinbin pulled out a piece of equipment from his system backpack and handed it to Ubanian. This is the great equipment we obtained from farming monsters today. The purpose of those Sakura country players attacking us was to get it. Equipment: Nyo Gauntlet. Quality grade. Required level LV5. Effect strength 3 with a 5 chance to stun enemies. Description: Mu. A piece of great equipment, and a special one with a stun effect. It's no wonder those Sakura country players were so aggressive towards Chunbin and the others. Chunbin's hand brushed the equipment, but despite the reluctance in his eyes, he still handed it over to Ubanian. This equipment is for you. Ubanian was taken aback, asking in confusion why. Chunbin smiled candidly. This is what our squad collectively decided. After all, if it weren't for you today, we would have perished here, and this equipment would have definitely fallen into the hands of those Sakura country players. So we've decided to give it to you. Ubanian stared intently into Chunbin's eyes. After a few seconds, Ubanian smiled gently. This equipment. You all keep it. This time it was Chunbin's turn to be stunned. This is great equipment. Ubanian raised a hand to stop him. I helped you today because I also found those Sakura country players displeasing. Moreover, I don't lack equipment. Ubanian was not lying, he truly did not lack equipment. He himself did not need to participate directly in battles, and even though his mechanical units could wear equipment, the benefits for them would be negligible. Furthermore, there was only one piece of equipment, and the improvement it would provide to the Mechanical Legion was minimal. Seeing Ubanian's resolute attitude, Chunbin no longer insisted. All right then. Brother, consider this a favor owed to you this time. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Long Daden also leaned in me too. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. We're brothers. Ubanian could only smile wryly and agree. After bidding farewell to Long Daden and the others, Ubanian led his Mechanical Legion away in a grand procession. The players watched this army depart, each face filled with complex emotions. There was shock, awe, and a hint of excitement. Because they understood that having such a person in their area who was also willing to engage with them would bring significant advantages in future regional confrontations. Look at those robots, those battle vehicles. TSK, TSK, TSK. Long Daden unconsciously drooled all over the ground. Hey, you say? Long Daden nudged Chunbin beside him. When can I also have such an army? Chunbin stared at his big head for a few seconds. When your brain stops being so muscular, you might have a chance. Long Daden looked bewildered. What do you mean? Chun Ben ignored him, turning to call the others to prepare to leave. Long Dayton scratched his head, gazing longingly at the direction Ubanian had left. I really want one. I should ask Ubanian if he can sell one. After leaving the battlefield, Ubanian hurried straight to the secret realm space. Along the way, the Mechanical Legion was exceedingly noisy. Along the route, monsters were occasionally startled and came to attack. In just this short stretch of road, Ubanian encountered several monster attacks, all drawn by the commotion of the Mechanical Legion, greatly slowing their movement. It wasn't that Ubanian didn't want to act stealthily, but he had no way to do so. He couldn't retract the mechanical units or store them in the system backpack. He could only brazenly run down the main road. After passing through that familiar forest about 10 minutes later, Ubanian finally returned to the secret realm space. But just as he was about to enter the secret realm space, a rustling sound came from the nearby woods. Ubanian instantly became alert. The Mechanical Legion also aimed their guns in that direction. If any monsters showed their heads, they would be turned into minced meat in an instant. Don't be nervous. A figure less than a meter tall emerged from the woods, walking slowly into the clearing. It was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring its features. After a while, its hoarse voice echoed, I want to make a deal with you. Ubanian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected guest before him. The figure in the black robe was less than a meter tall, draped in a large black cloak that nearly swept the ground, with a hood pulled low, shrouding the entire person in shadows. From the moment the figure emerged from the thicket, Baiwan noticed something peculiar. The black-robed person made no sound. Silent and stealthy like a shadowy specter. Baiwan even doubted that the sounds it made earlier were intentional, merely to draw his attention. Mysterious merchant, LV, HP, strength, defense, agility, spirit. Description: the purest merchant in the battlefield of myriad realms. No one knows where they come from, only that they possess everything you desire, as long as you can afford the price. What a nightmare. Ubanian cursed inwardly. Why are there so many absurdly high-level NPCs appearing so early in this battlefield of myriad realms? Transaction. Ubanian's gaze remained fixed on the mysterious merchant. A mysterious transaction. At the same time, he secretly issued instructions to his Mechanical Legion that if the mysterious merchant made any sudden moves, they would immediately open fire. Yet the mysterious merchant seemed completely oblivious to the dark muzzles of the guns aimed at them. Or perhaps it simply didn't care. Another raspy chuckle followed. The laughter sounded unlike anything a human could produce, more like the sound of two rough stones scraping against each other. It was jarring to the ears. Ubanian felt a wave of discomfort. You are indeed very cautious. No wonder you could slay the corrupted gnome. The mysterious merchant spread out a pair of hands as dry as tree branches, slightly bowing to perform a strange and eerie gesture. You may call me the mysterious merchant. Ubanian did not respond. The mysterious merchant's voice suddenly lowered. We walk upon this battlefield engaging in the purest of transactions. We possess everything you desire, as long as you can pay the price. Why have you come to find me? Ubanian asked. The mysterious merchant raised a dry finger. For something you possess. Is its value worth your trip here? What item? Ubanian pondered over everything he had on him, but he truly could not think of anything suitable for trade. Since this mysterious merchant claimed to walk across the battlefield of myriad realms, its status was clearly elevated, and whatever it coveted must be extraordinary. What could he possess that would catch its eye? Before we start trading, I must clarify our transaction rules. The mysterious merchant did not answer immediately. First, we only engage in equivalent exchanges. For any item, I will provide a price that matches its value completely. Second, no form of haggling is accepted. Third, the mysterious merchant's voice deepened. Once the transaction is made, it cannot be undone. Ubanian listened quietly, his expression unchanged. But his mind began to race. The mysterious merchant. One could tell it was an NPC setting within the battlefield of myriad realms. They had the ability to trade items with players, and judging by Ubanian's gaming experience, the mysterious merchant likely possessed some rare materials or equipment. As for the transaction rules, they were quite simple. Equivalent exchange. No bargaining. Once sold, no returns. These three rules were fair to both him and the mysterious merchant. After stating this, the mysterious merchant fell silent. It allowed Ubanian time to digest and think. Moments later, Ubanian raised his head again and asked, What do you wish to trade with me? The mysterious merchant wasted no time, pointing at the secret space behind Ubanian, the spatial node you possess. It was this. However, upon reflection, Ubanian understood. His equipment and materials were not many, most had been converted into tech points, and the only thing of value was this spatial node. Why do you want this item? Ubanian inquired. The mysterious merchant did not evade the question. Spatial nodes are extremely rare items across the battlefield of myriad realms. Even a small-sized spatial node carries immeasurable value. An independent small space can be used for many purposes. At this, the mysterious merchant cast Yu Baiyan a significant glance. Yu Baiyan fell silent. This spatial node had an area of 1,000 square meters, and he held complete dominion over it. He could use it to construct building units. It could store the mechanical legion. It could even serve as an absolutely secure secret base. This was his most precious asset at present. If he were to give up the spatial node, he would lose this independent small space with immense development potential. But since the mysterious merchant sought him out, it indicated that the terms it could offer would surely be favorable. What do you plan to use to exchange for it? Yu Baiyan looked directly into the mysterious merchant's eyes. The mysterious merchant smiled. What do you desire? I told you I possess everything you wish for. As long as you express your needs, I can provide you with items equivalent to this spatial node. Rest assured you will not be at a loss. This left Yu Baiyan utterly perplexed. Let him state the price. He currently had nothing particularly needed. So he tentatively asked, do you have a battleship? The mysterious merchant. How about I offer you an etheric engine? Yu Baiyan was shocked. You have that too. If he truly had such a thing, he could blow up the entire universe and achieve civilization ascension. Oh, what use would he have for a spatial node? Thus Yu Baiyan nodded gravely. All right. The mysterious merchant, young man, you might want to reconsider what you're saying. The mysterious merchant was amused by Yu Baiyan's audacity. The first rule of trading is equivalent exchange. The value of the spatial node is indeed high, but not to that extent. Yu Baiyan gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. He initially thought he could gain an advantage. After thinking for a moment, he finally said seriously, forget it, I won't trade. Upon hearing Yu Baiyan's refusal, the mysterious merchant appeared somewhat disappointed. However, its tone remained casual. Would you like to reconsider? I have many good items. Yu Baiyan raised his hand to interrupt, his tone resolute. No trade. The mysterious merchant sighed softly. Since Yu Baiyan did not wish to trade, it would not press the matter. For Yu Baiyan at this moment, the spatial node clearly held greater significance. Currently, the technology tree had only 3 branches: mechanical construction, mechanical units, and mechanical ships. With the only 3 branches, mechanical construction claimed 1 branch, entirely indicating its significant weight in the tech tree. Moreover, Yu Baiyan did not wish to relinquish a potential secret base. Seeing the mysterious merchant still lingering, Yu Baiyan asked in confusion, do you have further matters? The mysterious merchant, hands stuffed in pockets, replied, the spatial node is just one of the trades. There is something else on you that I value greatly. Yu Baiyan frowned. On me? He looked down, scanning around, and suddenly seemed to realize something, placing his hands protectively over his chest, watching the mysterious merchant warily. Seeing him in this state, the mysterious merchant's lips twitched. Rest assured, we are legitimate. The mysterious merchant pointed at the mechanical legion behind Yu Baiyan. I have encountered countless bizarre things in the battlefield of myriad realms, but this is my first time seeing. If you can sell me some, I can offer you a satisfactory price. Huh? Yu Baiyan looked at it in bewilderment. You want to buy my mechanical legion? At this moment, the mechanical legion stood behind Yu Baiyan, the sunlight reflecting off them, shining with a cold metallic gleam. Yes, the mysterious merchant nodded. The question remains, what do you want? Yu Baiyan's eyes lit up. The spatial node was indispensable to him. He couldn't trade it. But mechanical units could be traded. As long as he had tech points, he could acquire as many mechanical units as he wanted. He never expected the mysterious merchant to be interested in his mechanical units. Yu Baiyan scratched his chin, suddenly recalling that he seemed to be in need of something. He asked, do you have space equipment that can hold these mechanical units? The mysterious merchant chuckled. It feared that Yu Baiyan would remain silent, and since he had a demand, there was potential for a trade. It extended its palm, facing upward. In the next moment, a gentle light gathered in its palm, gradually forming into a small cube. This cube was the size of a die, deep blue all over, with intricate geometric patterns etched on its 6 faces. This is the dimensional cube. The mysterious merchant slowly revealed its name. Equipment: dimensional cube, replica, quality A-class, required level LV5, effect. Opens an independent dimensional space of 1,000 cubic meters, which has its own physical laws and can store items and non-biological units. Description: a dimension, a world. This is an outstanding replica. Yu Baiyan's breath hitched slightly. A-class equipment. Up until now, the highest quality equipment he had seen was merely C-class, the one dropped by the corrupted gnome, the gnome's scalp. D-class equipment had already caused players from Sakura country to clash with Chunben's team. And A-class. Yu Baiyan fixed his gaze on the cube in the mysterious merchant's hand. 1,000 cubic meters of space was enough to store a sizable mechanical legion, and it could also be used for material storage. It could hold non-biological units. Wasn't this precisely the equipment tailored for him? Seeing Yu Baiyan almost drooling over it, the mysterious merchant quickly retracted its hand, pulling back the dimensional cube. Yu Baiyan knew that it was time to negotiate. He waved his hand. How much? The mysterious merchant's lips curled into an evil smile. It pointed at the mammoth armored combat vehicle. 500 of these. You could just go steal them. Yu Baiyan exclaimed. Hey, I haven't finished yet. The mysterious merchant pointed at the star skeleton sentinel beside Yu Baiyan. I want 1,000 of those. Yu Baiyan was utterly speechless. Although he knew that compared to the value of the dimensional cube, these mechanical units were hardly worth mentioning. But he currently couldn't produce that many. He only had 4 mammoth combat vehicles and 7 star skeleton sentinels. Can you lower the price? Yu Baiyan asked tentatively. No way, the mysterious merchant replied mercilessly. But then it added, we offer installment payments, dear. Installments? Yu Baiyan was shocked. The mysterious merchant was starting to resemble those loan sharks from his past life on Blue Star. The interest won't be. Is there interest? No, it's exactly as stated. Yu Baiyan let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a predatory loan. Glancing at the dimensional cube in the mysterious merchant's hand, and then at the mechanical legion behind him, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. Pleasantly swift. The mysterious merchant, seeing Yu Baiyan's readiness, tossed the dimensional cube over. Yu Baiyan hurriedly caught it. The way he held it was akin to cradling a rare treasure. I will come find you again, the mysterious merchant said, clapping its hands and preparing to leave. Yu Baiyan hurriedly asked, how will I deliver the mechanical units to you? The mysterious merchant replied without looking back. I am everywhere. When you next obtain a high-value item, I will naturally appear before you. Watching the mysterious merchant gradually disappear into the forest, Yu Baiyan felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. I've accumulated quite a debt. 500 mammoth combat vehicles and 1,000 star skeleton sentinels. Yu Baiyan counted on his fingers, estimating that was nearly 3 million tech points. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, he would have to busy himself earning tech points. The current situation made Yu Baiyan feel like he was working to pay off a debt. Yu Baiyan wiped away non-existent tears. Looking at the dimensional cube glowing with a deep blue light in his hand, he finally felt a bit of comfort. If I must work, then so be it. At least earning tech points later on shouldn't be too difficult. Yu Baiyan never considered defaulting on his debt to the mysterious merchant. From the mysterious merchant's data panel marked with, it was clear that it was no ordinary being. In fact, Yu Baiyan felt it was far superior to the Gandalf. To be able to wander the battlefield of myriad realms like this, its strength must be remarkable. Yu Baiyan aimed the dimensional cube at the mechanical legion, and with a flash of light, numerous mechanical units were drawn into the dimensional cube. Yu Baiyan stood before the entrance of the secret realm space. At this moment, his mood was complicated. The good news was that he had traded with a mysterious merchant to acquire an upgrade item, the dimensional cube, which would allow him to no longer swagger around with his mechanical legion. The bad news was that he had incurred a massive debt of 3 million technology points. Well, let's take it one step at a time, he sighed as he stepped into the secret realm. Now the secret realm space had transformed significantly compared to when he entered yesterday. The corrupted black water had been drained, and with the death of the corrupted gnome, the once fleshy ground of the secret realm had decayed and turned to ash. The dense fog that once enveloped the area had also vanished. The entire secret realm space was empty. Yu Baiyan summoned the system panel and began to study the mechanical buildings. You better not disappoint my expectations. Mechanical Manufacturing Factory consumes 800 technology points. Research Institute consumes 1,000 technology points. Energy Hub consumes 1,000 technology points. These three were listed at the forefront of the technology tree's building branches, serving as prerequisites for all buildings. If these three were not unlocked, subsequent mechanical buildings could not be accessed. Unlock. Yu Baiyan decisively clicked. The total cost for these three mechanical buildings was 2,800 technology points, which was not expensive. Mechanical Manufacturing Factory LV1 function unlocks automated production lines for mechanical units, allowing production through resource consumption, reducing mechanical unit costs by 50 and increasing production speed by 50. Energy consumption 120 Wh. Don't mind this, it's just a unit for measuring energy consumption. Production line quantity 05, cost 1,000 technology points. Research Institute LV1 function unlocks technology research capabilities, allowing automatic technology research without consuming technology points, but requiring some time. Energy consumption 300 Wh. Research bonus 120, cost 2,000 technology points. Energy Hub LV1 function produces energy through resource consumption, providing energy support for other mechanical buildings. Energy output 1,000 Wh. Operating time 0 hours, cost 800 technology points. This is really making me build a secret base. Yu Baiyan scrolled through the information panel of the mechanical buildings. The mechanical factory could continuously produce mechanical units as long as there were enough energy and resources. Resource acquisition was simple. Yu Baiyan only needed to send the Mechanical Legion out to scour the surrounding monsters for easy gains. With the strength of the Mechanical Legion, as long as they did not encounter boss-level monsters, they could sweep through the ordinary monsters in this area. Even if they encountered a low-level boss like the Wild Bull King, Yu Baiyan was confident that his Mechanical Legion could handle it. If it were the corrupted gnomes, that would be another story. As for energy, that was even easier to solve. Energy Hub. However, what Yu Baiyan valued most was still the Research Institute. It would allow him to research technology on his own. As long as he could maintain a sufficient supply of resources, he could unlock technologies on the technology tree without spending any technology points, though it would take time to conduct the research. Let's build first. Yu Baiyan issued the construction order. Costing 1,000 technology points, construction of the mechanical manufacturing factory began. Costing 2,000 technology points, construction of the Research Institute began. Costing 800 technology points, construction of the Energy Hub began. Building mechanical structures takes time. Taking advantage of this downtime, Yu Baiyan led the Mechanical Legion out of the secret realm space to scour the surrounding monsters. This would not only level them up, but also gather some resources. For the next hour, the entire forest echoed with the continuous sounds of gunfire and explosions. Yu Baiyan attempted to upgrade the Star Skeleton Guardian to S-level along the way. To his astonishment, he found that it required 200 technology points. It seems that upgrading each mechanical unit to S-level will provide a significant boost, otherwise it wouldn't consume so many technology points. Yu Baiyan thought to himself. Thus he dismissed this idea. The kill notifications kept ringing, and his experience points and resources were rapidly increasing. After a Star Skeleton Guardian blasted a wild wolf with a cannon, the system notification sounded. Player level up. Player Yu Baiyan LV7 upgraded. LV8 player Yu Baiyan level LV7 122 0000. Talent Mechanical Overlord class Main Brain HP 1500 1500 Strength 60 61 Defense 60 7 Agility 7 Spirit 1011 Skill Attribute Sharing a Level Quest None Free Attribute Points 1 Technology Points 13409. Undoubtedly, Yu Baiyan directly allocated the free attribute point to Strength. He had a slight fear of insufficient firepower. The Mechanical Legion continued to operate, and Yu Baiyan's goal for the day was to completely clear this forest. This was the location of his secret base. He could not allow others to rest easily beside him. Under such a large-scale scour, Yu Baiyan undoubtedly encountered the boss of this forest. Forest Giant LV9 level boss HP 95009 Strength 11 Defense 19 Agility 4 Spirit 29 Skill Mental Spores. The Forest Giant releases mental spores to its prey, reducing the target's agility by 10 and possibly trapping them in illusions. Description: a tree spirit in the forest that has dominated this area for a long time. It will create a perfect illusion for you, leading you to succumb to it. It actually has a mental type skill. This was Yu Baiyan's first encounter with a monster focused on mental attributes, and the skill could also cause illusions to enemies. He had always thought mental attributes were of little use. However, the Forest Giant skill was clearly ineffective against Yu Baiyan. Mechanical units had no thoughts, so there was no need for such concerns. They were just walking pieces of metal, and mental type skills had no effect on them. As for Yu Baiyan, he was positioned 100 meters away from the Forest Giant. Laughable, how could a summoning type player like him possibly venture into the battlefield? The Forest Giant was currently asleep. However, Yu Baiyan clearly could not grant its wish, and directly commanded the Mechanical Legion to fire a cannon to awaken the slumbering Forest Giant. The Forest Giant's sweet dream was shattered, swaying its lush canopy and glaring at the distant Mechanical Legion and Yu Baiyan. But before it could react, a shell struck it. 1203. The Star Skeleton Guardian, with over 50 points of strength, dealt an incredible amount of damage. Forest Giant. The Forest Giant was enraged. Its canopy began to shake violently, and countless light green dots surged from it, attacking the Mechanical Legion. But soon the Forest Giant realized something was off. Why did it have no effect? To flirt with a bunch of metal lumps, you really have some guts. Yu Baiyan wasted no time and ordered an all-out fire. The Forest Giant could not even withstand a round of fire coverage and collapsed, turning into a pile of materials and experience points collected by Yu Baiyan. Killed Forest Giant LV9 level boss player experience 1106. Gained technology points 758. Yu Baiyan slowly approached and picked up one of the light orbs. Another piece of equipment dropped. Equipment Giant's armor quality level required level LV5 effect HP 5. Defense 2 active skill consumes 10 HP and restores 1 HP every second for the next 20 seconds. A defense 10. It's still a defensive piece of equipment. Yu Baiyan donned the armor feeling quite satisfied. The giant's armor looked as if it was made from branches of the forest giant overall, not too heavy and remarkably tough. He actually did not need weaponry. What he valued more was defensive gear. After all, he was a fragile summoning-type player, mainly responsible for supporting from the back, not needing combat power. But if he were to be instantly killed by an assassin, that would be troublesome. Thus Yu Baiyan urgently needed life-saving equipment. The appearance of the giant's armor was like a timely rain. Ding! Mechanical manufacturing factory construction completed. Research institute construction completed. Energy hub construction completed. Construction completed. Yu Baiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally finished. He hurriedly instructed the Mechanical Legion to clean up the battlefield and rushed back to the Secret Realm space. In the previously empty Secret Realm space, 3 mechanical buildings filled with a steampunk style appeared out of nowhere. Yu Baiyan first approached the Energy Hub. Energy Hub, LV1 energy output 1000 W-hour operating time 0 hours input resources grade materials 10 minutes grade materials 30 minutes grade materials 1 hour. Upgrade cost 2400 technology points. The resource consumption is quite significant. Yu Baiyan had just crazily farmed monsters for an hour outside, and he barely had 500 units of grade materials on hand. There were also only a little over 100 units of a grade materials. Even if he used all these materials to produce energy, it would only sustain the energy hub for about 5 days. Moreover, his resources were also needed for producing mechanical units and unlocking the technology tree in the research institute. This is truly a bottomless pit. Yu Baiyan could hardly imagine how many materials would be consumed daily to maintain the normal operation of these mechanical buildings. F and E grade materials were manageable, but what about CB or even A grade materials in the future? Thinking this, Yu Baiyan decided he couldn't let the Mechanical Legion sit idle. Since they didn't need to rest, it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to work 24 hours a day, right? He issued commands to the Mechanical Legion ordering them to scour the surrounding monsters and collect various materials to return to the Secret Realm space. Just doing this wasn't enough. Yu Baiyan thought for a moment, opened his contacts, and sent a message to Long Dadan. Long Dadan replied quickly. Long Dadan, what's up, brother? Yu Baiyan, do you have any surplus F or E grade materials on hand? Long Dadan, F and E grade materials. We have quite a few of those. Aside from players with forging or manufacturing abilities, we generally sell them to NPCs at gathering points. Yu Baiyan, sell them to me. Long Dadan, sure, but we usually settle in copper coins. Yu Baiyan replied without hesitation, sell them to me, and they'll give you 10 more than the NPC price. Yu Baiyan didn't have much, but he had plenty of copper coins. Since he had no use for them, he had been saving them regardless of the amount, occupying only 1 slot in his system backpack. Long Dadan was straightforward, directly asking Yu Baiyan how much he wanted since they had plenty of these materials. Yu Baiyan thought for a moment and replied, at least 100,000 units. Long Dadan. When Long Dadan heard 100,000 units, his brain overloaded, unable to believe what he had just heard. Brother, are you sure? Long Dadan doubted his hearing and confirmed the information again. Yes. Yu Baiyan affirmed this. Long Dadan remained silent for a long time before replying to Yu Baiyan. 100,000 units. Shouldn't be a problem. Long Dadan thought carefully for a moment. Just at their gathering point there were over 1,000 players, so collecting 100,000 units of F and E grade units was not a difficult task. Moreover, Yu Baiyan was willing to pay in copper coins. Copper coins held little value for Yu Baiyan, but were very useful for ordinary players. Copper coins were a hard currency among the NPCs at the gathering point. Players could use copper coins to exchange for healing potions and other supplies, and even buy some basic low-level equipment, which were essential for ordinary players. You help me procure, and they'll give you a 5 commission. And the procurement is always valid. Oh, as long as I am here, it will be collected with no upper limit. Yu Baiyan added once more. Long Dadan took a long time to respond. Yu Baiyan knew he was thinking. It was a necessary method. Before Yu Baiyan's mechanical army was fully formed, using copper coins to procure materials from players was the most efficient method. With so many ordinary players, the daily gain of F and E grade materials was immeasurable. After a while, Long Dadan replied, okay, brother, let's do it your way. The price of materials will be the same as that of the NPCs at the gathering point. 1 copper coin, 10 units of F grade materials, 5 units of E grade materials. So cheap. Yu Baiyan was astonished by this price. It was cheaper than cabbage. Long Dadan explained F and E grade materials are things that nobody wants. Aside from some players with manufacturing capabilities, they are sold directly to NPCs. Moreover, even if you forge equipment with F and E grade materials, the output is not as beneficial as the equipment exchanged from NPCs. Yu Baiyan suddenly understood. After discussing the specifics with Long Dadan again, Yu Baiyan ended the communication and sent a message to Qin Ben. Similar to Long Dadan. Bin was also surprised when he heard that Yu Baiyan needed so many low-level materials. After hearing his terms, he immediately agreed. Ending the communication, Yu Baiyan felt a headache coming on. He continued to check the two other mechanical buildings. Mechanical Manufacturing Factory, LV1 Production Lines 05, Energy Consumption 120 WH, Pinning Unlock Production Lines 1. Standard Basic Mechanical Arm E-Grade Production Line Unlock with 500 Technology Points. 2. Basic Combat Robot F-Grade Production Line Unlock with 1,000 Technology Points. 3. Swarm Drone F-Grade Production Line Unlock with 1,200 Technology Points. Standard Basic Mechanical Arm. Yu Baiyan was bewildered. This can't be equipment, right? I can actually mass-produce equipment. Equipment Standard Basic Mechanical Arm Quality E-Grade Required Level LV1 Effect Strength 3 Description: a standard basic mechanical equipment produced by a mechanized assembly line capable of providing powerful mechanical power. Yu Baiyan, directly adding 3 points of strength. Although there are no additional effects, just relying on these 3 points of strength is enough to rival normal equipment. An evil thought suddenly emerged in Yu Baiyan's mind. Procure low-level materials from players at a low price, then invest them into the mechanical production line to mass-produce mechanical arms, and finally sell them at a high price to players. With the attributes of the basic mechanical arm and the absurd drop rates of equipment in the Myriad Realms battlefield, he had no worries about sales. He didn't believe that the vast majority of players had equipped themselves. Yu Baiyan directly built all 3 production lines at once. Standard Basic Mechanical Arm Production Line Quality E-Grade Production Efficiency 10 units day material consumption E-Grade Materials 50 day upgrade consumption 1,000 Technology Points. Basic Combat Robot Production Line Quality F-Grade Production Efficiency 15 units day material consumption F-Grade Materials 340 day upgrade consumption 2,000 Technology Points. Swarm Drone Production Line Quality F-Grade Production Efficiency 50 units day material consumption F-Grade Materials 250 day upgrade consumption 2,500 Technology Points. Money flows like water. Yu Baiyan looked at the pile of material consumption. In addition to the materials needed to maintain the energy hub, he would need to consume about 700 units of F-grade materials daily. Fortunately, F and E-grade materials were not expensive. But when he thought about how terrifying the material consumption would be once the production lines were upgraded, he realized it could even require A and B-grade materials. Yu Baiyan shook his head, throwing all these worries aside. He began to look at the last mechanical building, which was also the most important one. Research Institute. Research Institute LV1 Research Projects 03 Energy Consumption 300 WH Pending Research Projects 1. Improved Robot Body Type 1 F-Grade Materials 500 E-Grade Materials 100 O Estimated Time 3 days. 2. Improved Armored Vehicle Body Type 1 F-Grade Materials 600 E-Grade Materials 120 A Estimated Time 3 days. 3. Battle Mech Type 1 E-Grade Materials 1000 A D-Grade Materials 200 O Estimated Time 7 days. 198. Black Hole Singularity S-Grade Materials 50,000 O Estimated Time 380 years. 199. Synaptic Refinement Machine S-Grade Materials 100,000 O Estimated Time 500 years. Wow. As long as he provided the materials and spent a little time, he could unlock new technology. Technology points are far more precious than these materials. The production lines can currently only produce basic mechanical units, i.e. upgrading the quality of mechanical units still requires technology points. However, are these technologies that take hundreds of years to research serious? Can he really live until that time? Without further hesitation, Yu Baiyan immediately began the research. Due to insufficient materials on hand, he could only choose to research improved robot body type 1 and improved armored vehicle body type 1. The former was necessary because in his current mechanical army robots were still the main combat force, and upgrading them was essential. The latter was due to the fact that Yu Baiyan just happened to have various materials dropped by corrupted meat tumors and forest giants, which were just enough for research. The front line was essential. Yu Baiyan was envious. That was a mech. After managing everything, Yu Baiyan spent all the remaining technology points to expand his mechanical army. With the current quality of the mechanical army, it was already sufficient to deal with the monsters in this area, and there was no need to upgrade the quality of the mechanical units. At that moment, he needed a large number of materials, and the number of mechanical units was completely insufficient. So he produced nearly 100 low-level combat robots. And he sent them all out organized into groups to expand the scope of their sweep. After doing all this, Yu Baiyan contacted Long Daden and Bin again. To facilitate communication, Long Daden simply created a group chat with just the 3 of them. He sent the information about the standard basic mechanical arm. Long Daden and Bin almost instantly replied. This equipment has great attributes. Chun Bin replied the fastest. Are you planning to sell it? Indeed, I have the intention to sell. But, not just one, more than one. Long Daden was no longer surprised by any of Yu Bainyan's actions. How many? About 10 units a day. 10 units a day. Chun Bin and Long Daden were truly unsettled now. Brother Yu, you can manufacture equipment. Yes. Chun Bin and Long Daden were shocked. No one knew better than them what this meant. Among the current player base, there were indeed players capable of manufacturing equipment and potions. However, due to level or talent limitations, most of the equipment produced were F-grade trash and often provided no attribute bonuses, only wasting materials. Yet the mechanical arm offered by Yu Bainyan reached E-grade quality and could directly add 3 points of strength. This was a huge boost for an ordinary player. Initially, they thought Yu Bainyan was just lucky to have stumbled upon a few similar pieces of equipment to sell. They never expected he actually made them himself. At a rate of 10 units a day, they could significantly speed up their leveling process. I want them all, Chun Bin said hurriedly. I offer 100 copper coins per unit. This price was not considered expensive for E-grade equipment, but from Yu Bainyan's cost perspective it was a guaranteed profit. Seeing Chun Bin wanting to buy everything at once, Long Daden panicked. I offer 200 copper coins per unit. Dude Daden, you're just maliciously driving up the price. I don't care, I want them all. Seeing the two arguing, Yu Bainyan hurriedly intervened. Then both of you can have 1 unit each at a price of 100 copper coins per unit. Yu Bainyan added a couple more remarks. In the future, the quantity of this equipment produced daily will be even higher and the quality will also improve. His pricing was well thought out. Although an E-grade piece of equipment was considered a powerful weapon for players at this stage, it would eventually be outclassed. After all, it was merely a transitional piece of equipment for novices. Moreover, he would upgrade the production lines in the future, improving both the quantity and quality of equipment produced. This price was completely appropriate. Furthermore, Yu Bainyan still harbored the intention of helping players in the same region. From the past 2 days, both Long Daden and Chun Bin were trustworthy individuals. With Yu Bainyan's decision made, Chun Bin and Long Daden ceased their quarrel and discussed with Yu Bainyan about bringing the low-grade materials they acquired tomorrow to trade for mechanical arms. After ending the communication, Yu Bainyan squatted down and counted on his fingers. 1 mechanical arm for 100 copper coins. 10 units a day. After subtracting costs, nearly 1,000 copper coins. This is much more lucrative than monster farming. No one would complain about having too much money, and neither would Yu Bainyan. As the quality of materials increased, the purchase prices would also rise. When players eventually gained the strength to acquire high-grade materials, Yu Bainyan would definitely need to make large-scale purchases. Accumulating some wealth was never a bad idea. Good GGGG. As he thought about this, a greedy smile appeared on Yu Bainyan's face. Yu Bainyan closed the communication interface with a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief. Today's gains were quite abundant. He had bargained for A-grade equipment from a mysterious merchant and established a secret base. All 3 production lines of the mechanical manufacturing factory began operating continuously, producing mechanical units and equipment, while also establishing channels for equipment sales and material acquisition. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Yu Bainyan stood up and dusted himself off. Just sitting here and waiting wouldn't do. He had to go out and see if he could discover anything else. Technology points could only be obtained by defeating monsters and converting materials. Even with the trade established with Chun Bin and the others, these F and A-grade materials would not arrive until at least tomorrow. Moreover, higher-grade materials could not currently be purchased from players. Even if they had the ability to obtain them, it was highly unlikely they would sell them to him. To earn technology points, one had to take matters into their own hands. After leaving the secret realm, Yu Bainyan took a small mechanical squad to begin wandering nearby. He divided the entire mechanical army into 4 small teams. Each team was equipped with a mammoth battle vehicle and a Starbone Iron Guard, along with several advanced and intermediate combat robots. The mechanical squad he personally led had the largest number of mechanical units, totaling 4, excluding the Starbone Iron Guards equipped by the other 3 squads. The mechanical squad slowly advanced northward through the forest, where every monster they encountered was transformed into experience points and materials, all collected by Yu Bainyan. Yu Bainyan sat in the mammoth battle vehicle. He observed the surrounding terrain while monitoring the real-time status of each mechanical squad through the system panel. With the size of the mechanical squad, it was a piece of cake to sweep through this area. The dispatched mechanical squads would send back system notifications at intervals. Killed Wild Wolf LV6 player experience 67, technology points 50. Killed Tree Demon LV7 player experience 78, technology points 58. Acquired materials Wolf Fongf grade 3, A Wolf Skin F5. Acquired materials Tree Demon Fruit A grade 2, Tree Bark grade 10. A stream of information scrolled across Yu Bainyan's retina, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. This comfortable feeling of lying back and waiting for his subordinates to work was quite addictive. After about 10 minutes of travel, Yu Bainyan suddenly noticed something unusual. Ahead, the terrain displayed an unnatural depression, as if a trench had been formed by something long-term pressing down. At the end of the trench, a glimmer of reflective brightness was faintly visible. "Stop!" Yu Bainyan issued the command. The mechanical army immediately halted, and the drone swarm quickly dispersed in the air. "Let's go take a look." Yu Bainyan jumped down from the battle vehicle, leading the mechanical squad towards the bright spot. The closer he got, the clearer the brightness became. When Yu Bainyan finally saw the scene before him, his pupils slightly constricted. It was a hidden small pond with crystal-clear water revealing a strange light blue hue shimmering under the sunlight. What truly caught Yu Bainyan's attention, however, was the large patch of strange plants growing by the pond. The leaves of these plants were long and blade-like, entirely silver-white, and when swayed gently by the breeze, they emitted a crisp sound akin to wind chimes. There were roughly a dozen of them. "What is this?" Yu Bainyan crouched down, reaching out to touch one of the peculiar plants. A strange coolness transmitted through his fingertips, as if he had touched the wind. A system scanning prompt popped up. Discovered strange plant wind herb. Quality grade. Effect increases agility attribute by 1 point when consumed. Description: a rare plant that grows in areas rich in wind elements. Its leaves contain the essence of wind. Regeneration cycle 7 days. Yu Bainyan's breath suddenly halted, directly increasing agility by 1 point. It was known that players only received 1 free attribute point per level, and this wind herb could increase agility just by consuming it. This was no ordinary herb, it was practically an attribute point growing on the ground. Moreover, the regeneration cycle was only 7 days. As long as Yu Bainyan secured this treasure of wind, he could continuously harvest wind herbs. Yu Bainyan immediately plucked a wind herb and put it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly with no flavor on his taste buds. If not for the physical sensation, he would have thought he had just eaten air. Consumed wind herb grade. Agility attribute 1. Consumption count 110. Yu Bainyan frowned. Is there a consumption limit? But that seemed reasonable. If it could be consumed infinitely, just eating continuously could lead to agility attribute points eventually exceeding 100 or even 1000. But that didn't matter. Yu Bainyan forced himself to calm down, quickly calculating in his mind. He could eat a maximum of 10 wind herbs. The rest could be sold to Long Dan and the others. With over 1,000 players gathered at their point, even a single attribute point would provide a significant boost in the early stages. The value of wind herbs to players was no less than that of mechanical equipment. 1 wind herb could be sold to him for 400 copper coins. Just as Yu Bainyan was feeling pleased with himself, agile figures suddenly burst forth from the bushes across the pond. Gale Monkey LV7. HP 650,650. Strength 8. Defense 5. Agility 15. Spirit 3. Skill Gale Charge. The Gale Monkey instantly erupted, increasing speed by 25 for 120 seconds. Description: a primate monster residing in areas rich in wind elements. It moves as swiftly as the wind and particularly enjoys the taste of wind herbs. A dozen silver-gray monkeys leaped out from the bushes. They were lean, yet had extremely smooth muscle lines, their eyes revealing alertness and ferocity. Evidently, these Gale monkeys were the guardians of the wind herbs. They had been lurking nearby until Yu Bainyan touched the wind herbs. Roar! The leader, a slightly larger Gale monkey, let out a sharp howl, and the remaining monkeys instantly scattered, charging towards Yu Bainyan and the mechanical squad from different directions. Their speed was incredibly fast, leaving behind silver trails in the air. But for Yu Bainyan, open fire. Yu Bainyan merely raised his hand lightly. The moment his voice fell, gunfire erupted. A barrage of bullets from the battle robots opened fire, first weaving a dense net of firepower that immediately turned the few Gale monkeys in the front into Swiss cheese. Killed Gale Monkey LV6 player experience 56, technology points 43. Killed Gale Monkey LV7 player experience 61, technology points 50. Killed Gale Monkey LV6 player experience 55, technology points 45. Meanwhile, the swarm of drones dove down, the sound of explosions continuously ringing out as they shot down monkeys attempting to ambush from the tall trees. The Gale monkeys, lucky enough to pass through the fire net as they tried to close in, were knocked down by the artillery fire of the Starbone Iron Guards. The entire battle lasted no more than 3 minutes. Dozens of Gale monkeys lay dead, their bodies dissolving into light clusters that dropped a pile of materials with bright red blood splashing onto the grass. Yu Bainyan stepped forward to collect the dropped materials. System notifications popped up in succession. Clean and tidy. Yu Bainyan was not affected by this minor episode. He refocused his attention on the patch of wind herbs. He walked around the small pond, roughly estimating the size of the wind herb patch. It was about 50 to 60 square meters. Yu Baiyan formed a plan in his mind. He just needed to leave some mechanical units here to guard, and he wouldn't have to worry about the wind herbs being snatched by others or monsters. After a moment of thought, he quickly made a decision. He left a Starbone Iron Guard and several intermediate and advanced combat robots to guard the place, while the rest continued their sweeping mission. Yu Baiyan sent the wind herbs over. Long Dan was currently discussing material acquisition and standard basic mechanical arms with his subordinates. As soon as the system notification sounded, he looked down and found it was actually Yu Baiyan again. "No, buddy. You can't have more good stuff, can you? Are you a Paishio?" Long Dan curiously opened the communication. After just a few seconds of looking, he suddenly jumped up from his seat, startling his surrounding subordinates. "Long bro, what's up?" Long Dan had lost all interest in dealing with his subordinates at this moment. His eyes were filled with the wind herbs sent by Yu Baiyan along with that glaring one agility attribute behind it. "Brother, I want it." Long Dan replied immediately. Yu Baiyan was not the least surprised. The same went for Chin Ben. The two wasted no time and immediately placed orders with Yu Baiyan. Yu Baiyan felt a bit helpless. Sometimes having overly desirable items could be a hassle, but he still explained the situation of the wind herbs to the two, stating that they could only be supplied once every 7 days. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell them daily. It was just that the wind herbs didn't grow every day. After some back and forth with Chun Ben and the others, they finally settled on a price of 350 copper coins per herb. After all, this item had a consumption limit. Yu Baiyan spent some time setting up a simple defensive structure at the small pond and arranged for the guarding squad. Yu Baiyan felt he was one step closer to financial freedom. He was preparing to lead the remaining mechanical squad to continue sweeping the surroundings, trying to see if he could level up to LV9 today. Suddenly, a piercing system alarm sounded. High-level combat robot LV5 has been destroyed. Intermediate combat robot LV6 has been destroyed. Killed Goblin, LV11 player experience, 120 technology, points 98. Killed Goblin, LV12 player experience, 149 technology, points 103. The information about destroyed mechanical units mingled with monster kill notifications echoing in Yu Baiyan's mind. His face instantly turned extremely grim. The system displayed that his squad dispatched to the west for sweeping. Aside from the Starbone Iron Guard and Mammoth Battle Vehicle, all other mechanical units had been destroyed within just a few minutes. The Starbone Iron Guard and Mammoth Battle Vehicle were not in good condition either. Based on the configuration of the mechanical squad, there shouldn't be anything in this forest that could rival them. But the bloody reality lay before him, and he had no choice but to believe. There existed an extremely powerful monster in the forest. Goblin. All units assemble. Yu Baiyan quickly issued commands, sending all mechanical units, except for those guarding the pond, to hurry westward. At the same time, he issued the same command to the squads in the south and east. The three mechanical squads quickly gathered towards the west. 20 minutes later, Yu Baiyan arrived at the last location where the signal had disappeared, accompanied by the three mechanical squads. The vegetation here was noticeably sparser than in other forest areas, with large patches of gray-brown soil and gravel exposed, and the air was permeated with a faint stench. Not far from a small hillock, Yu Baiyan saw a dark entrance. This was the entrance to a naturally formed underground cave about 3 to 4 meters wide and approximately 2 meters high, completely dark inside, obscuring the view of its conditions. On the open ground before the cave entrance lay a pile of wreckage. As Yu Baiyan approached, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was the wreckage of the mechanical squad. He also saw the broken bodies of the Starbone Iron Guard and Mammoth Battle Vehicle lying to the left and right of the cave entrance. The wreckage of drones and combat robots was scattered across a large area, with traces of artillery bombardment everywhere. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. But what startled Yu Baiyan the most was that a 3-meter-long steel arrow was embedded in the damaged body of the Starbone Iron Guard. Though the arrow's craftsmanship was somewhat crude, it still sent a chill down Yu Baiyan's spine. These goblins could manufacture weapons. Moreover, the bodies of these mechanical units all bore signs of disassembly, with some parts mysteriously missing. Could it be that these goblins were studying mechanical units? A sense of crisis surged within Yu Baiyan. At his signal, 3 drones began to slowly enter the cave in a triangular formation. As for himself, he was synchronizing with the drone's perspective in real time. The 3 mechanical squads surrounded the cave entrance, always vigilant for any possible surprises. From the drone's perspective, everything proceeded smoothly. Fortunately, the drone's cameras had night vision capabilities, allowing Yu Baiyan to see the conditions inside the cave. It resembled an ordinary mine with scattered unknown ores on the rocky walls, showing signs of human excavation. The cave floor had 2 very distinct ruts, seemingly left by some sort of 2-wheeled transport. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A shadow flashed by. Yu Baiyan didn't even have time to see what it was before the drone's vision went completely dark. Swarm drone LV-1 has been destroyed before he could switch to the perspectives of the other two drones. They too were consecutively destroyed. Yu Baiyan was utterly horrified. What on earth is that? Looking at the dark cave entrance, it seemed like a giant abyssal mouth ready to swallow him whole at any moment. A foreboding premonition suddenly surged within him. Yu Baiyan stood motionless before the cave as the wind flowed down from the ridges to the west, carrying a faint scent of fishiness and the acrid odor of burnt residue. The two scents intertwined like the final warning left in the air before something decays. Fragments of mechanical units lay scattered on the ground. The entrance to the cave was embedded in the mountainside, resembling a half-open eye. In the dark depths, nothing was visible, only the occasional seepage of dampness condensing into dark droplets at the cave's edge, falling one by one onto the rubble and producing an extremely faint sound. This sound stood out starkly in the silence. Yu Baiyan stepped forward, approaching the destroyed Shanghai Iron Guard, one of his strongest mechanical units produced so far. He crouched down, reaching out to touch an arrow. The sensation that traveled through his fingertips was cold and rough, the surface marked with hammer marks from the forging process. This was not a precision weapon produced on an assembly line. Each mark was crafted by hand, varying in depth and utterly irregular. Yet it was this primitive and savage handmade texture that made Yu Baiyan's unease become clearer. He traced down the arrow shaft, feeling a circle of fine patterns where the arrowhead connected to the shaft. These were not decorations, they were threads. The goblins forged the arrowheads and shafts separately and then tightened them with threads. This indicated that they not only understood metal smelting, but also possessed quite refined processing techniques. They can manufacture weapons and also disassemble mechanical units. Yu Baiyan's voice was soft, almost like he was talking to himself. System information showed these goblins were at levels between LV-11 and LV-12. In contrast, the forest giant he encountered earlier was only at LV-9. More importantly, it was their behavioral patterns. The 3-meter-long steel arrows indicated they possessed smelting and forging abilities, while the disassembled bodies and missing parts of the mechanical units hinted at a chilling reality. These goblins were learning. The scene of those 3 swarm drones entering the cave was still vivid in his mind. The structure of the mine tunnels, scattered or traces of manual excavation, and the wheel tracks left by suspected transport vehicles, followed by a figure that moved so quickly the cameras couldn't capture it. The 3 swarm drones lost signal within a minute of entering the cave. Yu Baiyan slowly stood up and closed his eyes. He kept calculating in his mind. Should I rush in now and eliminate these goblins thoroughly? This thought flashed through Yu Baiyan's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Rationality told him that rushing into the cave now would be an extremely foolish decision. He knew almost nothing about the internal situation of the cave. Other than knowing there were goblins and mine tunnels inside, he was entirely ignorant. What was the terrain like? How large was the space? How many goblins were there? Were there any bosses? All these were unknowns. Any unknown factor could lead to total annihilation, and the mechanical squads he currently had were all he had painstakingly gathered with vast resources and time. Furthermore, he had assembled the strength of 3 mechanical squads, which appeared quite substantial. However, these mechanical units were more suited for open terrain combat. Once they entered the narrow, confined underground cave, the advantages of the mechanical units would be significantly diminished. Heavy firepower could not be deployed and drone activities would be restricted. Rashly opening fire in the cave might also accidentally injure friendly units, dealing a self-inflicted wound of 800 while harming the enemy 1,000. As cave-dwelling creatures, goblins were clearly more adept at combat in confined environments. The height and width of the mine tunnels were likely designed to accommodate their own size. They could move freely in such an environment, familiar with every corner and fork, utilizing the terrain to surround and divide intruders. If the attack failed, not only would he lose a substantial number of mechanical units, but it would also draw the attention of the goblins, which would be extremely dangerous for him. Although the secret realm has absolute concealment, who knows if these goblins would find a way to force their way in? Yu Baiyan absolutely did not wish to see such a scenario. Forget it. Yu Baiyan exhaled a long breath, his gaze gradually calming. He'll deal with it later. He turned around to face the 3 mechanical squads behind him. Resume the sweep mission. The command was brief and clear. The 3 mechanical squads responded almost simultaneously, their engines humming as they quickly disappeared into the dense forests on either side of the valley. Meanwhile, Yu Baiyan began to clean up the aftermath. These mechanical units could not be left here. He collected all the destroyed mechanical units and converted them into a small amount of technology points. Although they had turned into a pile of scrap metal for him, the one with the mechanical sovereign talent scrap metal still held value. He then picked up some materials dropped by the goblins killed by this mechanical squad. Recycled Advanced Combat Robot remains 4 Gain Technology Points. 178 Recycled Intermediate Combat Robot remains 12 Gain Technology Points. 134 Recycled Swarm Drone remains 15 Gain Technology Points. 78 Acquired Materials Goblin Scales, a grade 34, Grease, a grade 22. System prompts scrolled across you by Nyen's retina. He placed his hand on a combat robot's remains. A faint blue light surged from his palm, enveloping the twisted metal. Moments later, the remains transformed into specks of light dust dissipating into the air, while a small stream of warmth flowed into his body, turning into technology points. Although the recovered technology points were far less than the consumption during the production of these mechanical units, even a mosquito's leg is meat. It was better than letting these mechanical remains rot in the wild. Yu Bainyin moved slowly across the battlefield, recovering the destroyed mechanical units one after another. With each recovery, his mood became more complex. These were all crafted from real money. Just like that, they were dismantled by a bunch of goblins. Thinking of this, Yu Bainyin couldn't help but grit his teeth. He took note of this debt. After about half an hour, the battlefield's remains were finally cleared away. Yu Bainyin straightened his back, stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders from long squatting. Night in the mountains arrived quickly. The sky turned from dark blue to pitch black in less than half an hour. Yu Bainyin counted the recovered gains. A total of less than 2,000 technology points. During the recovery process, Yu Bainyin also gathered information. The goblins were not weak. They had inflicted almost a 3-1 casualty ratio against the mechanical squads. On average, 3 goblins could replace 1 mechanical unit. But this also indicated that the number of goblins in the cave was likely far beyond Yu Bainyin's expectations. An hour later, Yu Bainyin stood before the cave entrance with dozens of swarm drones and several basic robots standing behind him. These low-level mechanical units were just produced, possessing weak firepower, thin armor, and their frontal combat capabilities were almost negligible. However, what he needed was not their firepower. Yu Bainyin methodically commanded dispersing these drones and robots around the cave entrance hidden in the shadows. He needed these mechanical units to act as cameras. This way, he could monitor the movements within the cave in real time. If anything happened here, he would know immediately. With the firepower of these low-level mechanical units, it was impossible to inflict substantial damage on the goblins. Their job was only to relay information back before being destroyed. Not seeking to kill, only to observe. Since he had decided to come and deal with this cave later, he couldn't just leave. Yu Bainyin circled around the monitoring circle, checking each observation post. One by one, green dots lit up on the system's holographic map, encircling the dark cave entrance. The location of this cave was not too far from his secret base, with a straight-line distance of about 2 kilometers. In other words, next to his secret base, there was such a den of monsters filled with unknown threats. It was like building a luxurious villa in one's own yard, only to find that the next-door neighbor was a group of thugs who could jump over the wall to smash things at any time. This feeling indeed made one somewhat uneasy. Yu Bainyin quickly set up 12 observation points, monitoring the cave entrance from every angle. Though he wasn't sure if there were other exits, it was best to keep an eye on this cave entrance first. After completing all this, Yu Bainyin closed the system panel. It was time to go back. There was still much to do. Yu Bainyin took one last look at the cave before turning around and disappearing into the dark forest shrouded in night. In the cave under the night, the sound of metal clashing occasionally echoed. The next morning, for some unknown reason, the morning sunlight was able to penetrate the secret realm, casting a myriad of fragmented light spots on the ground. The light was still thin, imbued with the unique chill of the morning in the mountains, illuminating the somewhat empty space of the secret realm. Yu Bainyin was awakened by the system's notification sound. To be precise, he was yanked from his dreams by a series of system notifications that were dense to the point of being almost violent. Yu Bainyin groggily opened his eyes, propping himself up from the makeshift bed he had set up, vigorously rubbing his throbbing temples. His eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and a dull pain from lack of sleep lingered in his head. He had been busy until late last night. After dealing with the aftermath at the entrance of the cave and setting up the monitoring posts, it was already evening. By the time he dragged his exhausted body back to the secret base, he felt as if he was about to fall apart. Initially, he only intended to rest briefly, but once he closed his eyes, he knew nothing and ended up sleeping until dawn. Yu Bainyin waved his hand in the air, bringing up the communication panel. A pale blue holographic screen appeared before him. The message list was filled to the brim with messages from Chunbin and Long Dadan. Long Dadan messages were at the top, with several sent in quick succession. Bro, are you awake? Chunbin and I have already set out with the materials and should arrive at the agreed location in about an hour. By the way, bro, remember to bring that herb we talked about yesterday. I have several brothers waiting impatiently, constantly hounding me about when we can get the goods. I'm about to be driven crazy by them. The timestamp showed it was over half an hour ago. Following that was Chunbin. Compared to Long Dan, he seemed much more composed and considerate. We have around 10 people on our side. Let me know if there are any other materials needed, and we can bring them together. Similar to Long Dan's message he had already set off. Yu Baiyan scrolled through the messages, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. These two guys were more enthusiastic than he had expected. Surprisingly, in less than a day they had managed to procure materials, and from their tone the amount seemed quite substantial. He had thought that gathering a significant amount of materials in under a day would be impossible. It appeared that these two were more capable than he had imagined. He moved his body, which was stiff and sore from an awkward sleeping position. His shoulders made faint cracking sounds as he rotated them, and he tilted his neck back, causing a series of light pops in his cervical vertebrae. After loosening up, he finally felt truly awake. Since the clients were already on their way with the goods, he as the boss naturally couldn't afford to be slow. In business, the worst thing is to keep your partners waiting. He walked toward the mechanical manufacturing factory, his footsteps echoing in the empty base. The standard basic mechanical arms produced yesterday were neatly stacked on the metal shelves of the factory, a total of 10 pieces, each carefully wrapped in dust cloths, revealing only the silver-gray metal casings of the forearms. These great equipment were in high demand at this stage. Long Dan and Chun Ben each had 5 pieces, not one more, not one less. Next were the wind herbs. He had consumed 10 wind herbs on the spot yesterday, reaching his consumption limit. The sensation from that moment still lingered in his memory, especially the notification sound indicating the attribute increase. Aside from the 10 he had consumed, there were still 17 left. He had already harvested all of them yesterday and placed them in his system backpack. After packing all the standard basic mechanical arms into the system backpack, once everything was ready, Yu Baiyan exited the secret realm. He only had 3 mechanical squads left. This time he planned to take 1 mechanical squad to the transaction, leaving the other 2 squads in the forest to continue sweeping. The dimensional cube flashed, taking an entire mechanical squad inside. Seeing this, Yu Baiyan couldn't help but exclaim, "This dimensional cube is really useful. But its price is also quite steep." Thinking of the nearly 3 million technology points debt he was carrying, Yu Baiyan felt a bit of a headache. Leaving a mammoth infantry fighting vehicle outside, Yu Baiyan quickly climbed onto its roof and sat down steadily. The engine of the mammoth let out a low growl like a giant beast waking from slumber. The entire vehicle trembled slightly, and then the tracks began to turn, crushing the gravel beneath as it drove toward the edge of the forest. The agreed transaction location was not far from the secret base. The mammoth infantry fighting vehicle moved at a moderate speed through the woods. After about 40 minutes they arrived at their destination. Here was a small river running across the grassland. On the west side of the riverbank, there was a relatively open area where the vegetation was sparse. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered in this open space. From a distance, Yu Baiyan spotted Long Dan's figure. This guy was simply too recognizable. At nearly 2 meters tall with muscles bulging, he stood in the crowd like a towering iron tower, making the surrounding players look half a head shorter in comparison. He was facing away, seemingly talking to someone nearby, his arms gesturing animatedly, occasionally breaking into hearty laughter. Chun Ben stood beside him. Behind the two of them followed dozens of people. These individuals stood in groups of 2 or 3 in the open space, mostly wearing simple leather armor or clothing, some even clad in only a rough burlap shirt. Their weapons were varied. Some held broken iron swords, others had sharpened spears, all sorts could be seen. From their equipment, it was clear they were not in a good situation. The sound of the mammoth's engine grew louder as it approached. The deep vibrations from the tracks crushing the ground caught everyone's attention. Long Dan was the first to turn around. Upon seeing Yu Baiyan sitting on the roof, a brilliant smile broke out on his face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Hey, bro, you finally made it." He strode forward. Before he even reached Yu Baiyan, his large hand like a fan was already reaching out to pat Yu Baiyan's shoulder. Yu Baiyan instinctively stepped back a few paces. He didn't dare to take Long Dan's slap. He had learned from experience that this guy's strength could break bones with one hit. Long Dan's hand hung awkwardly in the air, his fingers twitching before he pulled it back and scratched the back of his head. Sorry bro. I'm just used to it, haha." Chun Ben also walked over from behind. He didn't have Long Dan's exaggerated gestures, just nodding at Yu Baiyan to greet him. Seeing the main character arrive, Long Dan and Chun Ben didn't hesitate. They threw all the materials stored in their system backpacks out at once. Some people even stepped forward from behind them, pouring out their materials like beans. Yu Baiyan's gaze swept over the mountain of burlap sacks and wooden boxes, his eyes flashing with unmasked surprise. All these were procured by you in just one day. He had originally expected that if Long Dan and Chun Ben could gather a few thousand units of materials in a day, it would be quite good. After all, materials were scattered among every player, and collecting them required a lot of manpower and time. But the materials before him now, upon rough estimation, had at least tens of thousands of units. Long Dan followed his gaze, his chest unconsciously puffing out. How about that? Is it enough? He pointed at the materials, his tone filled with unabashed pride. Over 12,000 units of grade materials, over 4,500 units of A-grade materials. In addition, there are some scattered grade materials, around 200 units that we picked up along the way. If you need them, you can include them in the count. Yu Baiyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Over 12,000 units of grade materials. Over 4,500 units of A-grade materials. Even some grade materials. This was surprising. When he mentioned the procurement of materials to Long Dan and Chunbin yesterday, saying at least starting from 100,000 units, he only intended to convey the high demand, not expecting them to gather so much in a short time. Even if it was just over 10,000 units, that far exceeded his expectations. How did you manage to do this? Yu Baiyan couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with genuine curiosity. In just one day, how could you collect so much? Long Dan and Chunbin exchanged glances, a knowing smile appearing on both their faces, one that hinted at a certain understanding. Well, Long Dan rubbed his hands together. That's a long story. Let's just collect the materials first. Yu Baiyan nodded. He took the lead towards the pile of materials. Long Dan and Chunbin followed behind, while the other players automatically cleared a path. Yu Baiyan opened his system space and collected all the materials. Long Dan and the others were taken aback. One person's system backpack couldn't hold all these materials. It required several people to carry them, which was why they had brought so many people. Yet Yu Baiyan managed to fit them all by himself. Was his system backpack larger than all of theirs combined? They of course didn't know that while Yu Baiyan collected these materials, he secretly used the dimensional cube to retrieve a batch. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to carry so many materials alone. Acquired grade materials 12,879, acquired A-grade materials 4,589, acquired grade materials 213. The numbers finally settled. After collecting all the materials, he took out the goods he had prepared from his system backpack. One by one, the goods appeared out of thin air, landing steadily on the ground. 10 standard basic mechanical arms were neatly arranged in a row. The silver-gray alloy shells reflected a cold sheen in the sunlight, with the bearings at the joints perfectly meshing. Each piece was carefully padded with dust cloths, crafted so well that no one could find any faults. Next were the 17 wind herbs. The surrounding players' eyes lit up upon seeing the wind herbs. A few of them leaned forward unconsciously, their gazes glued to these items. They had known about the items to be traded long before arriving, and now seeing them in person, how could they not be excited? These are the standard basic mechanical arms we discussed yesterday, a total of 10 pieces. Yu Baiyan pointed at the row of equipment, so 5 pieces for each person at the agreed price of 100 copper coins per piece. Long Dan and Chunbin each stepped forward to collect their share of the equipment. Long Dan picked up one mechanical arm and weighed it, nodding with satisfaction at the alloy's heft. Chunbin inspected the craftsmanship at the joints carefully before placing it into his storage space. Yu Baiyan then pushed the 17 wind herbs forward. The wind herbs gleamed silver-white under the sunlight, forming a brilliant line. There are a total of 17 wind herbs, Yu Baiyan said. I consumed some yesterday, and the rest are here priced at 350 copper coins each. Long Dan stared at the wind herbs, his eyes widening. 17. I'll take all of them. Without a second thought, he started pulling out copper coins, moving as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Chunbin rolled his eyes. Don't think you can hog them all. I want some too. After a pause, he then asked Yu Baiyan, is there really only 17? My followers have been eyeing these, chasing me every day to ask about them. As he said this, several players standing not far away nodded in agreement, their faces filled with longing. Yu Baiyan shrugged. There's nothing I can do. The growth cycle of the wind herb is 7 days, and that's all it produces. He thought for a moment and added, how you divide them is up to you. After all, this is a continuous supply, though it's not a one-time deal. Long Dan and Chunbin exchanged glances. A few seconds later, Long Dan spoke first. Then he'll take 8, and you take 9. There will be more next time, so it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 less. Chunbin had no objections, nodding. He took the wind herbs and promptly stored them in his system backpack. The three gathered together to tally up the accounts. The total for these materials was less than 2,000 copper coins, but the items Yu Baiyan sold amounted to 6,950 copper coins. Calculating, Chunbin and Long Dan still owed him nearly 5,000 copper coins. Yu Baiyan had already anticipated this situation. Long Dan and Chunbin readily paid, fully aware that the value of Yu Baiyan's items far exceeded the materials they brought. They were not surprised by this outcome. Seeing the money come in, Yu Baiyan flashed a big smile. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasant cooperation. At this moment, Yu Baiyan felt exceptionally joyful. Long Dan was still fiddling with the mechanical arm, even trying it on to test its power. This thing is truly exquisite. Long Dayton walked to a massive rock by the riverbank, his right hand equipped with the mechanical arm clenched into a fist before striking out forcefully. Boom. A boulder the size of a small car shattered with a loud crash, sending fragments flying. Some stones nearly struck Chin Ben nearby, prompting him to curse, "Long Dayton, can you pay a bit more attention?" Long Dayton was fixated on the mechanical arm on his own limb. He was completely exhilarated. Damn, this thing is incredible. In the myriad worlds battlefield, there was no limit on the number of equipment, meaning players could wield a mechanical arm while holding other weapons. The other players were wide-eyed. Both parties felt they had made a tremendous profit from this transaction. After the trade concluded, everyone did not disperse immediately. On the empty ground by the riverbank, Ubanian and the others formed a circle. The sun gradually rose, casting a shimmering light across the river's surface. A gentle breeze blew from upstream, carrying the moisture of the water and the fragrance of grass and trees, dispelling the lingering coolness of the morning. To be honest, Long Dayton plopped down on the ground, asking, "Brother, what do you think you need so many materials for?" Ubanian did not respond, but countered with a question. "I am quite curious about how you managed to acquire so many materials in such a short time." That was over 10,000 units of materials, which was no easy feat to gather. Chin Ben took over the conversation. He did not sit as casually as Long Dayton, but instead sat cross-legged on a flat stone, his back straight, looking focused. "Let me explain it to you." Ubanian nodded, signaling him to continue. "The reason is actually quite simple." Chun Ben's voice was steady and clear. "Long Dayton and I each formed a certain power within our gathering points." The term power came out lightly from Chun Ben's mouth, yet it carried significant weight. To be specific, Long Dayton interjected, patting the bulging muscles on his chest. "I formed a team at the central gathering point. Including me, there are over 200 people. I pulled each of these individuals, and some were saved by me while others wanted to earn a living in this myriad worlds battlefield." As he said this, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "In any case, these brothers now all listen to me. When I say east, they never go west. These materials, apart from those purchased from some scattered players, were all taken from their backpacks. Over 200 people." Ubanian was slightly surprised. He did not expect Long Dayton to have gathered such a sizable team in such a short time. "I am about the same," Chin Ben added. "I have around 100 people here, slightly fewer than Long Dodon's group." He paused, fixing his gaze on Ubanian. "So, this is the reason we were able to acquire so many materials in a short time." Ubanian nodded thoughtfully. "I see. It seems these two have some leadership skills. In this myriad worlds battlefield, individual strength is ultimately limited. No matter how talented one is or how good their equipment is, an individual's energy will eventually be depleted. Many hands make light work. Once an organization takes shape, both in terms of resources and strength, it far surpasses what an individual can achieve. No wonder you can achieve this level." Ubanian said, his tone carrying a hint of acknowledgement. Long Dayton felt a bit bashful from the praise, scratching the back of his head and chuckling twice. "Not at all. It's just mutual trust among everyone. Having a team in this damned place gives a sense of security." However, Chin Ben did not pick up on this topic. His expression became somewhat solemn, as if he were contemplating something important. Silence lingered for a moment. Then he spoke, his voice more serious than before. "Brother, you, now that we are on this topic, there is something I would like to discuss with you." Ubanian raised his head to look at Chin Ben. "Speak." Chun Ben exchanged a glance with Long Dayton, who nodded vigorously at him. "It's like this." Chin Ben carefully chose his words. "Long Dayton and I have been considering something lately. While our powers have developed well individually, their scale is ultimately limited. Moreover," Long Dayton took over, "the situation we are facing is becoming increasingly complex. At the 4 gathering points, each except for the Western gathering point now has a leader and a sphere of influence. In the future, if any conflicts or confrontations arise between regions, our small number of personnel won't provide much of an advantage. So," the two spoke in unison, "we need to merge." Merge. The two words, when spoken from their mouths, seemed to freeze the air momentarily. Long Dayton continued to explain. "In simple terms, as long as we integrate, the manpower and resources of the 2 gathering points can be maximized. Whether for external expansion or defensive self-preservation, it will be much stronger than now. Furthermore, it can attract more scattered players to join." More importantly, Chun Ben's gaze was fixed intently on Ubanian. "We hope you can join us too." Chun Ben extended an invitation to Ubanian. Long Dayton and Chin Ben not only wanted to merge their powers, but also aimed to pull Ubanian into their ranks. In the eyes of Chin Ben and Long Dayton, Ubanian not only had the ability to craft equipment, but his personal strength was also unfathomable. The mechanical army under his command was equivalent to a separate power. If they could recruit him, their strength would escalate to a new level. However, Ubanian shook his head. His attitude was resolute, showing no hesitation whatsoever. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not intend to join any faction. Long Daden was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a straightforward rejection. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. Chen Ben, on the other hand, responded much more calmly. He merely frowned slightly before quickly regaining his composure, as if he had anticipated this answer. May I ask why? Baiwan fell silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Then he spoke, his voice not loud, but each word was crystal clear. Because I am a force in and of myself. Baiwan's gaze swept over the two, his expression remaining eerily calm. His left hand tightened slightly, the unique pattern of the mechanical dominator in his palm, faintly glowing. When these words came out of Baiwan's mouth, there was no hint of boasting or arrogance. He was merely stating a fact. Long Dadan's mouth fell open, unable to close for a while. Chen Ben's eyelids twitched, and his pupils constricted slightly. They certainly understood that Baiwan was not speaking lightly. They had witnessed Baiwan's strength firsthand. The battle against the Cherry Blossom Nations team was still fresh in their minds. What you mean is, Chen Ben said slowly, you plan to go solo? Yes. Baiwan's response was brief. A breeze swept across the river, creating a series of delicate ripples. Sunlight fell on the faces of the three, illuminating their distinctly different expressions. After a long pause, Long Daden broke the silence first. He scratched his head and let out a helpless laugh. All right, brother, I really respect your temperament. But to be fair, if you truly have that capability, then there is indeed no need to get involved with us. His tone bore no hint of displeasure after the rejection. I understand. Chen Ben nodded as well. Actually, we only wanted to ask you about this. If you were willing to join, it would be a win-win situation. If not, we wouldn't force it. After all, he looked at Baiwan, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A forced relationship is not sweet. We don't want to make enemies with someone like you. Baiwan nodded. We can still continue to cooperate. Just because I don't like joining forces doesn't mean I'm unwilling to engage with you all. After all, we were all teleported back to this damned place from Blue Star. That's the spirit. Long Daden slapped his thigh. Brother, I love hearing you say that. If you need any help in the future, just let us know. Me too, Chen Ben added. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me. The atmosphere became amicable once again. Baiwan smiled as well. By the way, I have something to ask you. What's the situation like in our area? The situation in our area? Long Daden glanced at Chen Ben, who nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Actually, there are some complications. What complications? Baiwan asked, somewhat puzzled. Some powers in our area are not easy to deal with. Long Daden spoke somewhat euphemistically. Let me explain. Chen Ben took the initiative to clarify. Area 749 has 5 gathering points arranged in a cross covering different regions. The Western Gathering Point currently lacks a leader, with players there in a state of disarray, fighting amongst themselves. The leader of the Eastern Gathering Point is named Di Yuha. Long Daden interjected. Like us, she isn't a great talent player, quite clever. We have interacted with her a few times, and the relationship is fairly friendly. The problem lies in the south. At this point, both of their expressions darkened. The head of the Southern Gathering Point is called Wu He. Long Dadan's tone turned somewhat gritted. Wu He. Baiwan silently repeated this name in his mind. This guy was a criminal back on Blue Star. Long Daden continued, his voice filled with undisguised disgust. It said he was sentenced for intentional injury and imprisoned. Then during the collective transmigration, he regained his freedom and even awakened a grade talent. A grade talent? Baiwan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the leaders of each gathering point were generally a grade talents. But it was no surprise, without strength, who could command respect. Yes, a grade talent fury, Chen Ben said. The effect is a significant boost to all attributes within a short time, without any negative buffs. According to the information we have, his level is even higher than both mine and Long Dadan's, having reached LV7. LV7. Now it was Baiwan's turn to be slightly startled. He was nearly catching up to him. We tried to contact him to see if there was a possibility of merging. The result? Long Daden snorted. Guess what? Not only did this guy insult us, but he also declared he wanted to establish his own power. He even threatened us, demanding we recognize him as our leader. Otherwise he would kill us, so we couldn't even leave the gathering point. Recognize him as our leader. Baiwan frowned slightly. This Wu He was indeed quite arrogant. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Long Daden imitated Wu He's tone, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You two small fries think you can sit on the same level as me. Either kneel down and call me big brother and serve me from now on, or get ready to be stomped to death. After saying that, he spat in disdain. Later we inquired further and found that Wu He had been committing all sorts of atrocities in the Southern Gathering Point. He gathered a group of similar rogues, collecting protection fees today, robbing resources tomorrow. Anyone who dared defy him would be killed directly, and after killing, he would wait at the gathering point for them to respawn and kill them again. Chen Ben's tone was chillingly cold. Many ordinary players in the Southern Gathering Point have been tormented by him to the point where they can't level up normally. The materials and equipment they worked hard to obtain were snatched away in an instant. And those who tried to run couldn't escape. Can't escape. Baiwan caught this key piece of information. Chun Bin glanced at him, his eyes holding a hint of complex meaning. You may not be fully aware of this mechanism yet. When each player spawns, the system assigns an initial gathering point based on various rules. Once the initial gathering point is determined, the player's respawn point will be bound there. In other words, Chun Bin slowed his voice, articulating each word carefully. No matter where you go, as long as you die, you will respawn at the initial gathering point. In this myriad worlds battlefield, no one can guarantee they will never die. Baiwan fell silent. He had indeed never died. No wonder he was unaware of this mechanism. So your concern is? He will eventually come for us. Chun Bin stated bluntly. His mode of survival is plunder, and the players in the Southern Gathering Point are almost drained by him. Next it will be our turn. Long Dayton sighed heavily. To be honest, we are not afraid of him. Given our strength, if it came to a real fight, it's not certain he would win. But this will severely slow our development speed. There are still players from the Cherry Blossom Nation around our area. Their voices gradually lowered, finally disappearing into the wind. No one spoke further on the riverbank. Baiwan listened quietly, saying nothing. He cast his gaze to the south. He had been active in the central and northern areas these days, but he had never been to the southern region. He, a potential threat. Understood. Baiwan finally spoke, his voice calm as water. I have noted everything you mentioned. If he truly comes after you in the future, you can come to me. For simple words. Yet both Long Dayton and Chun Bin understood the weight behind them. Baiwan's thoughts were quite simple. With the construction of his secret base, the materials consumed in the future would increase exponentially. He would still rely on Long Dayton and others to gather these materials. Compared to he would prefer to do business with these two. Maintaining his client base was only natural. See you next time. Baiwan waved goodbye to Long Dayton and Chun Bin, turning to head back to the secret base. The sunlight was perfect and the breeze was gentle. At this moment, he was in a fairly good mood. This transaction netted him over 5,000 copper coins along with more than 17,000 units of F and E grade materials. These were enough to sustain the secret base for a while. This deal was undoubtedly a huge profit. More importantly, the information he acquired today was far more valuable than money. This name spun around in his mind. The threat from the Southern Gathering Point was an issue he would face sooner or later. But he was confident. If this really dared to provoke him, it was uncertain who would corner whom at the resurrection point. The tracks of the mammoth-wheeled infantry vehicle rumbled rhythmically over the grass. Baiwan sat atop the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the various data on the system panel. 2 mechanical squads left in the forest were also working tirelessly, sending back new harvest reports every so often. Everything was in order, until a series of system notification sounds abruptly rang out. Basic Combat Robot LV-1 has been destroyed. Basic Combat Robot LV-1 has been destroyed. Swarm Drone LV-1 has been destroyed. Baiwan's movements suddenly halted. One system notification after another crashed onto his retina like a dense drumbeat, each carrying a glaring red warning sign. Baiwan almost instantly sprang up from the top of the vehicle. His fingers flew rapidly through the air, bringing up the real-time footage from the surveillance system. He saw that the mechanical units he had set up at the entrance of the cavern acting as cameras were being destroyed one by one. Within a few short minutes, they had all been wiped out. His pupils constricted suddenly. The swarm drone transmitted back a video of only a few seconds. Baiwan clicked on the video to take a look. In the footage, the dark cavern entrance looked like a gaping maw with shadows of figures continuously pouring out. Goblin. Those short figures streamed out of the depths of the cavern. Each one was about 1.5 meters tall, with rough yellow skin and rugged, fierce features. Most of them wielded long spears or iron swords, and some were even equipped with crude iron shields and simple crossbows. There were at least 40 of them. Baiwan quickly counted. At least 40 goblins were pouring out of the cavern. Their movements were synchronized and coordinated, clearly not a rabble, but rather an organized and disciplined army. The last few seconds of the video recorded their attack process. The most prominent basic combat robot became their first target. Dozens of goblins pounced on it simultaneously, forming a defensive formation with shields at the front, while spears and crossbow bolts rained down from behind. The basic combat robot had just begun to retaliate when it was blocked by 3 or 4 shields, and then some goblins flanked it, slamming iron wedges into its mechanical head. Then the remaining mechanical units were destroyed one after another. The footage abruptly cut off amidst a cascade of static. Baiwan stood atop the mammoth infantry vehicle, his face dark with rage. Damn it! Baiwan cursed softly. He quickly brought up the panel and issued commands to the two mechanical squads in the forest instructing them to converge on the secret base and Fengchao Waterhole. These two locations were the most crucial and could not afford to be compromised. Then he began to hurry back at breakneck speed. Along the way, Yu Baiyan checked his resource status. After 2 continuous days of non-stop sweeping by the mechanical squads combined with the inventory accumulated earlier, his technology points had surpassed 50,000. Remaining technology points 52390. This number made Yu Baiyan breathe a little easier. As long as he had technology points, he would have an endless supply of mechanical units. Yu Baiyan began production operations right while on the move. He first produced 2 mechanical squads according to the previous configurations, storing them all in the dimensional cube. But Yu Baiyan did not stop there. His gaze fell on the technology tree interface, where an enticing option was waiting for him to unlock. Dragon-like mech type, 1 quality F grade, HP 1500-1500, power 17, defense 20, agility 19, spirit 0, description, a genuine mech, the ultimate romance for men. Unlock cost 3,000 technology points. Yu Baiyan stared at this line of data for 2 seconds, and then decisively pressed the unlock button. 3,000 technology points were instantly deducted. Even just the F-grade dragon-like mech had already surpassed the advanced combat robot in basic attributes. Produce 5 dragon-like mech type 1. The command was issued. 5 metallic cubes 2 sizes larger than the previous mechanical units appeared out of thin air, and moments later they assembled into 5 tall and formidable mechs. Upgrade quality, Yu Baiyan said without any hesitation. Total cost 5,000 technology points. Upgrading dragon-like mech type 1. Upgrade complete. Dragon-like mech type 1 F grade upgraded to dragon-like mech type 3D grade. After upgrading all 5 dragon-like mechs to grade quality, the technology points that Yu Baiyan had painstakingly gathered were entirely consumed. Fortunately, the input and output were proportional. Dragon-like mech type 3 quality D grade, HB 7200-7200, power 5230, defense 573, agility 518, spirit 0, skill overload effect increases power by 30, lasting 240 seconds. Description: mech. Yu Baiyan was stunned by the revitalized data panel of the dragon-like mech. The grade dragon-like mech had already surpassed the Star Skeleton Guardian in terms of value. Although its HP was not as much as the mammoth infantry vehicle, it still reached an astonishing 7,200, and its power boosted by attribute sharing reached a terrifying 82 points. This firepower configuration was even more enticing. The dragon-like mech type 3 was equipped with a chainsword made of high-strength alloy capable of slicing through targets with ease during high-speed rotations. On its back were 36 tubes of a micro-missile system capable of executing blanket fire strikes. It stood nearly 4 meters tall. This was the true mech. Yu Baiyan took a deep breath and stored all the completed mechanical units in the dimensional cube. The speed of the mammoth infantry vehicle increased even further. He had to hurry. About 20 minutes later, when he finally rushed into the edge of the forest, a new system notification sounded again. Intermediate combat robot LV-2 has been destroyed. Swarm drone LV-1 has been destroyed. Intermediate combat robot LV-3 has been destroyed. This time it was the mechanical units he placed at Fengchao Waterhole. Yu Baiyan's expression turned even uglier. He brought up the real-time footage from Fengchao Waterhole, which was a video transmitted back by a swarm drone. The footage shook violently, clearly in the midst of intense gunfire, but he could still see the general situation of the battlefield. A mechanical squad had arrived at Fengchao Waterhole, engaging in battle with the mechanical units stationed there against the goblins. The number of goblins had clearly increased. Previously, he saw only over 40 goblins in the video, but now there were at least 100 at Fengchao Waterhole. The average level of these goblins ranged from LV-10 to LV-12, was stronger than any monsters he had encountered before. They formed small teams covering each other as they advanced, with the frontline, shield-bearing goblins blocking machine gun fire, while the crossbowmen fired from behind. Worse yet, in the center of the footage there was a particularly conspicuous figure. This figure was much taller than the other goblins, standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a full suit of armor made from some dark metal, wielding a giant battle axe that was at least 1.5 meters long. With each swing of the axe, he could split a combat robot in half, instantly killing it. Goblin General LV-15D grade boss, HB 180001, 8000, power 69, defense 71, agility 42, spirit 31, skill axe whirlwind effect. The Goblin General swings his axe, dealing area damage to surrounding targets with a chance to inflict the severe injury effect. Description: a valiant warrior among goblins possessing formidable combat strength, he is a fierce general leading goblins into battle. LV-15D grade boss. This was nearly double his current level. While this Goblin General's power was not as high as the dragon-like mech, its health was more than twice that of the dragon-like mech. However, in a heating confrontation, the dragon-like mech wouldn't necessarily lose. But Yu Baiyan didn't care. He had more than one dragon-like mech. Fengxiao was an important strategic resource for him, and if it were destroyed by goblins, the loss would be significant. I can't let them through. Yu Baiyan quickly arrived at Fengxiao Waterhole. With a wave of his hand, he released all mechanical units from the dimensional cube. The moment the 4-meter-tall dragon-like mechs landed, the ground trembled. Their silver-gray armor reflected a cold light under the sun, and the missile launchers on their backs were neatly arranged like rows of blades poised to strike. In addition, there were 2 fully equipped mechanical squads, and the vast mechanical army lined up at Fengxiao Waterhole. The mechanical units swiftly joined the battle. The dragon-like mechs charged towards a line of goblins that had formed a defensive formation where the front-line, shield-bearing goblins barely held their ground, trying to use their shields to block the impact. But the power of the dragon-like mech far exceeded their expectations. The moment the first dragon-like mech collided with the shields, 3 shields were sent flying, and the shield-bearing goblin was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force. Immediately after the spinning chainsword fell, there were no flashy techniques, just pure strength crushing through. The chainsword sliced through the goblin's body as easily as a hot knife through butter, cleaving the goblin and its iron shield in two. 1778. 1689. 1980. The dragon-like mech killed 3 goblins with a single slash. The system's kill notification sounded in his ears. Killed Iron Shield Goblin, LV11 gained player experience 290 technology points 178. Killed Iron Shield Goblin, LV10 gained player experience 267 technology points 167. Killed Iron Shield Goblin, LV12 gained player experience 301 technology points 192. With the powerful support of the dragon-like mechs, the goblins who had been steadily advancing were forced back and soon retreated from the range of Fengxiao Waterhole. The 36 micromissile systems behind the 5 dragon-like mechs fired simultaneously, nearly 200 micromissiles streaking out, with long tails enveloping the front line of the goblins like a storm of firepower. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Flames soared into the sky and smoke filled the air. Those goblins without iron shields suffered heavy casualties in this round of missile barrage, with at least 20 goblins killed in an instant. Even the frontline shield-bearing goblins were thrown off balance by the consecutive explosions, their formation clearly disrupted. But the goblins' response speed was also astonishing. They almost immediately adjusted their formation. The frontline shield-bearing goblins quickly regained their formation, with the crossbowmen moving up to counterattack from the corpses of their comrades. What made Yu Baiyan even more vigilant was that the goblin general had moved. He let out an ear-splitting roar, the sound carrying a certain pressure that could intimidate. When the surrounding goblins heard this roar, their previously chaotic formation miraculously stabilized. Then the goblin general charged straight at the nearest dragon-like mech wielding that giant battle axe. Its speed was not slow at all, completely contrary to what one would expect from a 2-meter-tall, heavily armored monster. In just a few dozen meters, it covered the distance and arrived in front of the dragon-like mech. The battle axe rose high, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Bang! A tremendous crash. The dragon-like mech raised its left arm to block the thick armor, colliding with the axe, sending brilliant sparks flying. The massive impact caused the 4-meter-tall mech to stagger back half a step, leaving a clear dent in the armor. 427. Yu Baiyan's heart tightened. But immediately the Yulong mecha responded with a resounding reply to the goblin general. The chainsword buzzed ominously. The sword, forged from high-strength alloy, emitted a piercing howl as it spun at high speed. The silver metallic sheen traced a deadly arc under the sunlight. Clang! Another collision. But this time the situation was completely different. With the enhancement of attribute sharing, the power of the Yulong mecha reached an astonishing 82 points, far surpassing that of the goblin general. This was a pure display of power crushing. The chainsword struck the goblin general's battle axe, the tremendous force directly knocking the axe aside and cleaving into its shoulder. 996. The goblin general's heavy armor, crafted from dark metal, was easily torn open by the chain sword as if it were made of paper. Dark red blood splattered. The goblin general let out a pained roar. Yet the Yulong mecha gave it no chance to breathe, relentlessly striking with the chain sword. 1023. 984. 1109. Each strike bore terrifying cutting power, rendering the goblin general's proud heavy armor utterly ineffective against the chain sword. The wounds on the goblin general multiplied. It frantically swung the battle axe, trying to counterattack. But the agility of the Yulong mecha far exceeded its own. Every time the goblin general's battle axe was about to hit, the Yulong mecha dodged with unbelievable speed or blocked with the chainsword. The The disparity between the two sides was vividly illustrated at that moment. Just as the Goblin General prepared to launch its next attack, the Yulong mecha suddenly leaped backward, creating a distance of several dozen meters. As the Goblin General was about to give chase, it saw the 36 missile launch tubes behind the Yulong mecha all elevate. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of mini missiles shot out with tails of flame, continuously striking its body. 356, 323, 401. A multitude of damage numbers emerged. The Goblin General was forced to raise its battle axe to protect its vital areas. Although most of the damage was blocked by the heavy armor, this round of bombardment still directly reduced its health by about 30. This method of fighting made the Goblin General feel extremely frustrated. It clearly possessed considerable power, yet it couldn't touch its opponent and could only passively endure the blows. Roar! The Goblin General could no longer endure. It raised the massive battle axe, and its body began to spin rapidly. It resembled the visual impact of an Lushan performing a Huxian dance. It unleashed its skill. Battle Axe Whirlwind. A visible shockwave centered around it spread outwards. This shockwave carried sharp blades of light, and any ordinary mechanical units caught in its path suffered massive damage and were instantly destroyed. The spinning battle axe along with the shockwave formed a death zone with a diameter of over 15 meters. Everything in its path was thrown into chaos and rocks shattered. The several battle robots that had originally surrounded the area to support the Yulong mecha were the first to be swept away by this terrifying whirlwind. 1802, 1723, 1720. Several battle robots suffered severe damage and lost their combat effectiveness. The defensive attributes of ordinary battle robots were not high. Coupled with the Goblin General's already considerable power, this led to ordinary mechanical units being almost instantly killed upon contact. However, the Yulong mecha had long anticipated this move. It had already retreated beyond the attack range just before the Goblin General unleashed its skill, now watching coldly as the Goblin General vented its frustration by spinning around. A few seconds later, the Goblin General's skill ended. It was clearly panting. Though this move was powerful, it also consumed a considerable amount of stamina. Before it could adjust its posture, the Yulong mecha charged forward again. The chain sword slashed down. 967. Another wound deep enough to see bone. The Goblin General's health was visibly decreasing. 70, 60, 50. In just a few minutes of engagement, it had already lost nearly a third of its health. The Yulong mecha completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. It could get close, pull away, and launch missiles. The all-around suppression left the Goblin General with no opportunity to counterattack. Its health continued to drop. Just as it reached about 30, the Goblin General suddenly pulled out a bamboo tube from its waist. The bamboo tube appeared ordinary, roughly the thickness of an arm, filled with a milky white liquid. Yu Bainyan's pupils constricted. What is that? Before he could ponder further, he saw the Goblin General tilt its head and pour all the liquid into its mouth. Gulp, gulp. The milky white liquid in the bamboo tube was quickly consumed. Then, to Yu Bainyan's astonishment, the wounds on the Goblin General began to visibly heal, and its health restored to 90 in an instant. That milky white liquid was evidently some astonishing healing potion. Yu Bainyan's expression instantly turned grim. He never expected the Goblin General would have such a treasure hidden away. With its health restored, the Goblin General's state improved significantly, its previous desolation swept away, replaced by a rekindled fighting spirit. It extended a finger beckoning to the Yulong mecha before it. This gesture was full of provocation, as if to say, "Come at me." Yu Bainyan was indeed disgusted by this action. However, after a prolonged battle, the Yulong mecha's health was already in a precarious state. Although the Yulong mecha had high agility, allowing it to dodge most of the Goblin General's attacks, it could not evade them all. Each hit from the battle axe inflicted considerable damage. The Yulong mecha's health was nowhere near as robust as the Goblin General's. This was also the reason the Goblin General felt bold enough to provoke it. It realized that the Yulong mecha had suffered somewhere, and if the battle continued, its own better condition would increase its chances of victory. As long as it could hold on a little longer, victory would belong to it. A glint of cunning flashed in the Goblin General's eyes. The potion it had just consumed was a treasure of their goblin race, with very few bottles available in the entire clan. Originally meant for use in the most critical moments, it was now clearly necessary. As long as it could eliminate this damned hunk of metal in front of it, the rest would be easy. The Goblin General tightened its grip on the battle axe, ready to launch the next wave of attack. But at that moment, Yu Bainyan spoke up. A bit clever, but not much. "Did you not see that there is also the Yulong mecha here?" Yu Bainyan smirked mockingly. Then he waved his hand. "Why brawl unknown when you can gang up? Charge. Let's all beat it up together." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Yulong mechas behind Yu Bainyan suddenly surged forward. They all swarmed toward the Goblin General. "Goblin General. Oh. The Goblin General truly wished to spit fragrant words at this moment. The human before him was utterly shameless. The 5-meter Yulong mechs surged in from all directions. Standing at just 2 meters tall, the Goblin General was surrounded by the giant Yulong mechs resembling a small chick. He let out a desperate roar, swinging his massive battle axe in a last-ditch effort to resist. But alas, the few could not withstand the many. One of the Yulong mechs charged forward, its sword cleaving into his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. 1,378. The remaining Yulong mechs were equally unyielding, their rapidly spinning chain swords raining down relentlessly. Amidst the clash of chains, blood and flesh flew. The Goblin General bore numerous wounds on his waist and chest, blood streaming down. He swung his massive battle axe with all his might. The 5 Yulong mechs quickly distanced themselves, unleashing a volley of micromissiles, forming a dense net of firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions were deafening. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the Goblin General's figure swayed unsteadily. The health he had just recovered plummeted rapidly under the torrential assault. In just a few minutes, this level BOSS commanding over 100 goblins was jointly slain by the Yulong mechs. The Goblin General slowly fell. His eyes were filled with resentment and fury. This human was far too dishonorable. Slain, the Goblin General LV15 level BOSS player experience 5729 technology points 10,000. Obtained equipment Goblin Battle Axe level Goblin Heavy Armored level. Obtained materials Dark Metal level 32, Goblin General Blood level 42, Advanced Beast Bones level 23. A warm current spread throughout his body. He leveled up. Player level up, player U by Nien LV8 upgraded LV9. Player U by Nien. Level LV9 123450000. Talent Mechanical Sovereign. Profession Brain. HP 2300-2300. Strength 61. Defense 78. Agility 17. Spirit 1112. Skill Attribute Sharing a level. Quest None. Free Attribute Points 1. Technology Points 19230. As always, his strength was overwhelming. At the same time, he leveled up. The situation on the battlefield completely tilted in one direction. Without the Goblin General's command, the remaining goblins were like headless flies, their formation instantly collapsing. They attempted to flee, but Yu Bai Nian gave them no chance. Leave none alive. Yu Bai Nian coldly issued the order. The mechanical squad, already poised to strike, unleashed even more powerful firepower, launching a full-scale assault on the goblins. The battle robots and mammoth infantry fighting vehicles continuously unleashed their firepower. Swarms of drones eliminated the stragglers, blowing up the goblins attempting to escape. In just 5 minutes, over 100 goblins were completely exterminated. The battlefield was left littered with glowing orbs dropped by the goblins. Yu Bai Nian directed the mechanical squad to clean up the battlefield. After the entire battle, Yu Bai Nian's technology points soared back up to 30,000. The technology points previously spent on producing mechanical units were all regained. Yu Bai Nian looked at this number, feeling somewhat reassured. Although this goblin raid caused some losses overall, it was still profitable. However, a shadow still loomed over his heart. This was merely a small goblin team led by a goblin general. There were likely more goblins hidden beneath the ground. There must be bosses even stronger than the goblin general. If not resolved soon, they would inevitably become a major problem. Expanding the mechanical army needed to be prioritized. After handling the battlefield, Yu Bai Nian spent nearly 10,000 technology points to reinforce the various mechanical squads and added some mechanical units. He then ordered them to continue their sweeping mission. As for himself, he returned to the secret base with 5 Yulong mechs. Inside the secret realm, after the previous cleanup, the once corrupted land was now spacious, the gray-white ground extending to the edge of the secret realm. 3 mechanical buildings stood in the center, emanating a heavy industrial atmosphere. He walked to the mechanical manufacturing factory, bringing up the control panel. Mechanical manufacturing factory, LV1. Unlock production lines, 35. Current production lines 1. Standard basic mechanical arm, a level production, 10 units day, resource consumption 50, a level materials day. 2. Basic combat robot level production, 15 units day, resource consumption 340, level materials day. 3. Swarm drone level production, 50 units day, resource consumption 250, level materials day. Yu Bai Nian stared at this interface for quite a while. After a long time, he sighed slowly. This production volume is still too low. The production efficiency was unsatisfactory, especially for the basic combat robots, which only had a daily production of 15 units. For the current scale of his mechanical squad, this was quite inadequate. Just in the recent battle, he lost no less than 30 low-level combat robots. If this production speed continues, he would have to rely on technology points to compensate for the mechanical squad's losses. Not to mention, he also wanted to expand the mechanical army. Yu Baiyan shook his head. His material stockpile was quite ample. The F and A-level materials procured from Longdadan and Chunban had already totaled in the tens of thousands. Additionally, he had accumulated materials from daily sweeps. It was more than sufficient. The bottleneck lay not in materials, but in production capacity. Upgrade the production lines. Yu Baiyan made the decision. Consuming 2,000 technology points. Consuming 2,500 technology points. Consuming 1,000 technology points. Standard Basic Mechanical Arm Production Line LV1 Upgraded LV2. Basic Combat Robot Production Line LV1 Upgraded LV2. Swarm Drone Production Line LV1 Upgraded LV2. System notification sounded. Amidst a roar of machinery, all 3 production lines completed their upgrades. Standard Basic Mechanical Arm Production Line LV2. Quality A level. Production efficiency 20 units day. Material consumption A level materials 100 day. Upgrade cost 2,500 technology points. Basic Combat Robot Production Line LV2. Quality level. Production efficiency 30 units day. Material consumption level materials 680 day. Upgrade cost 4,000 technology points. Swarm Drone Production Line. Quality level. Production efficiency 100 units day. Material consumption level materials 500 day. Upgrade cost 5,000 technology points. The capacity of all 3 production lines doubled. The increase in material consumption posed no pressure at all to Yu Baiyan's material stockpile. Seeing that the mechanical manufacturing factory still had 2 production lines, Yu Baiyan spent some technology points to build 2 more basic combat robot production lines. He also upgraded them all to LV2. Yu Baiyan's daily production of basic combat robots skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 90 units day. Looking at the fully operational mechanical manufacturing factory before him, Yu Baiyan felt quite satisfied. Upgrading a combat robot to a high-level combat robot only required 170 technology points. So for 90 units, that would be 15300 technology points. Given his current speed of acquiring technology points, he could fully support it. As for upgrading the swarm drones, he had considered it as well. However, he later discovered that the cost of upgrading the swarm drones was not much lower than upgrading the combat drones, and currently their damage was still barely adequate. Thus Yu Baiyan abandoned that idea. A one-time heavy artillery is enough. As long as there are enough of them, the power is not lacking. After upgrading the production line of the mechanical manufacturing factory, Yu Baiyan did not stop his upgrading progress. His gaze turned to another mechanical building beside him, the Research Institute. The Research Institute is the most core mechanical building. It can unlock buildings without spending technology points, only requiring a trivial amount of materials and time. Research Institute LV1. Research Projects 23. Energy Consumption 300 WH. Research Projects 1. Improved Robot Body Eye Remaining Time 18 hours. 2. Improved Armored Vehicle Body Eye Remaining Time 18 hours. This time is too long, Yu Baiyan said helplessly. He simply decided to upgrade it directly. The cost of upgrading the Research Institute was the largest, requiring a full 4500 technology points from Yu Baiyan. Consumption of 4500 technology points. Research Institute LV1 upgraded to Research Institute LV2. Research Institute LV2. Research Projects 23. Energy Consumption 500 WH. The number of research projects that can exist simultaneously remains 3, and the energy consumption has increased. However, the effects after upgrading the Research Institute were delightful. Yu Baiyan was pleasantly surprised to find that the time for both the improved robot body eye and improved armored vehicle body eye research projects had been significantly shortened. The time was reduced from the original 18 hours to just 6 hours. If it weren't for the fact that upgrading the Research Institute to the next level would cost 100 technology points, Yu Baiyan would have wanted to upgrade it to LV3 right away. After a slight feeling of regret, Yu Baiyan began to research new research projects. The Research Institute still had one vacant project. Yesterday, due to a lack of materials and technology points, he had to settle for just 2 projects. Now he had plenty of materials and technology points. He needed to quickly start a project to save time. Every second counted as a cost. Currently, the technology tree had only unlocked a few technologies. Some of the more advanced technologies required prerequisite technologies to be unlocked before proceeding to the next stage of research. Yu Baiyan quickly found his target. Grizzly Magnetic Rail Tank-Eyed Grade Materials 300 Grade Materials 2000 Estimated time 24 hours. He just happened to have a little over 300 units of grade materials. Is this system specifically monitoring my inventory? Yu Baiyan winced in pain. But he still clicked on the research project for the Grizzly tank. Although the Mammoth infantry fighting vehicle had excellent armor thickness and HP, making it a great frontline shield, it had its drawbacks. It lacked offensive capabilities, only equipped with a 30mm chain gun. Tanks were different. They had both durability and firepower. Perfect. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted him. Mechanical building energy consumption too high. Mechanical building energy consumption approaching energy output. Insufficient energy warning. Yu Baiyan was taken aback, then quickly reacted. After completing the upgrade, the energy consumption of just the research institute reached 500 Wh, directly occupying half of the energy output. Not to mention the mechanical manufacturing factory. At this point, the secret base's energy consumption had reached the alarm threshold, which was why the system would explain at this moment. Thus Yu Baiyan upgraded the energy hub as well. Consumption of 2,400 technology points. Energy hub LV1 upgraded to LV2. Energy hub LV2. Energy output 2,500 W-hour. Operational time 28 hours. Input resources grade materials 20 minutes, grade materials 40 minutes, grade materials 1 hour 10 minutes. With this, all 3 mechanical buildings were upgraded. Yu Baiyan clapped his hands and turned to leave the secret base. He planned to check the dungeon entrance once more. The surveillance he had originally set up had all been destroyed by the Goblin generals. He needed to redeploy it. He also intended to look around to see if there were any other dungeon entrances. Although various mechanical teams were constantly sweeping the forest, they had yet to find any suspected dungeon locations. His intuition told him there must be something amiss. Soon he arrived at the dungeon entrance. This time, he didn't choose those low-level mechanical units, but stationed 2 dragon mechas at the dungeon entrance. In addition, he deployed 2 squads of mechanical units for defense. Now his mechanical unit team was quite large. Each mechanical team was equipped with a mammoth infantry fighting vehicle, a star skeleton guardian, several heavy machine assault guardians, and 30 high-level combat robots. In addition, there was a swarm of 50 swarm drones. The main role of the drone swarm was to conduct aerial patrols and provide small artillery support on the battlefield. Their reconnaissance capabilities were much stronger than those of ground mechanical units. They were indispensable units within the mechanical teams. Yu Baiyan focused on the dungeon entrance. He pondered whether he should try to explore inside. However, he remained uneasy. The narrow terrain inside the dungeon was not conducive for mechanical units to engage in combat. The combat robots could barely enter, but for the dragon mechas to get in they would have to stoop, and as for the mammoth infantry fighting vehicles, it goes without saying that those iron lumps would fill the space completely. Yu Baiyan opened the system panel. He wanted to see if there were any mechanical units suitable for combat in narrow tunnels on the technology tree. Before long, he really found something. Weaver Mechanical Spider consumes 2,000 technology points. Only 2,000, that's not too much. After upgrading the mechanical units, Yu Baiyan still had a little over 10,000 technology points left, which wasn't too shabby. Unlock it. Weaver Mechanical Spider, LV1. Quality Crate. HP 500,500. Strength 1931. Defense 114. Agility 168. Spirit 0. Skill Spider Cocoon. Effect: when the Weaver drops to 10 health for the first time, it wraps itself tightly in a nanofiber web and continuously restores 50 health. During this period, its defense attribute is fixed at 50 points. If it dies during the cocooning process, it will explode and deal 800 fixed damage. Yu Baiyan looked at the data panel of the Weaver of Death Mechanical Spider in front of him, his eyes filled with uncontainable excitement. C-Class. To think it started off as a C-Class quality. All the mechanical units he had unlocked previously, whether they were swarm drones or battle robots, or even the Yulong Mecha, all began as F-Class. To upgrade its quality, he would have to diligently use technology points to level up, climbing up 1 level at a time. Each level would consume his technology points. But this Weaver of Death Mechanical Spider was different. It came in at C-Class quality right from the start. Just from this point alone, its starting point was already significantly higher. Yu Baiyan quickly browsed through the data of the Weaver of Death. After finishing, he took a long time to utter a sentence. This is something. It's just this introduction. Spider-Man. Isn't that Spider-Man? Yu Baiyan found himself unable to comment further. Ignoring the system's absurd personality, he hurriedly produced a Weaver of Death. Producing a Weaver of Death only required 100 technology points. It wasn't expensive. In fact, one could say it was very cheap. As a C-Class mechanical unit, the Weaver of Death, costing only 100 technology points, was far beyond Yu Baiyan's imagination. As usual, a silver-white metallic cube appeared out of thin air. Soon a uniquely shaped Weaver of Death appeared before Yu Baiyan. Its main body was a diamond-shaped mechanical platform covered with a layer of shell that emitted a faint metallic sheen. Overall, the armor wasn't particularly thick. 6 flexible mechanical legs extended from both sides of the platform, with hydraulic devices at the joints providing powerful propulsion for the Weaver of Death. The tips of the mechanical legs were equipped with metal spikes, allowing it to maneuver on various rock walls. Yu Baiyan expressed his approval. Below the mechanical platform of the Weaver of Death hung an oval-shaped pouch device, which contained the raw materials for the nanospider silk. A nozzle with a diameter of about 1 millimeter was positioned right next to the pouch device. This was the Weaver of Death's core weapon system. It would shoot the nanospider silk out of the nozzle at high speed, forming an incredibly tough web in the air to bind and cut through targets. The Weaver of Death was quite compact with a diameter of only 30 centimeters. This size meant it could easily navigate through narrow passages that ordinary mechanical units could not. Not bad, not bad. Yu Baiyan nodded, deciding to test the combat capability of the Weaver of Death on the spot. He pointed at a large boulder about the height of a person located roughly 10 meters away from the Weaver. The boulder appeared to be made of solid material and was quite heavy. With Yu Baiyan's combat command issued, the Weaver of Death sprang into action. The detection equipment at the front of the Weaver of Death slightly rotated and immediately locked onto the boulder. It then opened its silk nozzle. Whoosh! A silver thread shot out from the nozzle at high speed. The nanospider silk rapidly formed a web in the air in a way Yu Baiyan couldn't comprehend. The web wrapped around the boulder the moment it made contact. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The web that enveloped the boulder suddenly began to shrink violently. The nanospider silk, as thin as a hair, generated terrifying cutting force during the process of contraction. Zzz. The harsh sound of cutting echoed. Yu Baiyan stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. He saw the nano web tightening further, embedding itself into the boulder. The boulder, which had originally been incredibly tough, now seemed as fragile as tofu in front of the nanospider silk. Crack! Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, the once tall boulder was forcefully sliced into dozens of evenly sized pieces. Each piece was roughly the size of a human head. More astonishingly, all the cut surfaces of the stones were extraordinarily smooth, as if processed by a precision laser cutter. Silky smooth. Yu Baiyan could even see his blurry reflection on these cut surfaces. Damn! Yu Baiyan couldn't help but swear. This little thing is quite fierce. Just one web managed to cut a boulder like this. If it were used against a person, the scene. TSK. The armor of the Weaver of Death wasn't particularly thick. However, its cocooning skill granted it a significant margin for error equivalent to a second life. Even if it were to be blown apart during the cocooning process, the resulting explosion would still give the opponent a big surprise. Yu Baiyan couldn't wait to upgrade the quality of the Weaver of Death. If this C-class Weaver of Death is so powerful, wouldn't a higher quality Weaver of Death take off? But the system displayed upgrade unavailable. Quality upgrade failed. The Weaver of Death mechanical spider is a special mechanical unit and cannot upgrade its quality. The quality of this mechanical unit is permanently fixed at C-class. Yu Baiyan was momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Unable to upgrade. He examined the system's prompt more closely, confirming he hadn't misunderstood. The quality of the Weaver of Death was locked at C-class and could not be upgraded using technology points like other mechanical units. TSK. Yu Baiyan clicked his tongue in regret. Although he didn't understand why, since the system said so, he had no way around it. But upon further thought, he felt relieved. After all, starting at C-class was already quite advantageous, and even if it couldn't be upgraded, it was far more cost-effective than those units that required a hefty sum to reach C-class, with a minimal production cost and technology points. This is value for money. Yu Baiyan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. He directly produced 50 Weavers of Death, totaling 5,000 technology points. At this point, Yu Baiyan still had over 6,000 technology points left. He decided to keep them in reserve for any special situations that might arise after entering the cave. After all, he was entirely unaware of the circumstances inside the cave. Having some technology points on hand allowed him to have some trump cards. Besides the Weavers of Death, Yu Baiyan also planned to bring in some battle robots of various levels, not many, just around 10. To be even more cautious, he also packed 3 Yulong Mecha and 4-star skeleton iron guards into the dimensional cube. The remaining 2 Yulong Mecha were left to guard the entrance of the cave. With everything ready, Yu Baiyan stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the pitch-black opening, taking a deep breath. The Weavers of Death led the charge, entering the cave first. Their equipment configuration was more suited for gathering information within the cave, making them the undisputed vanguard. The remaining battle robots surrounded Yu Baiyan in the middle and followed into the cave entrance. The moment he stepped inside, Yu Baiyan was overwhelmed. What the hell is that smell? These goblins are even dirtier than goblins. Yu Baiyan pinched his nose, following the Weaver of Death with a face full of disdain as they walked deeper into the cave. The further they ventured, the more intense the pungent odor became. It was as if a certain creature's excrement mixed with the sour fermented stench surged upward, assaulting the senses and causing a headache. This smell. Ugh. Yu Baiyan cursed while forcing himself to endure the nausea and continued forward. The Weaver of Death, however, showed no reaction. After all, they were mechanical units devoid of any sense of smell. Its 6 mechanical legs moved nimbly across the uneven rock walls, and the detection devices on its body incessantly rotated, collecting data about the surrounding environment. After advancing about 100 meters, Yu Baiyan finally discovered the source of the foul odor. He saw that the cave walls had been carved into small stone holes, each about 1.5 meters high, with one every few meters. Each of these stone holes had a very deep pit at the bottom, pitch black and unfathomable. Yu Baiyan arrived in front of one of the holes and looked down with the light from the Weaver of Death. Then he vomited. At the bottom of these pits was a pile of something that would definitely require mosaic censorship, the kind that would get banned online instantly. This was the freaking bathroom of the goblins. The excrement had fermented in the airtight stone holes, and after long accumulation and decay it emitted an indescribably foul odor. That smell. How to describe it? It was like taking a pot of rancid slop, mixing it with 3 pounds of rotten eggs and 2 dead fish, then leaving it under the scorching sun for 3 days and nights before burying one's head in it and taking a deep breath. Yu Baiyan's face instantly twisted in disgust. He leaned against the nearby rock wall, retching continuously. His stomach churned violently, as if it wanted to expel his entire insides. Before long his complexion turned pale and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Ugh, are these goblins seriously dung beetles? Living in such a place and not fearing to be suffocated. Yu Baiyan could no longer endure the stench. He felt as if he was about to be overwhelmed by it. Hastily he exited the cave and sat down on a rock at the entrance, taking deep breaths of the fresh air outside. Though the air outside wasn't particularly great, it was at least free from that suffocating stench. After all, with the Gestalt network, he could observe the conditions inside the cave through the vision connected to the mechanical units, making it unnecessary for him to personally suffer inside. Thus Yu Baiyan sat at the cave entrance while the mechanical squad continued deeper into the cave for exploration. The Weaver of Death led the way, followed closely by the other combat robots. As they delved deeper into the cave, Yu Baiyan couldn't help but marvel at how deeply the goblins had hidden themselves. The mechanical squad had advanced for about 10 minutes. At their current pace, they had likely progressed about 300 to 400 meters. However, they had yet to discover any signs of goblins. The cave's passage twisted and turned, or in some places it was slightly wider, but in most areas it was exceedingly narrow. The rock walls were riddled with signs of manual excavation. In some spots, there were scattered fragments of, or indicating that this had once been a mining passage for the goblins. The depth was already quite astonishing. To be sure, a typical mine is generally just a few dozen to over 100 meters deep, yet this cave was 300 meters deep and still far from its end. This also indicated that the goblins had been operating here for quite some time. Moreover, judging from the scale and maintenance of the passage, it was clear that the goblins regarded this place as their transport route. Just as Yu Baiyan thought this exploration would yield no results, a sudden sound of footsteps came from ahead. A corner lay just in front of the mechanical squad, with the passage making a nearly 90-degree turn. At the moment the leading Weaver of Death was about to turn the corner, a goblin wielding an iron pick suddenly appeared around it. This goblin looked like a miner wearing rough leather armor, holding a rusty iron pick, and carrying a basket full of, or on its back. It was humming an unknown tune as it leisurely walked out from behind the corner. However, when it saw the peculiar array of mechanical beings in front of it, it instantly froze in shock. The goblin's small eyes widened, and its mouth formed an O shape as the iron pick fell to the ground with a clatter. The two parties stared at each other in disbelief. The air suddenly fell silent. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The Weavers of Death halted their detection devices, all aimed at the goblin, continuously scanning its information. The goblin's single-threaded brain had clearly not processed what was happening. After a moment of daze, the goblin finally reacted, its face displaying extreme terror as it turned to run inside, as if it had seen a ghost. But the Weavers of Death were a step faster. The moment it turned, the leading Weaver of Death had already locked onto its trajectory. The silk-spraying nozzle suddenly opened wide. Whoosh! A silvery nanosilk shot out, quickly forming an incredibly tough web in midair, trapping the goblin securely. The goblin hadn't even taken a second step before being ensnared by the nanoweb. Immediately after, the web violently constricted. A series of damage numbers appeared above the goblin's head. 89, 79, 92. The frequency of damage was staggering. In less than a second, dozens of damage numbers had already popped up above the goblin's head. Its health bar plummeted faster than a stock market crash. As the nanoweb tightened, it continuously sliced through the goblin's flesh, the nanosilk embedding into its body as if cutting through tofu. The goblin hadn't even had time to make a sound before its health bar was completely emptied and its entire body was sliced into uniformly sized chunks. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Goblin killed LV12 gained player experience 254 technology points 150 materials gained Goblin meat a grade 12 from the Goblin's appearance to its instant death. It took only 6 or 7 seconds. Yu Baiyan watched this scene and couldn't help but silently commend the Weavers of Death. In such a narrow tunnel environment, it was a nightmare for larger mechanical units. The dragon mech couldn't even fit through. But the Weavers of Death were different. They were practically born for tunnel warfare. Their compact size coupled with hydraulic mechanical arms allowed them to maneuver effortlessly through narrow passages. Moreover, the Weavers of Death not only possessed excellent information processing capabilities in such tight spaces, but they could also scan and create holographic maps as well as perform soil sampling analysis. And with their nanosilk capable of cutting through anything while maintaining a low profile, they were perfect for stealth reconnaissance. The Goblin that had just been killed was the best example. Although the quality of the Weavers of Death could not be upgraded and remained permanently fixed at grade, their combat power was undoubtedly formidable. Seeing the first Goblin, Yu Baiyan immediately made the mechanical squad become vigilant. This indicated that they were getting closer to the Goblin's main base. However, the true core area should be even deeper, but they had already entered the peripheral zone. Yu Baiyan instructed the mechanical squad not to advance as a group. Such a large target was too conspicuous and could easily alert the Goblins inside. He changed tactics, dispatching 3 Weavers of Death to scout ahead individually. The remaining units of the mechanical squad would only proceed slowly after they confirmed that there was no danger following their reconnaissance. As the mechanical squad delved deeper, the rock layers inside the cave underwent noticeable changes. The original ordinary rock layers disappeared, replaced by a volcanic rock layer riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes. These hollows ranged from the size of a fist to large enough to fit a person. The holes were densely packed across the rock walls, resembling a gigantic beehive. Simultaneously, the air began to carry a burning sensation. As they ventured deeper, this scorching feeling intensified. Yu Baiyan reviewed the data analysis sent back by the Weavers of Death. The air temperature is approaching 70 C. There won't be a volcano down here, right? He looked at the constantly rising temperature, feeling puzzled. The depths of this cave could very well harbor lava. After all, the appearance of volcanic rock layers indicated that this place had previously been or was currently affected by geothermal activity. At the same time, this also clarified a question for Yu Baiyan. Why would goblins be present here? They were likely utilizing the heat from the lava to smelt metals. These numerous holes in the rock walls also facilitated the covert operations of the Weavers of Death. The 3 weavers used these hollows as cover and quietly advanced, quickly approaching the deepest part of the cave. Before long, they made a discovery. At the end of the cave passage was a vast underground space. This space was cylindrical in shape, extending downward, and its exact depth was currently unclear. However, from the detection data of the Weavers of Death, the vertical depth was at least 200 meters. The temperature also peaked here. Surrounding rock walls had dozens of passages similar to the one they had entered, densely distributed as if connecting different locations. From within these passages, the sounds of clanging and banging could be heard. The 3 weavers quickly crawled out of the opening hanging onto the rock walls and began a wide-ranging scan of this underground space. Soon Yu Baiyan noticed something unusual. The very bottom of this underground space was filled with bright red lava. The rolling lava resembled angry fire dragons churning at the base of this vast underground space, emitting heat that made the entire area feel like a massive furnace. The orange-red glow illuminated the rock walls, dyeing the entire underground space a bloody red. Countless goblins toiled here. These goblins surrounded the entire underground space, constructing numerous iron buildings against the rock walls. These structures appeared to be made of crude steel lacking refinement and could even be described as aesthetically unpleasing, resembling iron boxes, yet their construction was exceptionally sturdy. Most of the iron buildings featured a furnace-like apparatus. A large number of goblins continuously transported ore from those passages into some of the buildings. It was a dark-colored ore. Inside buildings equipped with furnace apparatuses, some goblins were energetically swinging iron hammers, seemingly forging something. Sparks flew and the sound of hammers echoed throughout. The entire underground space was bustling with activity, resembling a massive underground factory. However, the most eye-catching was the platform at the very top of the underground space. This was a giant platform built of iron and stone, secured to the rock walls by dozens of thick iron chains suspended at the highest point of the entire underground space. Upon the platform sat an imposing throne forged from steel. The throne was rugged and majestic, with several sparkling gems embedded in the backrest. At this moment, seated upon the iron throne was an exceptionally burly goblin. This goblin was noticeably taller than ordinary goblins, even more so than the goblin general that Yu Baiyan had previously slain. Its body was muscular with skin displaying a dark red hue, clearly a result of prolonged exposure to a high-temperature environment. Yu Baiyan was left speechless by the sight of this underground space. What the hell are these things? These goblins can't have truly become sentient, right? Yu Baiyan's complaints weren't without reason. The goblin seated upon the iron throne wore heavy plate armor and held a thick iron staff. Its expression was stern, emanating the authority of a ruler. Surrounding goblins served it attentively, continually bringing various delicacies for its enjoyment. While relishing the food, it looked down at the goblins working hard below. Its demeanor was indifferent, as if observing a swarm of ants. At this moment, the Weavers of Death completed a comprehensive scan of the underground space. The system then provided a prompt. Goblin Emperor LV20 Kraid Boss HB 500, 005, 0000 Strength 95, Defense 91 Agility 74 Spirit 121 Passive Skill Goblin King Effect. As the king of the goblin race, the Goblin Emperor commands all goblins, granting a 5 attribute boost to all goblins under its direct command. Skill Lava Effect. When activated within 240 seconds, the Goblin Emperor gains the ability to manipulate lava, increasing fire damage by 10. Yu Baiyan's pupils constricted slightly. ALV-20 Kraid Boss. The same quality as the corrupted gnome he had encountered before, but with a full 20 levels higher. This Goblin Emperor seems very impressive. 2 skills. What kind of nonsense is this? Yu Baiyan bit his teeth in secret. The Goblin Emperor's passive ability allows the goblins it commands to gain a 5 boost in all attributes. It may not seem like much, but there were thousands of goblins in this underground space. Not to mention, he had also seen a few grade bosses with powers similar to the Goblin General. This goblin tribe was far beyond what he could confront at the moment. He needed to develop a bit longer. For a moment, Yu Baiyan disregarded everything else. Retreat. Upon seeing the scale of the goblin tribe in the underground space, Yu Baiyan immediately realized he was outmatched. This underground area was nothing less than a goblin kingdom. Although Yu Baiyan had confidence in his mechanical army, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could directly confront such a tribe. Moreover, his primary goal at this stage was development, not to seek death. Being killed would mean losing levels. In this multiverse battlefield, although it was stated from the beginning that it was to select outstanding human individuals. But who knows how they are selected? He needed to quickly grow stronger to secure a place for himself in the future. At the current stage, every level was extremely valuable. Yu Baiyan immediately ordered the mechanical squads to hastily retreat. The 3 weavers scouting ahead swiftly received the command and silently climbed down the rock wall, quickly returning along their original path. The remaining mechanical units also began to turn around in an orderly fashion, moving toward the exit of the passage. However, just then an unexpected event occurred. As the mechanical squad was preparing to evacuate from the passage, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the wall beside them. Immediately after that, rock wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. The rock wall was forcefully breached, and several goblins emerged from the broken wall. They were holding tools such as shovels and pickaxes, and were wrapped in filthy animal skins, clearly the type of goblins responsible for tunneling through the rock walls. Unfortunately, they had just opened the passage where the mechanical squad was located. A few goblins were huffing and puffing, working hard. Before they could celebrate the opening of the passage, they suddenly spotted the mechanical squad crowded in the tunnel. They were instantly stunned. Yu Baiyan at the top smirked, "These goblins." The weavers reacted as quickly as ever, launching several strands of nano-spider silk, but it was evident they had miscalculated. The foremost goblins were immediately enveloped by the nano-spider silk, letting out painful cries. However, the goblins behind them managed to escape due to their companions' obstruction. After a moment of daze, the goblins quickly regained their composure. One goblin took a sharp breath and then let out a piercing scream. Whoa! The shrill sound echoed back and forth in the narrow passage. In the already confined underground space, the echo of that scream spread everywhere. The Goblin Emperor, sitting on the upper platform, abruptly paused his motion of stuffing food into his mouth, and then shot a fierce gaze toward the direction of the sound. When he saw the weavers at the entrance of the passage, he immediately realized that someone had invaded his territory. The Goblin Emperor's expression darkened slightly. He stood up from the iron throne, slamming his iron staff heavily onto the iron floor, producing a dull sound. Then he waved his iron staff, pointing directly at the location of the mechanical squad, and let out a loud, authoritative roar. Oh! Although Yu Baiyan could not understand what the Goblin Emperor was babbling about, he was well aware. The Goblin Emperor was very angry. His mechanical squad seemed to be in big trouble. All the goblins in the underground space, upon hearing their king's command, immediately put down their work. The goblins who were transporting or dropped their baskets and grabbed their weapons, rushing towards the position of the mechanical squad. Yu Baiyan watched this scene, feeling a sense of foreboding. Oh no! I've really messed up. He had not expected things to turn out this way. Initially, he only wanted to quietly investigate the situation and, if feeling outmatched, retreat. Admitting defeat was not shameful. At worst, he would go back develop for a few days and return to continue the fight. But he had not expected to alarm these goblins. Yu Baiyan cursed the goblins that had opened the passage in his heart. How much do they earn in a month? Why work so hard? But despite his resentment, the most important thing was to get the mechanical squad out of the underground cave. The 10 battle robots of different levels in the squad stepped forward, charging to the front of the squad. 5 weavers remained behind while the others began to orderly retreat towards the passage. It was impossible to get the entire mechanical squad out now. He could only minimize losses as much as possible. He decisively ordered the less valuable battle robots to stay behind to buy time. Fortunately, the passage was not wide, accommodating at most 3 to 4 people side by side. This terrain was also disadvantageous for the goblins. They could not leverage their numerical advantage and could only crowd together to charge forward. Meanwhile, the firepower net of the battle robots perfectly covered the entire cross-section of the passage. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The heavy machine guns spat out scorching tongues of fire, unleashing a torrential hail of bullets towards the goblins. The bullets, carrying immense kinetic energy, tore through the air and instantly penetrated the goblins' leather armor. 42, 56, 62. The few goblins at the front were instantly turned into sieves, screaming as they fell into a pool of blood, transforming into light orbs. But the goblins behind did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward even more frantically. However, the goblins' levels were vastly superior to the battle robots. Even when the battle robots concentrated their fire, they could not suppress the tide of goblins surging into the passage. At that moment, the Weaver's nano-spider silk also came into play. The nano-spider silk ensnared the foremost goblins. Since the nano-spider silk caused harm through contraction and cutting, it took several seconds to kill a goblin. Thus, the ensnared goblins were not killed immediately. Their fallen bodies severely obstructed those goblins behind. In a short time, they managed to block the passage. However, this situation did not last long. The firepower of the battle robots was ultimately limited, and the Weaver's nano-spider silk could only entrap a few goblins. There were simply too many goblins. The fallen goblins were quickly trampled underfoot by their companions, becoming stepping stones for the goblins behind. In less than a minute, the defensive line was breached. Several goblins wielding iron shields braved the firepower and rushed to the side of the battle robots, their iron swords striking down hard upon them. The original firepower net was instantly shattered. Taking advantage of the cooldown of the Weaver's nano-spider silk, one goblin rushed forward, swinging a large iron hammer down hard. 192. After a series of blows, the Weavers were destroyed by the goblins. The mechanical units left behind to cover the retreat were ruthlessly reduced to scrap metal by the goblins' crude weapons. The goblins stepped over the mechanical wreckage and began to pursue through the passage. Their eyes were fierce, and they let out furious roars. Meanwhile, the Goblin Emperor maintained a cold expression, overseeing the scene from the platform. When the mechanical wreckage was brought before him, his expression finally changed slightly. He looked at the wreckage with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just a couple of days ago, one of his goblin mining teams had killed a few iron lumps at the entrance of a cave. These remains were very similar to those iron lumps. The Goblin Emperor eagerly approached to fiddle with the mechanical wreckage. For him, obsessed with forging these mechanical creations were simply perfect artifacts. At this moment at the cave entrance, Yu Baiyan was already sweating profusely. Through the Gestalt network, he had witnessed the scene of the mechanical units being torn to shreds by the goblins, and his mood was at its heaviest. But now was not the time to ponder these matters. He had already issued commands to the scattered mechanical squads, ordering them to gather here at the fastest speed. However, they would take time to arrive. Meanwhile, Yu Baiyan released all the mechanical units stored in the dimensional cube. This included the basic battle robots and swarm drones produced by the mechanical manufacturing factory over the past 2 days. Yu Baiyan gritted his teeth and decided. His technology points were instantly depleted. All battle robots were upgraded to the level of advanced battle robots. These were the last of his technology points. But there was no time to care about that now. If he didn't act, it would be game over. Yu Baiyan set up a defensive line in front of the cave entrance, using the terrain advantage to create a crossfire net. 5 dragon mechs. For mammoth infantry fighting vehicles. 8-star skeleton iron guards. 24 heavy assault sentinels, totaling 210 advanced battle robots. More than 500 swarm drones. Plus the 45 weavers below. This was all he had in mechanical units, most of which were still on their way. Yu Baiyan was very clear that this firepower was still far from enough. His best course of action now was to use firepower to keep the goblins firmly blocked at this cave entrance. Once the goblins broke through, With their thousands of numbers, once they formed a certain scale in open ground, even if he threw his entire mechanical army into a heating clash with them, he would be left with very few mechanical units, even if he managed to win. Let alone the presence of a level 20 class BOSS, the Goblin Emperor. Moreover, according to the information obtained from earlier reconnaissance, there were dozens of other passages leading outside in that underground space. Those passages undoubtedly led to the surface. This meant that the goblins could completely bypass him from other areas to encircle his defensive line. But Yu Baiyan had no time to worry about that now. He could only pray that the goblins wouldn't be clever enough to think of such a thing. Time passed second by second. The sounds coming from the passage grew louder and closer. Yu Baiyan sensed through the Gestalt network that the weavers were nearing the cave entrance. Behind them were the furious goblins. Yu Baiyan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on that cave entrance. Just as he was feeling anxious, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You have stirred the Monster Faction Goblin City class. Area crisis has been initiated. Monster levels LV-1020. An announcement will be made to all players in Area 749. Players participating in the area crisis will receive corresponding rewards based on their contributions. Warning: if all players fail, Area 749 will fall, and all 5 resurrection points within the area will disappear. Yu Baiyan was momentarily stunned. How could this trigger an area crisis? What is this warning? What does it mean that if we fail, the area will fall and all resurrection points will disappear? It's over, it's really over. I've messed up big time. Yu Baiyan felt an inexplicable guilt in his heart. To the compatriots in Area 749, I am sorry. I can't ask you to be born, grow up, and die together. I can only let you die with me on the same day of the same month and year. Meanwhile, in every corner of Area 749, all players received this system announcement. In an instant, the entire Area 749 erupted. On a patch of grass in the northern region, Chen Ben and Long Dan were jointly tackling a class BOSS, which was a giant lizard covered in black scales. The giant lizard was at level 8, quite powerful. Even with their combined efforts, Chen Ben and Long Dan found it somewhat challenging. Long Dan used his terrifying explosive power from his innate super muscle pump to continuously suppress the giant lizard. Meanwhile, Chen Ben was pulling his bow from a distance. His dual-shot talent allowed him a 75 chance to shoot 2 arrows simultaneously with each attack. The two worked in perfect harmony, and the giant lizard's health quickly dropped to 10, on the verge of being killed. Just then, the system announcement unexpectedly echoed in their minds. Long Dan was startled, almost getting hit by the giant lizard's tail. What the heck? What is this? He rolled to avoid the attack, muttering angrily, "Couldn't you notify us at a different time? I'm in the middle of fighting a boss." Chen Ben, however, reacted quickly, not pausing his bow and arrow. Goblin City. Chen Ben swiftly processed the information in his mind, and then looked at Long Dan. Long Dan punched the giant lizard in its vital spot, causing the beast to roll in pain on the ground, before finally gasping for breath. "Old Chen, did you hear that?" Chen Ben nodded. "I heard it. It seems we have no choice but to participate. If this area falls, all resurrection points will disappear." While continuing to deal with the giant lizard, the two quickly communicated. Before long, the class boss finally had its health depleted, crashing to the ground and transforming into a pile of reward light orbs. The two didn't have time to check the loot and immediately looked at the detailed information of the system announcement. After a while, Chen Ben slowly raised his head and looked at Long Dan. "So what now?" Long Dan scratched his head and said, "What else is there to say? We just go for it. If we don't and the resurrection points disappear, won't we end up in trouble?" Chen Ben nodded. "All right, they'll go gather people." In the southern area gathering point, a tall, burly, bald man stood in the center. His hands were adorned with a pair of knuckle-duster-like equipment gleaming with a hard metallic sheen indicating their high quality. At his feet knelt a bruised and battered player. The entrance to the cave. Yu Baiyan stood ready with his mechanical army. The Shanghai Iron Guards occupied both sides, forming a crossfire net. Behind them were numerous battle robots, and over 500 swarm drones hovered in the air, densely packed, like a swarm of bees. The other mechanical squads couldn't arrive in time. This was all the power Yu Baiyan could mobilize at the moment. He stood behind the defensive line, monitoring the status of each mechanical unit in real time through the Gestalt network. His heart raced a bit, not out of fear, but because of tension. This was his first time facing such a large-scale enemy. Thousands of goblins. Even though he had deployed all his mechanical units, he still felt somewhat uncertain. But the arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. He could only brace himself. Time passed second by second. The sounds coming from the passage grew louder. It was a cacophony of countless goblins running, roaring, and clashing, weapons rising like a tide from deep within the cave. Yu Baiyan clenched his fists. They were coming. The first to burst out of the cave were the weavers. They streamed out of the cave entrance with those at the back already covered in scars, and some even had visibly damaged armor. Clearly, they had been attacked during their retreat. Fortunately, they had not been completely destroyed. Immediately after, a violent rumble erupted. The sound was so loud that the ground trembled slightly. Yu Baiyan's expression changed slightly. Just from the sensation of this tremor, he could sense that the number of goblins far exceeded his expectations. In less than half a minute after the weavers charged out of the cave, the entrance was shrouded in darkness. Countless goblins roared as they rushed out. "Fire!" Yu Baiyan commanded. All mechanical units opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. Shells and bullets poured into the cave entrance like a flood. Weapons of various calibers roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of fire on that small opening. A few fast-running goblins were instantly turned into fragments by the barrage. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and severed limbs danced chaotically in the air. The slain goblins instantly transformed into orbs of light, falling to the ground and turning into materials and experience points. But the goblins behind didn't care about the deaths of their comrades. They stepped over their fallen kin and continued to charge forward. Just as Yu Baiyan had anticipated, the powerful firepower of the mechanical army kept the goblins firmly pinned at the cave entrance. The narrow terrain limited the goblins. They could not leverage their numerical advantage to form a massive offensive. They could only huddle together and rush out, providing the mechanical army with an excellent environment for output. Every shell and bullet could achieve maximum lethality, resulting in extremely high kill efficiency. Yu Baiyan watched this scene, feeling a slight sense of relief. His strategy was working. Then often in moments like this, unexpected events would suddenly occur. From the depths of the cave's darkness, a low growl suddenly echoed. That sound was different from the sharp shrieks of ordinary goblins. It was heavier and filled with power. Following that, a massive figure charged out from the darkness. The enormous size of the figure knocked aside a group of ordinary goblins. The goblin stood nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a muscular demon, wielding a gigantic iron shield that stood 3 meters high. The iron shield appeared to be half a meter thick, covered in various dents and scratches, clearly having endured countless battles. Iron Shield Goblin General LV-17 Rank Boss HP 250002 5000 Strength 61 Defense 89 Agility 31 Spirit 17 Skill Iron Wall Effect. The Iron Shield Goblin General raises his heavy iron shield, increasing defense by 25 and damage reduction by 10. Description: the strongest shield among the goblins. Its defense is comparable to a city wall, but its backside is extremely vulnerable. Go steal its backside, brave warrior. He. Another Goblin General. This Goblin General charged out like a massive transport vehicle, enduring the dense hail of fire. Bullets struck its huge iron shield, producing a ding-ding sound, sparking showers, yet failing to penetrate its defenses. Even cannon fire merely caused it to stagger for a moment before it continued its charge forward. 89, 72, 203. Damage numbers constantly floated up, but for this Drank boss with over 10,000 hit points, this damage was merely a tickle. Yu Baiyan's pupils constricted sharply. He cursed, "I knew it. This Goblin General is stronger than the previous one. Not only is it 2 levels higher, but its equipment is also more refined. Especially that 3-meter-tall giant iron shield. It's practically a carbon-based transport vehicle." Yu Baiyan felt somewhat frustrated. What were these goblins doing crafting such a massive shield? "Yulong Mecha!" Yu Baiyan shouted. A Yulong Mecha immediately activated its back thrusters, spewing blue flames as it sped towards the Iron Shield Goblin General. The chain sword was unsheathed. The silver blade glimmered with a cold light under the sun, slashing towards the Goblin General, which was comparable to a transport vehicle. Clang! The chain sword struck the iron shield, emitting a piercing clang of metal against metal with sparks flying. The Iron Shield Goblin General was shaken back 2 steps by this blow, but he quickly steadied himself, roaring in anger and swinging his iron shield towards the Yulong Mecha. Although the Yulong Mecha's agility was far superior, the iron shield was simply too large. The Yulong Mecha couldn't dodge in time and was directly knocked away. In an instant, the battle intensified. Yu Baiyan felt anxious. The level difference was too great. Although the Yulong Mecha had been in a battle, it was only at LV5. It could hold off the Iron Shield Goblin General for a short time. But if it dragged on, defeat was only a matter of time. Then, at that moment, 4 more Goblin Generals of similar size rushed out from the cave entrance. Yu Baiyan was out of options. Is this never-ending? How are there still 4? These 4 Goblin Generals were all LV-17, each wielding different types of weapons. One held a giant bow carrying a full quiver of arrows on its back. Another wielded 2 swords, one long and one short, and was the smallest among the Goblin Generals. The other 2 held a formidable-long iron spear and a massive hammer that could scare anyone. One Goblin General was already troublesome, and now 4 more appeared at once. Moreover, these goblin generals seemed to have their strengths. What to do? Helpless Yu Baiyan could only send the remaining 4 Yulong mechas to charge in each, targeting a goblin general. They had to block all of them before the defensive line. Otherwise, if they broke through, everything would be over. The Yulong mechas faced off against 1 goblin general each. Since the giant Bao goblin general was using a ranged weapon, it was currently the farthest away. The Yulong mecha responsible for the giant Bao goblin general quickly ran forward, swiftly bypassing the other goblin generals, closing the distance. The giant Bao goblin general clearly did not expect the Yulong mecha to reach it so quickly, hurriedly pulled back the giant Bao and shot an arrow. Whooshed! A tumter-long steel arrow shot towards the Yulong mecha with a whistling sound. The Yulong mecha dodged to the side, the arrow just grazing its armor, maintaining its speed, and directly skewering 3 battle robots on the rear defensive line. What incredible power! Yu Baiyan was secretly astonished. If this steel arrow hit an ordinary player, it would likely be an instant kill. The Yulong mecha charged close, swinging its chained sword towards the giant Bao goblin general. Unfazed, the goblin general swung its giant Bao in response. The giant Bao was also forged from steel, extremely hard. For a time, they fought fiercely without yielding. The situation for the other Yulong mechas was not good either. The dual-sword goblin general's agility was on par with the Yulong mecha, and its large iron swords actually suppressed the chain sword of the Yulong mecha. The long spear goblin general wielded an extremely long spear, preventing the Yulong mecha from getting close, forcing it to constantly fire micro-missiles to maintain fire suppression. As for the hammer goblin general, there was no need to mention it. This guy had pure strength. The hammer nearly as large as it was smashed into the ground, creating a large pit, and the Yulong mecha dared not approach it. To avoid friendly fire, Yu Baiyan ordered the remaining mechanical units to avoid the battlefield of the Yulong mechas as much as possible. The mechanical army immediately adjusted their firing angles. The swarm drones also dispersed, specifically targeting any goblins that slipped through. The weavers maneuvered on the flanks, continuously firing nano spider webs. The entire battlefield divided into 2 parts. On one side were the Yulong mechas and the 5 goblin generals in a solo battle. On the other side was the ordinary battlefield rife with gunfire. The number of goblins was extremely high. Even if the frontmost goblins were killed, new goblins would quickly rush up to fill the gaps. The goblins pressed forward one after another. It was as if there were endless goblins in the cave. The mechanical army reaped the lives of ordinary goblins as if harvesting wheat. System kill notifications flooded in one after another. Goblin killed, LV11 player experience 234 tech points, 140 Goblin killed, LV12 player experience 256 tech points, 155 Goblin killed, LV13 player experience 278 tech points, 168. The density of kill notifications was so overwhelming that Yu Baiyan temporarily muted the system sound. It was simply too noisy, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. Because along with these kill notifications, his experience points and tech points began to soar wildly. In just a few minutes, his experience bar rose to 60. At this rate, he would level up to LV10 in no time. The tech points he had previously squandered had now returned to over 10,000, and they were still rapidly increasing. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more fish there are, though their worth is uncertain. Is this the thrill of grinding monsters? But Yu Baiyan was also well aware that this massive harvest came at a great risk. The situation on the battlefield was extremely tense. The pressure at the cave entrance was increasing. Goblins died in waves, yet their assaults showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, they became more frenzied. The goblins charged forward as if on adrenaline, completely disregarding their lives. Yu Baiyan pondered. It seemed that the Emperor Goblin's passive skill, which granted a collective buff, not only provided attribute enhancements, but probably also had a hidden buff that drove the goblins to become more frenzied. Otherwise, a normal creature would have collapsed after witnessing so many of its kind die. Yet these goblins charged on as if they felt no pain stepping over the bodies of their comrades. This kind of frenzied fighting spirit was chilling. Moreover, Yu Baiyan discovered a more severe problem. The goblins rushing out from behind were of increasingly higher levels. The initially emerging goblins were mostly ordinary goblins around LV11. Gradually, the goblins that surged up later mostly reached levels 13-14, with significantly increased combat power and ferocity. Several goblins even managed to breach the firepower net, nearly reaching the front line. Yu Baiyan gritted his teeth, constantly adjusting the formation of the mechanical units, trying to block every gap. But there were simply too many goblins, and their numbers were still increasing. The Yulong mechas were gradually falling into a disadvantage. Even with the Yulong mechas activating the skill overload, they could only barely contend with these goblin generals for a short time. The level gap was too vast. There was a gap of over 10 levels between the Yulong mechas and these goblin generals. Yu Baiyan opened the system panel. He had quite a few tech points in hand now. It was time to upgrade the Yulong mechas. Upgrading from Frank to Drank required 1,000 tech points each, and now to upgrade to Crank the required tech points had skyrocketed to 2,500. Yu Baiwan currently had 13,092 tech points, just enough to upgrade 5 Yulong mechas. Total consumption 12,500 tech points. Yulong mecha type 3 Drank quality upgrade. Yulong mecha type 4 Crank. Yulong mecha type 4 LV5 quality Crank. HB 120001. 2000 strength 60 731 defense 713 agility 608 spirit 0 skill pulse bomb. Effect: the Yulong mecha launches a high energy pulse bomb, dealing substantial electromagnetic damage to targets within the explosion radius and rendering them immobile for 2 seconds. Description: Mecha. Oh ho ho, the 5 Yulong mechas engaged in battle with the Goblin generals suddenly radiated brilliant light. Goblin generals. Duh, 5. No guys. How come you leveled up while fighting? Isn't this a bit too much? The dazzling light faded away. The Wutai dragon mech had completed its metamorphosis. The once slightly bulky and heavy body had become much more slender with armor lines that flowed smoothly and sharply. The most noticeable change was the chain swords. The chain sword, originally held in one hand, had now transformed into a dual-wielding weapon. 2 silver-white chain swords crossed in front of its chest, their blades elongated by about 1/3, now radiating a high-temperature property, with the edges glowing with scorching flames. The missile launch nests on its back had also upgraded from 36 tubes to 48 tubes, densely arranged in 3 rows, exuding a terrifying metallic aura. Although the body had become more slender, the strength of the armor had not only remained, but had increased. The previously slightly thin joints of the Type 3 mech were now covered with heavy alloy armor plates, with some critical areas even reinforced with additional protective layers. The enhancement in quality brought not just an increase in attributes, but a comprehensive evolution. The 5 Goblin generals